Preface of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in September 2011. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, From San Francisco to Tehran, by Thomas Stevens. Preface. Shakespeare says in All's Well That Ends Well that a good traveller is something at the latter end of a dinner, and I never was more struck with the truth of this than when I heard Mr. Thomas Stevens, after the dinner given in his honour by the Massachusetts Bicycle Club, make a brief off-hand report of his adventures. He seemed like Jules Verne telling his own wonderful performances, or like a contemporary Sinbad the Sailor. We found that modern mechanical invention, instead of disenchanting the universe, had really afforded the means of exploring its marvels the more surely. Instead of going round the world with a rifle for the purpose of killing something, or with a bundle of tracts in order to convert somebody, this bold youth simply went round the globe to see the people who were on it, and since he always had something to show them as interesting as anything that they could show him, he made his way among all nations. What he had to show them was not merely a man perched on a lofty wheel, as if riding on a soap bubble, but he was also a perpetual object lesson in what Holmes calls genuine, solid, old Teutonic pluck. When the soldier rides into danger, he has comrades by his side, his country's cause to defend, his uniform to vindicate, and the bugle to cheer him on. But this solitary rider had neither military station, nor an oath of allegiance, nor comrades, nor bugle, and he went among men of unknown languages, alien habits, and hostile faith, with only his own tact and courage to help him through. They proved sufficient, for he returned alive. I have only read specimen chapters of this book, but find in them the same simple and manly quality which attracted us all when Mr. Stevens told his story in person. It is pleasant to know that while peace reigns in America, a young man can always find an opportunity to take his life in his hand and originate some exploit as good as those of the much-wandering Ulysses. In the German story Titan, Jean-Paul describes a manly youth who longed for an adventure for his idle bravery, and it is pleasant to read the narrative of one who has quietly gone to work, in an honest way, to satisfy this longing. Thomas Wentworth Higginson, Cambridge, Massachusetts, April 10, 1887. End of preface.
Section 1 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 1, Part 1. Over the Sierra Nevada, Part 1. The beauties of nature are scattered with a more lavish hand across the country lying between the summit of the Sierra Nevada mountains and the shores where the surf romps and rolls over the auriferous sands of the Pacific in Golden Gate Park, than in a journey of the same length in any other part of the world. Such, at least, is the verdict of many whose fortune it has been to traverse that favored stretch of country. Nothing but the limited power of man's eyes prevents him from standing on the top of the mountains and surveying at a glance the whole glorious panorama that stretches away for more than 200 miles to the west, terminating in the gleaming waters of the Pacific Ocean. Could he do this, he would behold, for the first 75 or 80 miles, a vast billowy sea of foothills, clothed with forests of somber pine and bright evergreen trees, and lower down dense patches of white-blossomed chaparral, looking in the enchanted distance like irregular banks of snow. Then the world-renowned valley of the Sacramento River, with its level plains of dark, rich soil, its matchless fields of ripening grain, traversed here and there by streams that, emerging from the shadowy depths of the foothills, wind their way like gleaming threads of silver across the fertile plain and join the Sacramento, which receives them one and all in her matronly bosom, and hurries with them on to the sea. Towns and villages with white church spires irregularly sprinkled over hill and vale, although sown like seeds from the giant hand of a mighty husbandman, would be seen nestling snugly amid groves of waving shade and semi-tropical fruit trees. Beyond all this, the lower coast range, where toward San Francisco, Mount Diablo and Mount Tamalpais, grim sentinels of the Golden Gate, rear their shaggy heads skyward, and seem to look down with a patronizing air upon the less pretentious hills that border the coast, and reflect their shadows in the blue water of San Francisco Bay. Upon the sloping sides of these hills sweet nutritious grasses grow, upon which peacefully graze the cows that supply San Francisco with milk and butter. Various attempts have been made from time to time by ambitious cyclers to wheel across America from ocean to ocean, but around the world the impracticable scheme of a visionary was the most charitable verdict one could reasonably have expected. The first essential element of success, however, is to have sufficient confidence in oneself to brave the criticisms, to say nothing of the witticisms, of a skeptical public. So 8 o'clock on the morning of April the 22nd, 1884, finds me and my 50-inch machine on the deck of the Alameda, one of the splendid ferry boats plying between San Francisco and Oakland, and a ride of 4 miles over the sparkling waters of the bay lands us 28 minutes later on the Oakland Pier that juts far enough out to allow the big ferries to enter the slip in deep water. On the beauties of San Francisco Bay it is perhaps needless to dwell, as everybody has heard or read of this magnificent sheet of water, its surface flecked with snowy sails and surrounded by a beautiful framework of evergreen hills. Its only outlet to the ocean, the famous Golden Gate, a narrow channel through which come and go the ships of all nations. With the hearty well-wishing of a small group of Oakland and Frisco cyclers who have come out of curiosity to see the start, I mount and ride away to the east, down San Pablo Avenue, toward the village of the same Spanish name, some 16 miles distant. The first 7 miles are a sort of half-macadamized road, and I bowl briskly along. The past winter has been the rainiest since 1857, and the continuous pelting rains have not beaten down upon the last half of this imperfect macadam in vain, for it has left it a surface of wave-like undulations, from out of which the frequent boulder protrudes its unwelcomed head, as if ambitiously striving to soar above its lowly surroundings. But this one don't mind, and I'm perfectly willing to put up with the boulders for the sake of the undulations. The sensation of riding a small boat over the gently heaving waves of the murmuring sea is, I think, one of the pleasures of life, and the next thing to it is riding a bicycle over the last 3 miles of the San Pablo Avenue macadam as I found it on that April morning. The wave-like macadam abruptly terminates, and I find myself on a common dirt road. It's a fair road. However, I have plenty of time to look about and admire whatever bits of scenery happen to come in view. There are few spots in the Golden State from which views of more or less beauty are not to be obtained. And ere I am a baker's dozen of miles from Oakland Pier, I find myself within an ace of taking an undesirable header into a ditch of water by the roadside, while looking upon a scene that for the moment completely wins me from my immediate surroundings. There is nothing particularly grand or imposing in the outlook here, but the late rains have clothed the whole smiling face of nature with a bright, refreshing green that fails not to awaken a thrill of pleasure in the breast of one fresh from the verdureless streets of a large seaport city. Broad fields of pale green, thrifty-looking young wheat and darker-hued meads stretch away on either side of the road, and away beyond to the left, through an opening in the hills, can be seen, as through a window, the placid waters of the bay, over whose glittering sunlit surface white-winged aristocratic yachts and the plebeian smacks of Greek and Italian fishermen swiftly glide, and fairly vie with each other in giving the finishing touches to the picture. So far the road continues level and fairly good, and notwithstanding the seductive pleasures of the ride over the bounding billows of the gently heaving macadam, the dalliance with the scenery, and the all-too-frequent dismounts in deference to the objections of phantom-eyed roadsters, I pulled up at San Pablo at 10 o'clock, having covered the 16 miles in 1 hour and 32 minutes. Though, of course, there's nothing speedy about this, to which desirable qualification, indeed, I lay no claim. Soon after leaving San Pablo, the country gets somewhat choppy, and the road a succession of short hills, at the bottom of which modest-looking mud-holes patiently await an opportunity to make one's acquaintance, or scraggy-looking latitudinous washouts are awaiting their chance to commit a murder, or to make the unwary cycler who should venture to coast think he had wheeled over the tail of an earthquake. One never minds a hilly road where one can reach the bottom with an impetus that sends him spinning halfway up the next, but where mud-holes or washouts resolutely hold the fort in every depression, it is different, and the progress of the cycler is necessarily slow. I have set upon reaching Suisun, a point 50 miles along the Central Pacific Railway tonight, but the roads after leaving San Pablo are anything but good, and the day is warm. So 6 p.m. finds me trudging along an unridable piece of road through the low tuile swamps that border Suisun Bay. Tuile is the name given to the species of tall, rank grass, or rather rush, that grows to the height of 8 or 10 feet, and so thick in places that it's difficult to pass through, in the low swampy grounds in this part of California. These tuile swamps are traversed by a network of small sluggish streams and sloughs that fairly swarm with wild ducks and geese, and justly entitle them to their local title of the duck hunter's paradise. Ere I am through this swamp, the shades of night gather ominously around, and settle down like a pall over the half-flooded flats. The road is full of mud-holes and pools of water, through which it's difficult to navigate, and I am in something of a quandary. I am sweeping along at the irresistible velocity of a mile an hour, and wondering how far it is to the other end of the swampy road, when thrice welcome succor appears from a strange and altogether unexpected source. I had noticed a small fire twinkling through the darkness away off in the swamp, and now the wind rises, and the flames of the small fire spread to the thick patches of dead tuile. In a short time, the whole country, including my road, is lit up by the fierce glare of the blaze, so that I am enabled to proceed with little trouble. These tuiles often catch on fire in the fall and early winter, when everything is comparatively dry, and fairly rival the prairie fires of the western plains in the fierceness of the flames. The next morning I start off in a drizzling rain, and after going 16 miles, I have to remain for the day at Elmira. Here, among other things of interest, I learn that 20 miles farther ahead, the Sacramento River is flooding the country, and the only way I can hope to get through is to take the Central Pacific Track and cross over the 6 miles of open trestle work that spans the Sacramento River and its broad bottomlands that are subject to the annual spring overflow. From Elmira my way leads through a fruit and farming country that is called second to none in the world. Magnificent farms line the road. At short intervals appear large, well-kept vineyards, in which gangs of Chinese coolies are hoeing and pulling weeds, and otherwise keeping trim. A profusion of peach, pear, and almond orchards enlivens the landscape with a wealth of pink and white blossoms, and fills the balmy spring air with a subtle, sensuous perfume that savors of a tropical clime. Already I realize there's going to be as much foot riding as anything for the first part of my journey. So while halting for dinner at the village of Davisville, I deliver my rather slight shoes over to the tender mercies of an Irish cobbler of the old school, with carte blanche instructions to fit them out for hard service. While diligently hammering away at the shoes, the old cobbler grows communicative, and in almost unintelligible brogue tells a complicated tale of Irish life, out of which I can make neither head, tail, nor tail, though nodding and assenting to it all, to the great satisfaction of the loquacious manipulator of the last, who in an hour hands over the shoes with the proud assertion, "They'll last ye's, be jabbers, to Omaha." Reaching the overflowed country, I have to take to the trestle work and begin the tedious process of trundling along that aggravating roadway where, to the music of rushing waters, I have to step from tie to tie and bump, bump, bump my machine along for 6 weary miles. The Sacramento River is the outlet for the tremendous volumes of water caused every spring by the melting snows of the Sierra Nevada mountains, and these long stretches of open trestle have been found necessary to allow the water to pass beneath. Nothing but trains are expected to cross this trestle work, and of course no provision is made for pedestrians. The engineer of an approaching train sets his locomotive to tooting for all she's worth as he sees a strayed or stolen cycler slowly bumping along ahead of his train. But he has no need to slow up, for occasional cross beams stick out far enough to admit the standing out of reach. And when he comes up alongside, he and the fireman look out of the window of the cab and see me squatting at the end of one of these handy beams, letting the bicycle hang over. That night I stay in Sacramento, the beautiful capital of the Golden State, whose well-shaded streets and blooming, almost tropical gardens combine to form a city of quiet, dignified beauty, of which Californians feel justly proud. 3.5 miles east of Sacramento, the high trestle bridge spanning the main stream of the American River has to be crossed, and from this bridge is obtained a remarkably fine view of the snow-capped Sierras. The great barrier that separates the fertile valleys and glorious climate of California from the bleak and barren sagebrush plains, rugged mountains, and forbidding wastes of sand and alkali that from the summit of the Sierras stretch away to the eastward for over 1,000 miles. The view from the American River Bridge is grand and imposing, encompassing the whole foothill country, which rolls in broken irregular billows of forest-crowned hill and charming vale, upward and onward to the east, gradually getting more rugged, rocky, and immense, the hills changing to mountains, the vales to canyons, until they terminate in bald, hoary peaks whose white, rugged pinnacles seem to penetrate the sky and stand out in ghostly, shadowy outline against the azure depths of space beyond. After crossing the American River, the character of the country changes, and I enjoy a 10-mile ride over a fair road through one of those splendid sheep ranches that are only found in California, and which have long challenged the admiration of the world. 60,000 acres, I am informed, is the extent of this pasture, all within one fence. The soft, velvety greensward is half shaded by the wide-spreading branches of evergreen oaks, that singly and in small groups are scattered at irregular intervals from one end of the pasture to the other, giving it the appearance of one of the old ancestral parks of England. As I bowl pleasantly along, I involuntarily look about me, half expecting to see some grand, stately old mansion peeping from among some one of the splendid oak groves. And when a jackrabbit hops out and halts at 20 paces from my road, I half hesitate to fire at him, lest the noise of the report should bring out the vigilant and lynx-eyed gamekeeper and get me summoned for poaching. I remember the pleasant 10-mile ride through this park-like pasture as one of the brightest spots of the whole journey across America. But every rose conceals a thorn, and pleasant paths often lead astray. When I emerge from the pasture, I find myself several miles off the right road and have to make my unhappy way across lots, through numberless gates and small ranches, to the road again. There seems to be quite a sprinkling of Spanish or Mexican rancheros through here, and after partaking of the welcome noontide hospitality of one of the ranches, I find myself, before I realize it, illustrating the bicycle and its uses to a group of sombrero-decked rancheros and dark-eyed señoritas by riding the machine round and round on their own ranch lawn. It is a novel position, to say the least, and often afterward, wending my solitary way across some dreary Nevada desert, with no company but my own uncanny shadow, sharply outlined on the white alkali by the glaring rays of the sun, my untrammeled thoughts would wander back to this scene, and I would grow hot and cold by turns in my uncertainty as to whether the bewitching smiles of the señoritas were smiles of admiration, or whether they were simply grinning at the figure I cut. While not conscious of having cut a sorrier figure than usual on that occasion, somehow I cannot rid myself of an unhappy, ban-owing suspicion that the latter comes nearer the truth than the former. The ground is gradually getting more broken. Huge rocks intrude themselves upon the landscape. At the town of Rockland, we are supposed to enter the foothill country proper. Much of the road in these lower foothills is excellent, being of hard, stony character and proof against the winter rains. Everybody who writes anything about the Golden State is expected to say something complimentary or otherwise, as his experience may seem to dictate, about the glorious climate of California, or else render an account of himself for the slight, should he ever return, which he is very liable to do. For no matter what he may say about it, the glorious climate generally manages to make one ever after somewhat dissatisfied with the extremes of heat and cold met with in less genial regions. This fact of having to pay my measure of tribute to the climate forces itself on my notice prominently here at Rockland, because indirectly the climate was instrumental in bringing about a slight accident, which in turn brought about the, to me, serious calamity of sending me to bed without any supper. Rockland is celebrated and by certain bad people ridiculed all over this part of the foothills for the superabundance of its juvenile population. If one makes any inquisitive remarks about this fact, the Rocklandite addressed will either blush or grin according to his temperament and say, "It's the glorious climate. A bicycle is a decided novelty up here," and of course the multitudinous youth turn out in droves to see it. The bewildering swarms of these small mountaineers distract my attention and cause me to take a header that temporarily disables the machine. The result is that in order to reach the village where I wish to stay overnight, I have to foot it over 4 miles of the best road I have found since leaving San Pablo, and lose my supper into the bargain by procrastinating at the village smithy so as to have my machine in trim, ready for an early start next morning. If the glorious climate of California is responsible for the exceedingly hopeful prospects of Rockland's future census reports, and the said lively outlook materialized is responsible for my mishap, then plainly the said G.C. of C. is the responsible element of the case. I hope this compliment to the climate will strike the Californians as about the correct thing, but if it should happen to work the other way, I beg of them at once to pour out the vials of their wrath on the heads of the Frisco Bicycle Club, in order that their fury may be spent ere I again set foot on their auriferous soil. "What'll you do when you hit the snow?" is now a frequent question asked by the people hereabouts, who seem to be more conversant with affairs pertaining to the mountains than they are of what's going on in the valleys below. This remark, of course, has reference to the deep snow that toward the summit of the mountains covers the ground to the depth of 10 feet on the level, and from that to almost any depth where it's drifted and accumulated. I have not started out on this greatest of all bicycle tours without looking at these difficulties, and I remind them that the long snowsheds of the Central Pacific Railway make it possible for one to cross over no matter how deep the snow may lie on the ground outside. Some speak cheerfully of the prospects for getting over, but many shake their heads ominously and say, "You'll never be able to make it through." End of section. Section 2 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 1, Part 2. Over the Sierra Nevada, Part 2. Rougher and more hilly become the roads as we gradually penetrate farther and farther into the foothills. We are now in far-famed Placer County, and the evidences of the hardy gold diggers' work in pioneer days are all about us. In every gulch and ravine are to be seen broken and decaying sluice boxes. Bare, whitish-looking patches of washed-out gravel show where a claim had been worked over and abandoned. In every direction are old water ditches, heaps of gravel, and abandoned shafts, all telling in language more eloquent than word or pen of the palmy days of '49 and succeeding years, when in these deep gulches and on those yellow hills thousands of bronzed, red-shirted miners dug and delved and rocked the cradle for the precious yellow dust and nuggets. But all is now changed, and where were hundreds before, now only a few old-timers roam the foothills, prospecting and working over the old claims. But dust, nuggets, and pockets still form the burden of conversation in the village bar-room or the crossroads saloon. Now and then a strike is made by some lucky, or perhaps it turns out unlucky, prospector. This for a few days kindles anew the slumbering spark of gold fever that lingers in the veins of the people here, ever ready to kindle into a flame at every bit of exciting news in the way of a lucky find near home, or new gold fields in some distant land. These occasions never fail to have their legitimate effect upon the business of the bar, where the old-timers congregate to learn the news, and between drinks, yarns of the good old days of '49 and '50, of streaks of luck, of big nuggets and wild times, are spun over and over again. Although the palmy days of the diggins are no more, yet the finder of a pocket these days seems not a whit wiser than in the days when pockets more frequently rewarded the patient prospector than they do now. And at Newcastle, a station near the old-time mining camps of Ophir and Gold Hill, I hear of a man who lately struck a pocket, out of which he dug $40,000, and forthwith proceeded to imitate his reckless predecessors by going down to Frisco and entering upon a career of protracted sprees and debauchery that cut short his earthly career in less than 6 months and wafted his riotous spirit to where there are no more $40,000 pockets. Not quite so bad was the case of 2 others who, but a few days before my arrival, took out $1,200. They simply, in the language of the goldfields, turned themselves loose, made things hum, and whooped 'em up around the bar-room of their village for exactly 3 days. When dead broke, they took to the gulches again to search for more. "You ought to have happened through here with that instrument of yourn about that time, young feller. You might have kept as full as a tick till they were busted," remarked a slouchy-looking old fellow whose purple-tinted nose plainly indicated that he had devoted a good part of his existence to the business of getting himself full as a tick every time he ran across the chance. Quite a different picture is presented by an industrious old Mexican whom I happened to see away down in the bottom of a deep ravine along which swiftly hurries a tiny stream. He is diligently shoveling dirt into a rude sluice box which he has constructed in the bed of the stream at a point where the water rushes swiftly down a declivity. Setting my bicycle up against a rock, I clamber down the steep bank to investigate in tones that savor of anything but satisfaction with the result of his labor. He informs me that he has to work most infernal hard to pan out $2 worth of dust a day. I've had to work all over that pile of gravel you see yonder to clean up $17 worth of dust," further volunteered the old greaser, as I picked up a spare shovel and helped him remove a couple of boulders that he was trying to roll out of his war. I condole with him at the low grade of the gravel he is working. Hope he may strike it rich one of these days and take my departure. Up here I find it preferable to keep the railway track, alongside of which there are occasionally rideable side paths, while on the wagon roads little or no riding can be done on account of the hills and the sticky nature of the red, clayey soil. From the railway track near Newcastle is obtained a magnificent view of the lower country, traversed during the last 3 days, with the Sacramento River winding its way through its broad valley to the sea. Deep cuts and high embankments follow each other in succession, as the roadbed is now broken through a hill, now carried across a deep gulch, and anon winds around the next hill and over another ravine. Before reaching Auburn, I pass through Bloomer Cut, where perpendicular walls of boulders loom up on both sides of the track, looking as if the slightest touch or jar would unloose them and send them bounding and crashing on the top of the passing train as it glides along, or drop down on the stray cycler who might venture through. On the way past Auburn and on up to Clipper Gap, the dry yellow dirt under the overhanging rocks and in the crevices is so suggestive of dust that I take a small prospecting glass, which I have in my tool bag, and do a little prospecting, without, however, finding sufficient color to induce me to abandon my journey and go to digging. Before reaching Clipper Gap, it begins to rain. While I'm taking dinner at that place, it quits raining and begins to come down by buckets full, so that I have to lie over for the remainder of the day. The hills around Clipper Gap are gay and white with chaparral blossom, which gives the whole landscape a pleasant, gala day appearance. It rains all the evening, and at night it turns to heavy, damp snow which clings to the trees and bushes. In the morning the landscape, which a few hours before was white, with chaparral bloom, is now even more white with the bloom of the snow. My hostelry at Clipper Gap is a kind of half-ranch, half-roadside inn, down in a small valley near the railway, and mine host, a jovial Irish blade of the good old Donnybrook Fair variety, who came here in 1851 during the great rush to the goldfields, and failing to make his fortune in the diggings, wisely decided for his family and settled down quietly on a piece of land in preference to returning to the old sod. He turns out to be a bit of a sport myself, and after showing me a number of minor pets and favorites, such as game chickens, Brahma geese, and a litter of young bull-pups, he proudly leads the way to the barn to show me Barney, his greatest pet of all, whom he at present keeps securely tied up for safe keeping. More than one evil-minded person has a hankering after Barney's gore since his last battle for the championship of Placer County, he explains, in which he inflicted severe punishment on his adversary and resolutely refused to give in, although his opponent on this important occasion was an imported dog brought into the county by Barney's enemies, who hoped to fill their pockets by betting against the local champion. But Barney, who is a medium-sized, ferocious-looking bull-terrier, scooped the crowd backing the imported dog, to the extent of their pile, by walking all around his adversary, and thereby stirring up the enmity of said crowd against himself, who, so says Barney's master, have never yet been able to scare up a dog able to down Barney. As we stand in the barn door, Barney eyes me suspiciously, and then looks at his master, but luckily for me, his master fails to give the word. Noticing that the dog is scared and seemed all over, I inquire the reason, and am told that he has been fighting wild boars in the chaparral, of which gentle pastime he is extremely fond. Yes, and he'll tackle a cougar, too, of which there are plenty of them around here, if that cowardly animal would only keep out of the trees. Admiringly, continues mine host, as he orders Barney into his empty salt barrel again. Today is Sunday, and it rains and snows with little interruption, so that I am compelled to stay over till Monday morning. While it's raining at Clipper Gap, it's snowing higher up in the mountains, and a railway employee volunteers the cheering information that during the winter the snow has drifted and accumulated in the sheds, so that a train can barely squeeze through, leaving no room for a person to stand to one side. I have my own ideas of whether this state of affairs is probable or not, however, and determined to pay no heed to any of these rumors, but to push ahead. So I put out on Monday morning and take to the railway track again, which is the only passable road since the tremendous downpour of the last 2 days. The first thing I come across is a tunnel burrowing through a hill. The tunnel was originally built the proper size, but after being walled up there were indications of a general cave-in, so the company had to go to work and build another thick rock wall inside the other, which leaves barely room for the trains to pass through without touching the sides. It is anything but an inviting path around the hill, but it is far the safer of the two. Once my foot slips, and I unceremoniously sit down and slide around in the soft yellow clay, in my frantic endeavors to keep from slipping down the hill. This hardly enhances my personal appearance, but it doesn't matter much, as I am where no one can see me, and a clay-besmeared individual is worth a dozen dead ones. Soon I'm on the track again, briskly trudging up the steep grade toward the snow line, which I can plainly see, at no great distance ahead, through the windings around the mountains. All through here, the only riding to be done is along occasional short stretches of difficult path beside the track, where it happens to be a hard surface, and on the plank platforms of the stations, where I generally take a turn or two to satisfy the consuming curiosity of the miners, who can't imagine how anybody can ride a thing that won't stand alone, at the same time arguing among themselves as to whether I ride along on one of the rails or bump over the protruding ties. This morning I follow the railway track around the famous Cape Horn, a place that never fails to photograph itself permanently on the memory of all who once see it. For scenery that is magnificently grand and picturesque, the view from where the railway track curves around Cape Horn is probably without a peer on the American continent. When the Central Pacific Railway Company started to grade their roadbed around here, men were first swung over this precipice from above with ropes until they made standing room for themselves, and then a narrow ledge was cut on the almost perpendicular side of the Rocky Mountain, around which the railway now winds. Standing on this ledge, the rocks tower skyward on one side of the track so close as almost to touch the passing train, and on the other is a sheer precipice of 2,500 feet, where one can stand on the edge and see far below the North Fork of the American River, which looks like a thread of silver laid along the narrow valley, and sends up a faraway, scarcely perceptible roar as it rushes and rumbles along over its rocky bed. The railroad track is carefully looked after at this point, and I was able, by turning around and taking the downgrade, to experience the novelty of a short ride, the memory of which will be ever welcome should one live to be as old as the oldest inhabitant. The scenery for the next few miles is glorious. The grand and imposing mountains are partially covered with stately pines down to their bases, around which winds the turbulent American River, receiving on its boisterous march down the mountains tribute from hundreds of smaller streams and rivulets, which come splashing and dashing out of the dark canyons and crevices of the mighty hills. The weather is capricious, and by the time I reach Dutch Flat, 10 miles east of Cape Horn, the floodgates of heaven are thrown open again, and less than an hour succeeds in impressing Dutch Flat upon my memory as a place where there is literally water everywhere, but not a drop to. No, I cannot finish the quotation. What is the use of lying? There's plenty to drink at Dutch Flat, plenty of everything. But there is no joke about the water. It's pouring in torrents from above. The streets are shallow streams, and from scores of ditches and gullies comes the merry music of swiftly rushing waters, while to crown all, scores of monster streams are rushing with a hissing sound from the mouths of huge pipes or nozzles, and playing against the surrounding hills. For Dutch Flat and neighboring camps are the great center of hydraulic mining operations in California at the present day. Streams of water higher up the mountains are taken from their channels and conducted hither through miles of wooden flumes and iron piping, and from the mouths of huge nozzles are thrown with tremendous force against the hills, literally mowing them down. The rain stops as abruptly as it began. The sun shines out clear and warm as I push ahead once more. Gradually I have been getting up into the snow, and ever and anon a muffled roar comes booming and echoing over the mountains like the sound of distant artillery. It is the sullen noise of monstrous snowslides among the deep, dark canyons of the mountains, though a wicked person at Gold Run winked at another man and tried to make me believe it was the grizzlies going about the mountains like roaring lions, seeking whom they might devour. The great voices of nature, the imposing scenery, the gloomy pine forests, which have now taken the place of the gay chaparral, combine to impress one who all alone looks and listens with a realizing sense of his own littleness. What a change has come over the whole face of nature in a few days' travel. But 4 days ago I was in the semi-tropical Sacramento Valley. Now gaunt winter reigns supreme, and the only vegetation is the hardy pine. This afternoon I pass a small camp of Digger Indians, to whom my bicycle is as much a mystery as was the first locomotive. Yet they scarcely turn their uncovered heads to look, and my cheery greeting of "How?" scarce elicits a grunt and a stare in reply. Long years of chronic hunger and wretchedness have well nigh eradicated what little energy these diggers ever possessed. The discovery of gold among their native mountains has been their bane, the only antidote the rude grave beneath the pine and the happy hunting grounds beyond. The next morning finds me briskly trundling through the great gloomy snow sheds that extend with but few breaks for the next 40 miles. When I emerge from them on the other end, I shall be over the summit and well down the eastern slope of the mountains. These huge sheds have been built at great expense to protect the track from the vast quantities of snow that fall every winter on these mountains. They wind around the mountain sides, their roofs built so slanting that the mighty avalanche of rock and snow that comes thundering down from above glides harmlessly over and down the chasm on the other side, while the train glides along unharmed beneath them. The section houses, the water tanks, stations, and everything along here are all under the gloomy but friendly shelter of the great protecting sheds. Fortunately, I find the difficulties of getting through much less than I had been led by rumors to anticipate, and although no riding can be done in the sheds, I make very good progress, and trudge merrily along, thankful of a chance to get over the mountains without having to wait a month or 6 weeks for the snow outside to disappear. At intervals, short breaks occur in the sheds, where the track runs over a deep gulch or ravine, or at one of these openings the sinuous structure can be traced for quite a long distance, winding its tortuous way around the rugged mountain-sides and through the gloomy pine forest, all but buried under the snow. It requires no great effort of the mind to imagine it to be some wonderful relic of a past civilization, when a venturesome race of men thus dared to invade these vast wintry solitudes and burrow their way through the deep snow, like moles burrowing through the loose earth. Not a living thing is in sight, and the only sounds, the occasional roar of a distant snowslide and the mournful sighing of the breeze as it plays a weird, melancholy dirge through the gently swaying branches of the tall, somber pines whose stately trunks are half buried in the omnipresent snow. Tonight I stay at the Summit Hotel, 7,017 feet above the level of the sea. The summit is nothing if not snowy, and I'm told that 30 feet on the level is no unusual thing up here. Indeed, it looks as if snowballing on the glorious 4th were no great luxury at the Summit House. Yet notwithstanding the decidedly wintry aspect of the Sierras, the low temperature of the Rockies farther east is unknown, and although there is snow to the right, snow to the left, snow all around, and ice underfoot, I travel all through the gloomy sheds in my shirt-sleeves, with but a gossamer of rubber coat thrown over my shoulders to keep off the snow water, which is constantly melting and dripping through the roof, making it almost like going through a shower of rain. Often when it is warm and balmy outside, it's cold and frosty under the sheds, and the dripping water falling among the rocks and timbers freezes into a manner of fantastic shapes. Whole menageries of ice animals, birds, and all imaginable objects are here reproduced in clear crystal ice, while in many places the ground is covered with an irregular coating of the same that often has to be chipped away from the rails. East of the summit is a succession of short tunnels, the space between being covered with snowshed, and when I came through the openings and crevices through which the smoke from the engines is wont to make its escape, and through which a few rays of light penetrate the gloomy interior, are blocked up with snow, so that it is both dark and smoky, and groping one's way with a bicycle over the rough surface is anything but pleasant going. But there is nothing so bad, it seems, but that it can get a great deal worse, and before getting far, I hear an approaching train, and forthwith proceed to occupy as small an amount of space as possible against the side, while 3 laboriously puffing engines, tugging a long, heavy freight train up the steep grade, go past. These 3 puffing, smoke-emitting monsters fill every nook and corner of the tunnel with dense smoke, which creates a darkness by the side of which the natural darkness of the tunnel is daylight in comparison. Here is a darkness that can be felt. I have to grope my way forward, inch by inch, afraid to set my foot down until I have felt the place, for fear of blundering into a culvert. At the same time never knowing whether there is room, just where I am, to get out of the way of a train. A cyclometer wouldn't have to exert itself much through here to keep tally of the revolutions, for, besides advancing with extreme caution, I pause every few steps to listen, as in the oppressive darkness and equally oppressive silence the senses are so keenly on the alert that the gentle rattle of the bicycle over the uneven surface seems to make a noise that would prevent me from hearing an approaching train. This finally comes to an end, and at the opening in the sheds I climb up into a pine tree to obtain a view of Donner Lake, called the Gem of the Sierras. It is a lovely little lake, and amid the pines, and on its shores, occurred one of the most pathetically tragic events of the old emigrant days. Briefly related, a small party of emigrants became snowed in while camped at the lake, and when toward spring a rescuing party reached the spot, the last survivor of the partly crazed with the fearful suffering he had undergone was sitting on a log savagely gnawing away at a human arm, the last remnant of his companions in misery, off whose emaciated carcasses he had for some time been living. My road now follows the course of the Truckee River down the eastern slope of the Sierras and across the boundary line into Nevada. The Truckee is a rapid, rollicking stream from one end to the other, and affords dam sites and mill sites without limit. There is little ridable road down the Truckee Canyon, but before reaching Verde, a station a few miles over the Nevada line, I find good road and ride up and dismount at the door of the little hotel as coolly as if I had rode without dismount all the way from Frisco. Here at Verde is a camp of Washoe Indians, who had once showed their superiority to the diggers by clustering around and examining the bicycle with great curiosity. Verde is less than 40 miles from the summit of the Sierras, and from the porch of the hotel I can see the snowstorm still fiercely raging up in the place where I stood a few hours ago. Yet one can feel that he is already in a drier and altogether different climate. The great masses of clouds traveling inward from the coast with their burdens of moisture, like messengers of peace with presents to a far country, being unable to surmount the great mountain barrier that towers skyward across their path, unload their precious cargoes on the mountains, and the parched plains of Nevada open their thirsty mouths in vain. At Verde, I bid good-bye to the Golden State, and follow the course of the sparkling Truckee toward the 40-mile desert. End of section.
Section 3 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens. Section 3, Part 2. Over the Deserts of Nevada, Part 1. Gradually I leave the pine-clad slopes of the Sierras behind, and every revolution of my wheel reveals scenes that constantly remind me that I am in the great sagebrush state. How appropriate indeed is the name. Sagebrush is the first thing seen on entering Nevada, almost the only vegetation seen while passing through it, and the last thing seen on leaving it. Clear down to the edge of the rippling waters of the Truckee, on the otherwise barren plain, covering the elevated tablelands, up the hills, even to the mountain tops everywhere, nothing but sagebrush. In plain view to the right, as I roll on toward Reno, are the mountains on which the world-renowned Comstock lode is situated, and Reno was formerly the point from which this celebrated mining camp was reached. Before reaching Reno, I meet a lone Washoe Indian. He is riding a diminutive, scraggy-looking Mustang. One of his legs is muffled up in a red blanket, and in one hand he carries a rudely invented crutch. "How will you trade horses?" I banteringly ask as we meet in the road, and I dismount for an interview, to find out what kind of Indians these Washoes are. To my friendly chaff he vouchsafes no reply, but simply sits motionless on his pony and fixes a regular Injun stare on the bicycle. "What's the matter with your leg?" I persist, pointing at the blanket-bemuffled member. "Heap sick foot," is the reply, given with the characteristic brevity of the savage. And now that the ice of his aboriginal reserve is broken, he manages to find words enough to ask me for tobacco. I have no tobacco, but the ride through the crisp morning air has been productive of a surplus amount of animal spirits, and I feel like doing something funny, so I volunteer to cure his sick foot by sundry dark and mysterious maneuvers that I unblushingly intimate are heap good medicine. With owlish solemnity, my small monkey wrench is taken from the tool bag and waved around the sick foot a few times, and the operation is completed by squirting a few drops from my oil can through a hole in the blanket. Before going, I give him to understand that in order to have the good medicine operate to his advantage, he will have to soak his copper-colored hide in a bath every morning for a week. Flattering myself that while my mystic maneuvers will do him no harm, the latter prescription will certainly do him good if he acts on it, which, however, is extremely doubtful. Boiling into Reno at 10:30 a.m., the characteristic whiskey-straight hospitality of the Far West at once asserts itself, and one individual with sporting proclivities invites me to stop over a day or two and assist him to paint Reno red at his expense. Leaving Reno, my route leads through the famous Truckee Meadows, a strip of very good agricultural land where plenty of money used to be made by raising produce for the Virginia City market. "But there's nothing in it any more since the Comstocks played out," glumly remarks a ranchman, at whose place I get dinner. "I'll take less for my ranch now than I was offered 10 years ago," he continues. The meadows gradually contract, and soon after dinner I find myself again following the Truckee down a narrow space between mountains, whose volcanic-looking rocks are destitute of all vegetation, save stunted sagebrush. All down here the road is ridable in patches, but many dismounts have to be made, and the walking to be done aggregates at least 1/3 of the whole distance traveled during the day. Sneakish coyotes prowl about these mountains, from whence they pay neighborly visits to the chicken roosts of the ranchers in the Truckee meadows nearby. Toward night, a pair of these animals are observed following behind at the respectful distance of 500 yards. One need not be apprehensive of danger from these contemptible animals, however. They are simply following behind in a frame of mind similar to that of a hungry schoolboy's when gazing longingly into a confectioner's window. Still, Night is gathering around, and it begins to look as though I will have to pillow my head on the soft side of a boulder and take lodgings on the footsteps of a bald mountain tonight. And it will scarcely invite sleep to know that two pairs of sharp, wolfish eyes are peering wistfully through the darkness at one's prostrate form, and two red tongues are licking about in hungry anticipation of one's blood. Moreover, these animals have an unpleasant habit of congregating after night to pay their compliments to the pale moon, and to hold concerts that would put to shame a whole regiment of Kilkenny cats, though there is but little comparison between the two, save that one howls and the other yowls, and either is equally effective in driving away the drowsy goddess. I try to draw these two animals within range of my revolver by hiding behind rocks, but they are too chary of their precious carcasses to take any risks, and the moment I disappear from their sight behind a rock they are on the alert, and looking 40 ways at the same time to make sure that I am not creeping up on them from some other direction. Fate, however, has decreed that I am not to sleep out tonight. Not quite out. A lone shanty looms up through the gathering darkness, and I immediately turn my footsteps thitherwise. I find it occupied. I am all right now for the night. Hold on, though, not so fast. There is many a slip, etc. The little shanty, with a few acres of rather rocky ground on the bank of the Truckee, is presided over by a lonely bachelor of German extraction, who eyes me with evident suspicion, as, leaning on my bicycle in front of his rude cabin door, I ask to be accommodated for the night. Were it a man on horseback or a man with a team, this hermit-like rancher could satisfy himself to some extent as to the character of his visitor, for he sees men on horseback or men in wagons on an average, perhaps once a week during the summer, and can see plenty of them any day by going to Reno. But me and the bicycle he cannot size up so readily. He never saw the like of us before, and we are beyond his Teutonic frontier-like comprehension. He gives us up, he fails to solve the puzzle, he knows not how to unravel the mystery, and with characteristic Teutonic bluntness he advises us to push on through 15 miles of rocks, sand, and darkness to Wadsworth. The prospect of worrying my way, hungry and weary, through 15 miles of rough, unknown country after dark looms up as rather a formidable task. So, summoning my reserve stock of persuasive eloquence, backed up by sundry significant movements, such as setting the bicycle up against the cabin wall and sitting down on a block of wood under the window, I finally prevail upon him to accommodate me with a blanket on the floor of the shanty. He has just finished supper, and the remnants of the frugal repast are still on the table, but he says nothing about any supper for me. He scarcely feels satisfied with himself yet. He feels that I have, in some mysterious manner, gained an unfair advantage over him, and obtained a foothold in his shanty against his own wish, jumped his claim, so to speak. Not that I think the man really inhospitable at heart, but he has been so habitually alone, away from his fellow-men so much, that the presence of a stranger in his cabin makes him feel uneasy, and when that stranger is accompanied by a queer-looking piece of machinery that cannot stand alone, but which he nevertheless says he rides on, our lonely rancher is perhaps not so much to be wondered at, after all, for his absent-mindedness in regard to my supper. His mind is occupied with other thoughts. You couldn't accommodate a fellow with a bite to eat, could you? I timidly venture, after devouring what eatables are in sight, over and over again, with my eyes. I have plenty of money to pay for any accommodation I get. I think it policy to add, by way of cornering him up and giving him as little chance to refuse as possible, for I am decidedly hungry, and if money or diplomacy or both will produce supper, I don't propose to go to bed supperless. I am not much surprised to see him bear out my faith in his innate hospitality by apologizing for not thinking of my supper before, and insisting against my expressed wishes, on lighting the fire and getting me a warm meal of fried ham and coffee, for which I beg leave to withdraw any unfavorable impressions in regard to him which my previous remarks may possibly have made on the reader's mind. After supper he thaws out a little, and I wheedle out of him a part of his history. He settled on this spot of semi-cultivable land during the flush times on the Comstock, and used to prosper very well by raising vegetables with the aid of Truckee River water, and hauling them to the mining camps. But the palmy days of the Comstock have departed, and with them our lonely rancher's prosperity. Mine host has barely blankets enough for his own narrow bunk, and it is really an act of generosity on his part when he takes a blanket off his bed and invites me to extract what comfort I can get out of it for the night. Snowy mountains are round about, and curled up on the floor of the shanty, like a kitten under a stove in midwinter, I shiver the long hours away, and endeavor to feel thankful that it is no worse. For a short distance next morning the road is ridable, but nearing Wadsworth it gets sandy, and sandy in Nevada means deep, loose sand, in which one sinks almost to his ankles at every step, and where the possession of a bicycle fails to awaken that degree of enthusiasm that it does on a smooth, hard road. At Wadsworth I have to bid farewell to the Truckee River and start across the 40-mile desert, which lies between the Truckee and Humboldt rivers. Standing on a sandhill and looking eastward across the dreary, desolate waste of sand, rocks, and alkali, it is with positive regret that I think of leaving the cool, sparkling stream that has been my almost constant companion for nearly 100 miles. It has always been at hand to quench my thirst or furnish a refreshing bath. More than once have I beguiled the tedium of some uninteresting part of the journey by racing with some trifling object hurried along on its rippling surface. I shall miss the murmuring music of its dancing waters as one would miss the conversation of a companion. This 40-mile desert is the place that was so much dreaded by the emigrants en route to the gold fields of California, there being not a blade of grass nor drop of water for the whole 40 miles, nothing but a dreary waste of sand and rocks that reflects the heat of the sun and renders the desert a veritable furnace in midsummer. And the stock of the emigrants, worn out by the long journey from the States, would succumb by the score in crossing. Though much of the trail is totally unfit for cycling, there are occasional alkali flats that are smooth and hard enough to play croquet on. And this afternoon, while riding with careless ease across one of these places, I am struck with the novelty of the situation. I am in the midst of the dreariest, deadest-looking country imaginable. Whirlwinds of sand, looking at a distance like huge columns of smoke, are wandering erratically over the plains in all directions. The blazing sun casts with startling vividness on the smooth white alkali that awful, scraggy, straggling shadow that, like a vengeful fate, always accompanies the cycler on a sunny day, and which is the bane of a sensitive wheelman's life. The only representative of animated nature hereabouts is a species of small gray lizard that scuttles over the bare ground with astonishing rapidity. Not even a bird is seen in the air. All living things seem instinctively to avoid this dread spot save the lizard. A desert 40 miles wide is not a particularly large one, but when one is in the middle of it, it might as well be as extensive as Sahara itself. For anything he can see to the contrary, and away off to the right, I behold as perfect a mirage as one could wish to see. A person can scarce help believing his own eyes, and did one not have some knowledge of these strange and wondrous phenomena, one's orbs of vision would indeed open with astonishment. For seemingly but a few miles away is a beautiful lake, whose shores are fringed with wavy foliage, and whose cool waters seem to leave the burning desert sands at its edge. A short distance to the right of Hot Springs Station, broken clouds of steam are seen rising from the ground, as though huge cauldrons of water were being heated there. Going to the spot, I find indeed cauldrons of boiling water, but the cauldrons are in the depths. At irregular openings in the rocky ground, the bubbling water wells to the surface, and the fires, where are the fires? On another part of this desert are curious springs that look demure and innocuous enough most of the time, but occasionally they emit columns of spray and steam. It is related of these springs that once a party of emigrants passed by, and one of the men knelt down to take a drink of the clear, nice-looking water. At the instant he leaned over, the spring spurted a quantity of steam and spray all over him, scaring him nearly out of his wits. The man sprang up and ran as if for his life, frantically beckoning the wagons to move on, at the same time shouting at the top of his voice, "Drive on! Drive on! Hell's no great distance from here." From the 40-mile desert my road leads up the valley of the Humboldt River. On the shores of Humboldt Lake are camped a dozen Paiute lodges, and I make a half-hour halt to pay them a visit. I shall never know whether I am a welcome visitor or not. They show no signs of pleasure or displeasure as I trundle the bicycle through the sagebrush toward them. Leaning it familiarly up against one of their teepees, I wander among them and pry into their domestic affairs like a health officer in a New York tenement. I know I have no right to do this without saying, "By your leave," but item hunters the world over do likewise, so I feel little squeamishness about it. Moreover, when I come back, I find the Indians are playing tit for tat against me. Not only are they curiously examining the bicycle as a whole, but they have opened the tool bag and are examining the tools, handing them around among themselves. I don't think these Paiutes are smart or bold enough to steal nowadays. Their intercourse with the whites along the railroad has, in a measure, relieved them of those aboriginal traits of character that would incite them to steal a brass button off their pale-faced brother's coat, or screw a nut off his bicycle, but they have learned to beg. The noble Paiute of today is an incorrigible mendicant. Gathering up my tools from among them, the monkey-wrench seems to have found favor in the eyes of a wrinkled-faced brave, who, it seems, is a chief. He hands the wrench over with a smile that is meant to be captivating, and points at it as I'm putting it back into the bag, and grunts, "Ugh, Paiute like 'em, Paiute like 'em." As I hold it up and ask him if this is what he means, he again points and repeats, "Paiute like 'em." And this time 2 others standing by point at him and also smile and say, "Him big chief, big Paiute chief, him," thinking no doubt this latter would be a clincher, and that I would at once recognize in big Paiute chief, him, a vastly superior being, and hand him over the wrench. In this, however, they are mistaken, for the wrench I cannot spare. Neither can I see any lingering trace of royalty about him. No kingliness of mien or extra cleanliness, nor is there anything winning about his smile, nor any of their smiles for that matter. The Paiute smile seems to me to be simply a cold, passionless expansion of the vast horizontal slit that reaches almost from one ear to the other and separates the upper and lower sections of their expressionless faces. Even the smiles of the squaws are of the same unlovely pattern, though they seem to be perfectly oblivious of any ugliness whatever. And whenever a pale-faced visitor appears near their tepee, they straightway present him with one of those repulsive, unwinning smiles. Sunday, May 4th, finds me anchored for the day at the village of Lovelocks on the Humboldt River, where I spend quite a remarkable day. Never before did such a strangely assorted crowd gather to see the first bicycle ride they ever saw, as the crowd that gathers behind the station at Lovelocks today to see me. There are perhaps 150 people, of whom 100 are Paiute and Shoshone Indians, and the remainder a mingled company of whites and Chinese railroaders, and among them all it is difficult to say who are the most taken with the novelty of the exhibition, the red, the yellow, or the white. Later in the evening I accept the invitation of a Paiute brave to come out to their camp behind the village and witness rival teams of Shoshone and Paiute squaws play a match game of Firefla, the national game of both the Shoshone and Paiute tribes. The principle of the game is similar to polo. The squaws are armed with long sticks, with which they endeavor to carry a shorter one to the goal. It is a picturesque and novel sight to see the squaws dressed in costumes in which the garb of savagery and civilization is strangely mingled, and the many colors of the rainbow are promiscuously blended, flitting about the field with the agility of a team of professional polo players, while the bucks and old squaws, with their papooses, sit around and watch the game with unmistakable enthusiasm. The Shoshone team wins and looks pleased. Here at Lovelock's I fall in with one of those strange and seemingly incongruous characters that are occasionally met with in the West. He is conversing with a small gathering of Paiutes in their own tongue, and I introduce myself by asking him the probable age of one of the Indians, whose wrinkled and leathery countenance would indicate unusual longevity. He tells me the Indian is probably 90 years old, but the Indians themselves never know their age, as they count everything by the changes of the moon and the seasons, having no knowledge whatever of the calendar year. While talking on this subject, imagine my surprise to hear my informant, who looks as if the Scriptures are the last thing in the world for him to speak of, volunteer the information that our venerable and venerated ancestors, the antediluvians, used to count time in the same way as the Indians, and that instead of Methuselah being 969 years of age, it ought to be revised so as to read 969 moons, which would bring that ancient and long-lived person, the oldest man that ever lived, down to the venerable but by no means extraordinary age of 80 years and 9 months. This is the first time I have heard this theory, and my astonishment at hearing it from the lips of a rough-looking habitué of the Nevada plains, seated in the midst of a group of illiterate Indians, can easily be imagined. On up the Humboldt Valley I continue, now riding over a smooth alkali flat, and again slavishly trundling through deep sand, a dozen snowy mountain peaks round about, the Humboldt sluggishly winding its way through the alkali plain, on past Eye Patch, to the right of which are more hot springs, and farther on mines of pure sulphur. All these things, especially the latter, unpleasantly suggestive of a certain place where the climate is popularly supposed to be uncomfortably warm. On past Humboldt Station, near which place I wantonly shoot a poor harmless badger, who peers inquisitively out of his hole as I ride past. There is something peculiarly pathetic about the actions of a dying badger, and no sooner has the thoughtless shot sped on its mission of death than I am sorry for doing it. Going out of Mill City the next morning, I lose the way, and find myself up near a small mining camp among the mountains south of the railroad. Thinking to regain the road quickly by going across country through the sagebrush, I get into a place where that enterprising shrub is so thick and high that I have to hold the bicycle up overhead to get through. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon I come to a railroad section house. At the Chinese bunkhouse I find a lone Celestial who, for some reason, is staying at home. Having had nothing to eat or drink since 6 o'clock this morning, I present the Chinaman with a smile that is intended to win his heathen heart over to any gastronomic scheme I may propose, but smiles are thrown away on John Chinaman. "John, can you fix me up something to eat?" "No, Chinaman no savvy with man eaty. Bossy I want tlak. Chinaman eaty nothing but licey. Rice. No licey cookie." This sounds pretty conclusive. Nevertheless, I don't intend to be thus put off so easily. There is nothing particularly beautiful about a silver $half, but in the almond-shaped eyes of the Chinaman, scenes of paradisiacal loveliness are nothing compared to the dull surface of a 20-year-old 50-cent piece. And the jingle of the silver coins contains more melody for Chin-Chin's unromantic ear than a whole musical festival. "John, I'll give you a couple of 2-bit pieces if you'll get me a bite of something," I persist. John's small black eyes twinkle at the suggestion of 2-bit pieces, and his expressive countenance assumes a commercial air as, with a ludicrous change of front, he replies, "Wha, you give me floor bitty, me give you bitey eaty. That's what I said, John, and please be as lively as possible about it." "All lie, you give me floor bitty, me fly you Melican plancake." "Yes, pancakes will do. Go ahead." Visions of pancakes and molasses flit before my hunger-distorted vision as I sit outside until he gets them ready. In 10 minutes John calls me in. On a tin plate that looks as if it has just been rescued from a barrel of soap grease reposes a shapeless mass of substance resembling putty. It is the Melican plancake, and the Celestial triumphantly sets an empty box in front of it for me to sit on, and extends his greasy palm for the stipulated price. May the reader never be ravenously hungry and have to choose between a Melican plancake and nothing. It is simply a chunk of tenacious dough, made of flour and water only, and soaked for a few minutes in warm grease. I call for molasses. He doesn't know what it is. I inquire for syrup, thinking he may recognize my want by that name. He brings a jar of thin Chinese catsup that tastes something like Limburger cheese smells. I immediately beg of him to take it where its presumably benign influence will fail to reach me. He produces some excellent cold tea, however, by the aid of which I manage to bolt a portion of the plancake. One doesn't look for a very elegant spread for 50 cents in the sagebrush state, but this Melican plancake is the worst 50-cent meal I ever heard of. End of Section 3, Part 2. Over the Deserts of Nevada, Part 1. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 4 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, by Thomas Stevens. Section 4, Part 2. Over the Deserts of Nevada, Part 2. Tonight I stay in Winnemucca, the county seat of Humboldt County, and quite a lively little town of 1,200 inhabitants. "What'll yer have?" is the first word on entering the hotel, and "Won't you take a bottle of whiskey along?" is the last word on leaving it next morning. There are Paiutes and Paiutes camped at Winnemucca, and in the morning I meet a young brave on horseback a short distance out of town, and let him try his hand with the bicycle. I wheel him along a few yards and let him dismount, and then I show him how to mount, and invite him to try it himself. He gallantly makes the attempt, but springs forward with too much energy, and over he topples, with the bicycle cavorting around on top of him. This satisfies his aboriginal curiosity, and he smiles and shakes his head when I offer to swap the bicycle for his Mustang. The road is heavy with sand all along by Winnemucca, and but little riding is to be done. The river runs through green meadows of rich bottomland hereabouts, but the meadows soon disappear as I travel eastward. 20 miles east of Winnemucca, the river and railroad pass through the canyon in a low range of mountains, while my route lies over the summit. It is a steep trundle up the mountains, but from the summit a broad view of the surrounding country is obtained. The Humboldt River is not a beautiful stream, and for the greater part of its length it meanders through alternate stretches of dreary sagebrush plain and low sand hills, at long intervals passing through a canyon in some barren mountain chain. But distance lends enchantment to the view, and from the summit of the mountain pass, even the Humboldt looks beautiful. The sun shines on its waters, giving it a sheen, and for many a mile its glistening surface can be seen, winding its serpentine course through the broad, gray-looking sage and greasewood plains, while at occasional intervals narrow patches of green, in striking contrast to the surrounding gray, show where the hardy mountain grasses venturously endeavor to invade the domains of the autocratic sagebrush. What is that queer-looking little reptile, half lizard, half frog, that scuttles about among the rocks? It is different from anything I've yet seen. Around the back of its neck and along its sides, and in a less prominent degree all over its yellowish-gray body, are small, horn-like protuberances that give the little fellow a very peculiar appearance. Ah, I know who he is. I've heard of him and have seen his picture in books. I am happy to make his acquaintance. He is Pricky, the famed horned toad of Nevada. On this mountain spur between the Golconda mining camp and Iron Point is the only place I have seen him on the tour. He is a very interesting little creature, more lizard than frog, perfectly harmless, and his little bead-like eyes are bright and fascinating as the eyes of a rattlesnake. Alkali flats abound, and some splendid riding is to be obtained east of Iron Point, just before darkness closes down over the surrounding area of plain and mountain. I reach Stonehouse Section House. "Yes, I guess we can get you a bite of something, but it'll be cold," is the answer vouchsafed in reply to my query about supper. Being more concerned these days about the quantity of provisions I can command than the quality, the prospect of a cold supper arouses no ungrateful emotions. I would rather have a 4-pound loaf and a shoulder of mutton for supper now than a smaller quantity of extra choice viands, and I manage to satisfy the cravings of my inner man before leaving the table. But what about a place to sleep? For some inexplicable reason, these people refuse to grant me even the shelter of their roof for the night. They are not keeping hotel, they say, which is quite true. They have a right to refuse, even if it is 20 miles to the next place, and they do refuse. "There's the empty Chinese bunkhouse over there. You can crawl in there if you aren't afeard of ghosts," is the parting remark, as the door closes and leaves me standing like an outcast on the dark, barren plain. A week ago this bunkhouse was occupied by a gang of Chinese railroaders, who got to quarreling among themselves, and the quarrel wound up in quite a tragic poisoning affair that resulted in the death of 2 and nearly killed a 3rd. The Chinese are nothing if not superstitious, and since this affair no Chinaman would sleep in the bunkhouse or work on this section. Consequently, the building remains empty. The spooks of murdered Chinese are everything but agreeable company. Nevertheless, they are preferable to inhospitable whites, and I walk over to the house and stretch my weary frame in, for aught I know, the same bunk in which, but a few days ago, reposed the ghastly corpses of the poisoned Celestials. Despite the unsavory memories clinging around the place and my pillowless and blanketless couch, I am soon in the land of dreams. It is scarcely presumable that one would be blessed with rosy-hued visions of pleasure under such conditions. However, and near midnight, I awake in a cold shiver. The snowy mountains rear their white heads up in the silent night, grim and ghostly all around, and make the midnight air chilly even in midsummer. I lie there, trying in vain to doze off again, for it grows perceptibly cooler. At 2 o'clock I could stand it no longer, and so get up and strike out for Battle Mountain, 20 miles ahead. The moon has risen. It is 2/3 full, and a more beautiful sight than the one that now greets my exit from the bunkhouse it is scarcely possible to conceive. Only those who have been in this intermountain country can have any idea of a glorious moonlight night in the clear atmosphere of this dry, elevated region. It is almost as light as day, and one can see to ride quite well wherever the road is ridable. The pale moon seems to fill the whole broad valley with a flood of soft silvery light. The peaks of many snowy mountains loom up white and spectral. The stilly air is broken by the excited yelping of a pack of coyotes noisily baying the pale yellow author of all this loveliness, and the wild, unearthly scream of an unknown bird or animal coming from some mysterious, undefinable quarter completes an ideal Western picture, a poem, a dream that fully compensates for the discomfort of the preceding hour. The inspiration of this beautiful scene awakes the slumbering poesy within, and I am inspired to compose a poem, Moonlight in the Rockies, that I expect some day to see the world go into raptures over. A few miles from the Chinese shanty, I pass a party of Indians camped by the side of the road. They are squatting around the smoldering embers of a sagebrush fire, sleeping and dozing. I am riding slowly and carefully along the road that happens to be rideable just here, and am fairly past them before being seen. As I gradually vanish in the moonlit air, I wonder what they think it was, that strange-looking object that so silently and mysteriously glided past. It is safe to warrant they think me anything but flesh and blood, as they rouse each other and peer at my shadowy form disappearing in the dim distance. From Battle Mountain my route leads across a low alkali bottom, through which dozens of small streams are flowing to the Humboldt. Many of them are narrow enough to be jumped, but not with a bicycle on one's shoulder, for under such conditions there is always a disagreeable uncertainty that one may disastrously alight before he gets ready. But I am getting tired of partially undressing to ford streams that are little more than ditches every little way, and so I hit upon the novel plan of using the machine for a vaulting pole. Beaching it out into the center of the stream, I place one hand on the head and the other on the saddle and vault over, retaining my hold as I alight on the opposite shore. Pulling the bicycle out after me, the thing is done. There is no telling to what uses this two-wheeled creature could be put in case of necessity. Certainly the inventor never expected it to be used for a vaulting pole and leaping across streams. 25 miles east of Battle Mountain, the valley of the Humboldt widens into a plain of some size, through which the river meanders with many a horseshoe curve, and maps out the pot-hooks and hangers of our childhood days in mazy profusion. Amid these innumerable curves and counter-curves, clumps of willows and tall blue-joint reeds grow thickly, and afford shelter to thousands of pelicans that here make their homes far from the disturbing presence of man. All unconscious of impending difficulties, I follow the wagon trail leading through this valley until I find myself standing on the edge of the river, ruefully looking around for some avenue by which I can proceed on my way. I am in the bend of a horseshoe curve, and the only way to get out is to retrace my footsteps for several miles, which disagreeable performance I naturally feel somewhat opposed to doing. Casting about me, I discover a couple of old fence posts that have floated down from the Audiobooks settlement above and lodged against the bank. I determine to try and utilize them in getting the machine across the river, which is not over 30 yards wide at this point. Swimming across with my clothes first, I tie the bicycle to the fence posts, which barely keep it from sinking, and manage to navigate it successfully across. The village of Audiobooks is full of cowboys who are preparing for the annual spring roundup. Whites, Indians, and Mexicans compose the motley crowd. They look a wild lot, with their bearskin chaparejos and semi-civilized trappings, galloping to and fro, in and about the village. "I can't spare the time, or I would," is my slightly untruthful answer to an invitation to stop over for the day and have some fun. Briefly told, this latter, with the cowboy, consists in getting hilariously drunk, and then turning his pop loose at anything that happens to strike his whiskey-bedeviled fancy as presenting a fitting target. Now a bicycle, above all things, would intrude itself upon the notice of a cowboy on a tear as a peculiar and conspicuous object, especially if it had a man on it. So after taking a smile with them for good fellowship, and showing them the modus operandi of riding the wheel, I consider it wise to push on up the valley. 3 miles from Availle is seen the celebrated Maiden's Grave, on a low hill or bluff by the roadside, and thereby hangs a tale. In early days a party of emigrants were camped nearby at Gravelly Ford, waiting for the waters to subside so they could cross the river, when a young woman of the party sickened and died. A rudely carved headboard was set up to mark the spot where she was buried. Years afterward, when the railroad was being built through here, the men discovered this rude headboard all alone on the bleak hilltop, and were moved by worthy sentiment to build a rough stone wall around it to keep off the ghoulish coyotes. And later on the superintendent of the division erected a large white cross, which now stands in plain view of the railroad. On one side of the cross is written the simple inscription, Maiden's Grave. On the other, her name, Lucinda Duncan. Leaving the bicycle by the roadside, I climbed the steep bluff and examined the spot with some curiosity. There are now 12 other graves beside the original Maiden's Grave, for the people of Availle and the surrounding country have selected this romantic spot on which to inter the remains of their departed friends. This afternoon I follow the river through Humboldt Canyon in preference to taking a long, circuitous route over the mountains. The first noticeable things about this canyon are the peculiar watermarks plainly visible on the walls, high up above where the water could possibly rise, while its present channels of escape exist unobstructed. It is thought that the country east of the spur of the Red Range, which stretches clear across the valley at Availle, and through which the Humboldt seems to have cut its way, was formerly a lake, and that the water gradually wore a passageway for itself through the massive barrier, leaving only the high water marks on the mountainsides to tell of the mighty change. In this canyon the rocky walls tower like gigantic battlements, grim and gloomy on either side, and the seething, boiling waters of the Humboldt, that for once awakens from its characteristic lethargy, and madly plunges and splutters over a bed of jagged rocks, which seem to have been tossed into its channel by some Herculean hand, fill this mighty rift in the mountains with a never-ending roar. It has been threatening rain for the last 2 hours, and now the first peal of thunder I have heard on the whole journey awakens the echoing voices of the canyon and rolls and rumbles along the great jagged fissure like an angry monster muttering his mighty wrath. Peal after peal follow each other in quick succession, the vigorous newborn echoes of one peal seeming angrily to chase the receding voices of its predecessor from cliff to cliff, and from recess to projection, along its rocky, erratic course up the canyon. Vivid flashes of forked lightning shoot athwart the heavy black cloud that seems to rest on either wall, roofing the canyon with a ceiling of awful grandeur. Sheets of electric flame light up the dark, shadowy recesses of the towering rocks as they play along the ridges and hover on the mountain tops, while large drops of rain begin to patter down, gradually increasing with the growing fury of their battling allies above, until a heavy, drenching downpour of rain and hail compels me to take shelter under an overhanging rock. At 4 p.m. I reach Palisade, a railroad village situated in the most romantic spot imaginable, under the shadows of the towering palisades that hover above with a sheltering care, as if their special mission were to protect it from all harm. Evidently these mountains have been rent in twain by an earthquake, and this great gloomy chasm left open, for one can plainly see that the 2 walls represent 2 halves of what was once a solid mountain. Curious caves are observed in the face of the cliffs, and one more conspicuous than the rest has been christened Maggie's Bower, in honor of a beautiful Scottish maiden, who with her parents once lingered in a neighboring creek bottom for some time, recruiting their stock. But all is not romance and beauty, even in the glorious Palisades of the Humboldt, for great, glaring, patent medicine advertisements are painted on the most conspicuously beautiful spots of the Palisades. Business enterprise is of course to be commended and encouraged, but it is really annoying that one cannot let his aesthetic soul, that is constantly yearning for the sublime and beautiful, rest in gladsome reflection on some beautiful object, without at the same time being reminded of corns and biliousness, and all the multifarious evils that flesh is heir to. It grows pitchy dark ere I leave the canyon on my way to Carlin. Farther on, the gorge widens, and thick underbrush intervenes between the road and the river. From out the brush I see peering two little round phosphorescent balls, like two miniature moons, turned in my direction. I wonder what kind of an animal it is as I trundle along through the darkness, revolver in hand, ready to defend myself should it make an attack. I think it is a mountain lion, as they seem to be plentiful in this part of Nevada. Late as it is, when I reach Carlin, the boys must see how a bicycle is ridden, and as there is no other place suitable, I manage to circle around the pool table in the hotel bar-room a few times, nearly scalping myself against the bronze chandelier in the operation. I hasten, however, to explain that these proceedings took place immediately after my arrival, lest some worldly-wise, over-sagacious person should be led to suspect them to be the riotous undertakings of one who had smiled with the boys once too often. Little riding is possible all through this section of Nevada, and in order to complete the 40 miles a day that I have rigorously imposed upon myself, I sometimes get up and pull out at daylight. It is scarcely more than sunrise when, following the railroad through 5 Mile Canyon, another rift through one of the many mountain chains that cross this part of Nevada in all directions under the general name of the Humboldt Mountains, I meet with a startling adventure. I am trundling through the canyon alongside the river when, rounding the sharp curve of a projecting mountain, a tawny mountain lion is perceived trotting leisurely along ahead of me, not over 100 yards in advance. He hasn't seen me yet. He is perfectly oblivious to the fact that he is in the presence. A person of ordinary discretion would simply have revealed his presence by a gentlemanly sneeze or a slight noise of any kind, when the lion would have immediately bolted back into the underbrush. Unable to resist the temptation, I fired at him, and of course missed him, as a person naturally would at 100 yards with a bulldog revolver. The bullet must have singed him a little, though, for instead of wildly scooting for the brush, as I anticipated, he turns savagely round and comes bounding rapidly toward me, and at 20 paces crouches for a spring. Laying his cat-like head almost on the ground, his round eyes flashing fire, and his tail angrily waving to and fro, he looks savage and dangerous. Crouching behind the bicycle, I fire at him again. 9 times out of 10 a person will overshoot the mark with a revolver under such circumstances, and being anxious to avoid this, I do the reverse and fire too low. The ball strikes the ground just in front of his head and throws the sand and gravel in his face, and perhaps in his wicked round eyes, for he shakes his head, springs up, and makes off into the brush. I shall shed blood of some sort yet before I leave Nevada. There isn't a day that I don't shoot at something or other, and all I ask of any animal is to come within 200 yards, and I will squander a cartridge on him, and I never fail to hit the ground. At Elko, where I take dinner, I make the acquaintance of an individual rejoicing in the sobriquet of Alkali Bill, who has the largest and most comprehensive views of any person I ever met. He has seen a paragraph, something about me riding round the world, and he considerately takes upon himself the task of summing up the few trifling obstacles that I shall encounter on the way round. There is only a small rise at Sherman, he rises to explain, and another still smaller at the Alleghanies. All the balance is downhill to the Atlantic. Of course you'll have to boat it across the Frog Pond, and then there's Europe. Mostly level, so is Asia, except the Himalayas, and you can soon cross them. Then you're all hunky, for there's no mountains to speak of in China. Evidently Alkali Bill is a person who points the finger of scorn at small ideas and leaves the bothersome details of life to other and smaller-minded folks. In his vast and glorious imagery, he sees a centaur-like cycler skimming like a frigate bird across states and continents, scornfully ignoring sandy deserts and bridgeless streams, halting for nothing but oceans, and only slowing up a little when he runs up against a peak that bobs up its 20,000 feet of snowy grandeur serenely in his path. What a Caesar is lost to this benighted world, because in its blindness it will not search out such men as Alkali and ask them to lead it onward to deeds of inconceivable greatness. Alkali Bill can whittle more chips in an hour than some men could in a week. Much of the Humboldt Valley, through which my road now runs, is at present flooded from the vast quantities of water that are pouring into it from the Ruby Range of mountains, now visible to the southeast, and which have the appearance of being the snowiest of any since leaving the Sierras. Only yesterday I threatened to shed blood before I left Nevada, and sure enough my prophecy is destined to speedy fulfillment. Just east of the Osino Canyon, and where the North Fork of the Humboldt comes down from the north and joins the main stream, is a stretch of swampy ground on which swarms of wild ducks and geese are paddling about. I blaze away at them, and a poor inoffensive gosling is no more. While writing my notes this evening in a room adjoining the bar at Halleck, near the United States fort of the same name, I overhear a boozy soldier modestly informing his comrades that 45 miles an hour is no unusual speed to travel with a bicycle. Gradually I am nearing the source of the Humboldt, and at the town of Wells I bid it farewell for good. Wells is named from a group of curious springs near the town. They are supposed to be extinct volcanoes now filled with water, and report says that no sounding line has yet been found long enough to fathom the bottom. Some day, when some poor unsuspecting tenderfoot is peering inquisitively down one of these well-like springs, the volcano may suddenly come into play again and convert the water into steam that will shoot him clear up into the moon. These volcanoes may have been soaking in water for millions of years, but they are not to be trusted on that account. They can be depended upon to fill some citizen full of lively surprise one of these days. Everything here is surprising. You look across the desert and see flowing water and waving trees, but when you get there, with your tongue hanging out and your fate well nigh sealed, you are surprised to find nothing but sand and rocks. You climb a mountain expecting to find trees and birds' eggs, and you are surprised to find high water marks and seashells. Finally, you look in the looking-glass and are surprised to find that the wind and exposure have transformed your nice blonde complexion to a semi-sable hue that would prevent your own mother from recognizing you. The next day, when nearing the entrance to Mautella Pass, over the Goose Creek Range, I happened to look across the mingled sagebrush and juniper spruce brush to the right, and a sight greets my eyes that causes me to instinctively look around for a tall tree, though well knowing that there is nothing of the kind for miles. Neither is there any ridable road near, or I might try my hand at breaking the record for a few miles. Standing bolt upright on their hind legs by the side of a clump of juniper spruce bushes and intently watching my movements are a pair of full-grown cinnamon bears. When a bear sees a man before the man happens to descry him, and fails to betake himself off immediately, It signifies that he is either spoiling for a fight or doesn't care a continental password whether war is declared or not. Moreover, animals recognize the peculiar advantages of 2-to-1 in a fight equally with their human superiors, and those two over there are apparently in no particular hurry to move on. They don't seem awed at my presence. On the contrary, they look suspiciously like being undecided and hesitative about whether to let me proceed peacefully on my way or not. Their behavior is outrageous. They stare and stare and stare, and look quite ready for a fight. I don't intend one to come off, though, if I can avoid it. I prefer to have it settled by arbitration. I haven't lost these bears. They aren't mine, and I don't want anything that doesn't belong to me. I am not covetous, so lest I should be tempted to shoot at them if I come within the regulation 200 yards, I edge off a few hundred yards in the other direction, and soon have the intense satisfaction of seeing them stroll off toward the mountains. I wonder if I don't owe my escape on this occasion to my bicycle. Do the bright spokes glistening in the sunlight as they revolve make an impression on their bearish intellects that influences their decision in favor of a retreat? It is perhaps needless to add that all through this mountain pass I keep a loose eye busily employed looking out for bears. But nothing more of a bearish nature occurs, and the early gloaming finds me at Tacoma, a village near the Utah boundary line. There is an awful calamity of some sort hovering over this village. One can feel it in the air. The habitués of the hotel barroom sit around listless and glum. When they speak at all, it is to predict all sorts of difficulties for me in my progress through Utah and Wyoming territories. "The black gnats of the Salt Lake mud flat'll eat you clean up," snarls one. "Bear River's flooding the Hull country up Weber Canyon way," growls another. "The slickest thing you can do, stranger, is to board the keers and get out of this," says a third, in a tone of voice and with an emphasis that plainly indicates his great disgust at this. By this he means the village of Tacoma, and he's disgusted with it. They are all disgusted with it, and with the whole world this evening, because Tacoma is out of whiskey. Yes, the village is destitute of whiskey. It should have arrived yesterday, and hasn't shown up yet. And the effect on the society of the barroom is so depressing that I soon retire to my couch, to dream of Utah's strange intermingling of forbidding deserts and beautiful orchards, through which my route now leads me. End of Section 4, Part 2. Over the Deserts of Nevada, Part 2. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 5 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Through Mormon Land and Over the Rockies. A dreary-looking country is the great American desert in Utah, the northern boundary line of which I traversed next morning. To the left of the road is a low chain of barren hills. To the right, the uninviting plain over which one's eye wanders in vain for some green object that might raise hopes of a less desolate region beyond. And over all hangs an oppressive silence, the silence of a dead country, a country destitute of both animal and vegetable life. Over the great desert hangs a smoky haze out of which Pilot Peak, 38 miles away, rears its conical head 2,500 feet above the level plain at its base. Some riding is obtained at intervals along this unattractive stretch of country, but there are no continuously rideable stretches, and the principal incentive to mount at all is a feeling of disgust at so much compulsory walking. A noticeable feature through the desert is the almost unquenchable thirst that the dry, saline air inflicts upon one. Reaching a railway section house, I find no one at home, but there is a small underground cistern of imported water in which wrigglers innumerably wriggle, but which is otherwise good and cool. There is nothing to drink out of, and the water is 3 feet from the surface. While leaning down to try and drink, the wooden framework at the top gives way and precipitates me head first into the water. Luckily, the tank is large enough to enable me to turn around and reappear at the surface, head first, and with considerable difficulty I scrambled out again, with of course not a dry thread on me. At 3 in the afternoon I roll into Terrace, a small Mormon town. Here a rather tough-looking citizen, noticing that my garments are damp, suggests that cycling must be hard work to make a person perspire like that in this dry climate. At the Matlin section house I find accommodation for the night with a whole-souled section house foreman, who is keeping bachelor's hall temporarily, as his wife is away on a visit at Ogden. From this house, which is situated on the tableland of the Bed Dome Mountains, can be obtained a more comprehensive view of the great American desert than when we last beheld it. It has all the appearance of being the dry bed of an ancient salt lake or inland sea. A broad level plain of white alkali, which is easily mistaken in the dim distance for smooth, still water, stretches away like a dead, motionless sea as far as human vision can penetrate, until lost in the haze, while here and there isolated rocks lift their rugged heads above the dreary level, like islets out of the sea. It is said there are many evidences that go to prove this desert to have once been covered by the waters of the great inland sea that still in places laves its eastern borders with its briny flood. I am informed there are many miles of smooth, hard salt flats over which a cycler could skim like a bird, but I scarcely think enough of bird-like skimming to go searching for it on the American desert. A few miles east of Matlin the road leads over a spur of the Red Dome Range, from whence I obtain my first view of the Great Salt Lake. And soon I am enjoying a long-anticipated bath in its briny waters. It is disagreeably cold, but otherwise an enjoyable bath. One can scarce sink beneath the surface, so strongly is the water impregnated with salt. For dinner I reach Kelton, a town that formerly prospered as the point from which vast quantities of freight were shipped to Idaho. Scores of huge freight wagons are now bunched up in the corrals, having outlived their usefulness since the innovation from mules and overland ships to locomotives on the Utah Northern Railway. Empty stores and a general air of vanished prosperity are the main features of Kelton today, and the inhabitants seem to reflect in their persons the aspect of that town, most of them being freighters, who, finding their occupation gone, hang listlessly around as though conscious of being fit for nothing else. From Kelton I follow the lake shore, and at 6 in the afternoon arrive at the salt works near Monument Station, and apply for accommodation, which is readily given. Here is erected a windmill, which pumps the water from the lake into shallow reservoirs, where it evaporates and leaves a layer of coarse salt on the bottom. These people drink water that is disagreeably brackish and unsatisfactory to one unaccustomed to it, but which they say has become more acceptable to them, from habitual use, than purely fresh water. This spot is the healthiest and most favorable for the prolific production of certain forms of insect life I ever was in, and I spend the liveliest night here I ever spent anywhere. These people professed to give me a bed to myself, but no sooner have I laid my head on the pillow than I recognize the ghastly joke they are playing on me. The bed is already densely populated with guests, who naturally object to being ousted or overcrowded. They seem quite a kittenish and playful lot, rather inclined to accomplish their ends by playing wild pranks than by resorting to more austere measures. Watching till I have closed my eyes in an attempt to doze off, they slip up and playfully tickle me under the chin, or scramble around in my ear, and anon they wildly chase each other up and down my back, and play leap-frog and hide-and-go-seek all over my sensitive form, so that I arise in the morning anything but refreshed from my experience. Still following the shores of the lake for several miles, my road now leads over the northern spur of the Promontory Mountains. On these hills I find a few miles of hard gravel that affords the best riding I have experienced in Utah, and I speed along as rapidly as possible, for dark, threatening clouds are gathering overhead. But ere I reach the summit of the ridge a violent thunderstorm breaks over the hills, and I seem to be verily hobnobbing with the thunder and lightning that appears to be round about me, rather than overhead. A troop of wild broncos, startled and stampeded by the vivid lightning and sharp peals of thunder, come wildly charging down the mountain trail, threatening to run quite over me in their mad career. Pulling my six-shooter, I fire a couple of shots in the air to attract their attention, when they rapidly swerve to the left and go tearing frantically over the rolling hills on their wild flight to the plains below. Most of the rain falls on the plain and in the lake, and when I arrive at the summit, I pause to take a view at the lake and surrounding country. A more auspicious occasion could scarcely have been presented. The storm has subsided, and far beneath my feet a magnificent rainbow spans the plain, and dips one end of its variegated beauty in the sky-blue waters of the lake. From this point the view to the west and south is truly grand rugged. Irregular mountain chains traverse the country at every conceivable angle, and around among them winds the lake, filling with its blue waters the intervening spaces, and reflecting impartially alike their grand majestic beauty and their faults. What dreams of empire and white-winged commerce on this inland sea must fill the mind and fire the imagery of the newly arrived Mormon convert, who, standing on the commanding summit of these mountains, feasts his eyes on the glorious panorama of blue water and rugged mountains that is spread like a wondrous picture before him. Surely, if he be devotionally inclined, it fails not to recall to his mind another inland sea in far-off Asia Minor, on whose pebbly shores and by whose rippling waves the cradle of an older religion than Mormonism was rocked, but not rocked to sleep. 10 miles farther on, from the vantage ground of a pass over another spur of the same range, is obtained a widely extended view of the country to the east. For nearly 30 miles from the base of the mountains, low, level mud flats extend eastward, bordered on the south by the marshy, sinuous shores of the lake, and on the north by the Blue Creek Mountains. 30 miles to the east, looking from this distance strangely like flocks of sheep grazing at the base of the mountains, can be seen the white-painted houses of the Mormon settlements that thickly dot the narrow but fertile strip of agricultural land between Bear River and the mighty Wasatch Mountains, that, rearing their snowy crests skyward, shut out all view of what lies beyond. From this height the level mud flats appear as if one could mount his wheel and bowl across at a 10-mile pace, but I shall be agreeably surprised if I am able to aggregate 10 miles of riding out of the 30. Immediately after getting down into the bottom, I make the acquaintance of the tiny black gnats that one of our whiskey-bereaved friends at Tacoma had warned me against. One's head is constantly enveloped in a black cloud of these little wretches. They are of infinitesimal proportions, and get into a person's ears, eyes, and nostrils, and if one so far forgets himself as to open his mouth, they swarm in as though they think it the pearly gates ajar, and this their last chance of effecting an entrance. Mingled with them, and apparently on the best of terms, are swarms of mosquitoes, which appear perfect jumbos in comparison with their disreputable associates. As if partially to recompense me for the torments of the afternoon, Dame Fortune considerately provides me with 2 separate and distinct suppers this evening. I had intended, when I left Promontory Station, to reach Corinne for the night. Consequently, I bring a lunch with me, knowing it will take me till late to reach there. These days I am troubled with an appetite that makes me blush to speak of it, and about 5 o'clock I sit down on the bleached skeleton of a defunct mosquito, and proceed to eat my lunch of bread and meat and gnats. For I am quite certain of eating hundreds of these omnipresent creatures at every bite I take. 2 hours afterward I am passing Quarry Section House, where the foreman beckons me over and generously invites me to remain overnight. He brings out canned oysters and bottles of Milwaukee beer, and insists on my helping him discuss these acceptable viands, to which invitation it is needless to say I yield without extraordinary pressure, the fact of having eaten 2 hours before being no obstacle whatever. So much for cycling as an aid to digestion. Arriving at Corinne on Bear River at 10 o'clock next morning, I am accosted by a bearded, patriarchal Mormon, who requests me to constitute myself a parade of 1, and ride the bicycle around the town for the edification of the people's minds. In course they knows what a perlosifede is from seeing 'em in pictures, but they never seen a real machine, and it'd be a hefty treat for 'em, is the eloquent appeal made by this person in behalf of the Corinthians, over whose destinies and happiness he appears to preside with fatherly solicitude. As the streets of Corinne this morning consist entirely of black mud of uncertain depth, I am reluctantly compelled to say the elder nay, at the same time promising him that if he would have them in better condition next time I happened around, I would willingly second his brilliant idea of making the people happy by permitting them a glimpse of my perlosifede in action. After crossing Bear River, I find myself on a somewhat superior road leading through the Mormon settlements to Ogden. No greater contrast can well be imagined than that presented by this strip of country lying between the lake and the Wasatch Mountains, and the desert country to the westward. One can almost fancy himself suddenly transported by some good genie to a quiet farming community in an eastern state. Instead of untamed broncos and wild-eyed cattle roaming at their own free will over unlimited territory, are seen staid work-horses plowing in the field, and the sleek milk cow peacefully cropping tame grass in enclosed meadows. Birds are singing merrily in the willow hedges and the shade trees. Green fields of alfalfa and ripening grain line the road and spread themselves over the surrounding country in alternate squares, like those of a vast checkerboard. Farms on the average are small, and consequently houses are thick, and not a farmhouse among them all but is embowered in an orchard of fruit and shade trees that mingle their green leaves and white blossoms harmoniously. At noon I roll into a forest of fruit trees, among which, I am informed, Willard City is situated, but one can see nothing of any city. Nothing but thickets of peach, plum, and apple trees, all in full bloom, surround the spot where I alight, and begin to look around for some indications of the city. "Where is Willard City?" I inquire of a boy who comes out from one of the orchards, carrying a can of kerosene in his hand, suggestive of having just come from a grocery, and so he has. "This is Willard City, right here," replies the boy. And then, in response to my inquiry for the hotel, he points to a small gate leading into an orchard, and tells me the hotel is in there. The hotel, like every other house and store here, is embowered amid an orchard of blooming fruit trees, and looks like anything but a public eating house. No sign up, nothing to distinguish it from a private dwelling, and I am ushered into a nicely furnished parlor, on the neatly papered walls of which hang enlarged portraits of Brigham Young and other Mormon celebrities, while a large-sized Mormon Bible, expensively bound in morocco, reposes on the center table. A charming miss of teen summers presides over a private table, on which is spread for my material benefit the finest meal I have eaten since leaving California. Such snow-white bread, such delicious butter, and the exquisite flavor of spiced peach butter lingers in my fancy even now. And as if this were not enough for 2 bits, a 50% come down from usual rates in the mountains, a splendid bouquet of flowers is set on the table to round off the repast with their grateful perfume. As I enjoy the wholesome, substantial food, I fall to musing on the mighty chasm that intervenes between the elegant meal now before me and the Melican planquet of 2 weeks ago. "You have a remarkably pleasant country here, miss," I venture to remark to the young lady who has presided over my table, and whom I judge to be the daughter of the house, as she comes to the door to see the bicycle. "Yes, we have made it pleasant by planting so many orchards," she answers demurely. "I should think the Mormons ought to be contented, for they possess the only good piece of farming country between California and the States," I blunderingly continued. "I never heard anyone say they are not contented, but their enemies," replies this fair and valiant champion of Mormonism in a voice that shows she quite misunderstands my meaning. "What I intended to say was, that the Mormon people are to be highly congratulated on their good sense in settling here," I hasten to explain, "for were I to leave at this house, where my treatment has been so gratifying, a shadow of prejudice against the Mormons, I should feel like kicking myself all over the territory. The women of the Mormon religion are instructed by the wiseacres of the church to win over strangers by kind treatment, and by the charm of their conversation and graces. And this young lady has learned the lesson well. She has graduated with high honors. Coming from the barren deserts of Nevada and western Utah, from the land where the irreverent and irrepressible old-timer fills the air with a sulphurous odor from his profanity, and where nature is seen in its sternest aspect, and then suddenly finding oneself literally surrounded by flowers and conversing with beauty about religion, is enough to charm the heart of a marble statue. Ogden is reached for supper, where I quite expect to find a cycler or two, Ogden being a city of 8,000 inhabitants. But the nearest approach to a bicycler in Ogden is a gentleman who used to belong to a Chicago club, but who has failed to bring his wagon west with him. 12 miles of alternate riding and walking eastwardly from Ogden bring me to the entrance of Weber Canyon, through which the Weber River, the Union Pacific Railroad, and an uncertain wagon trail make their way through the Wasatch Mountains, onto the elevated tablelands of Wyoming Territory. Objects of interest follow each other in quick succession along this part of the journey, and I have ample time to examine them. For Weber River is flooding the canyon, and in many places has washed away the narrow space along which wagons are wont to make their way, so that I have to trundle slowly along the railway track. Now the road turns to the left, and in a few minutes the rugged and picturesque walls of the canyon are towering in imposing heights toward the clouds. The Weber River comes rushing, a resistless torrent, from under the dusky shadows of the mountains through which it runs for over 50 miles, and onward to the plain below, where it assumes a more moderate pace, as if conscious that it has at last escaped from the hurrying turmoil of its boisterous march down the mountain. Advancing into the yawning jaws of the range, a continuously resounding roar is heard in advance, which gradually becomes louder as I proceed eastward. In a short time the source of the noise is discovered, and a weird scene greets my enraptured vision. At a place where the fall is tremendous, the waters are opposed in their mad march by a rough-and-tumble collection of huge jagged rocks that have at some time detached themselves from the walls above, and come crashing down into the bed of the stream. The rushing waters, coming with haste from above, appear to pounce with insane fury on the rocks that dare thus to obstruct their path, and then for the next few moments all is a hissing, seething, roaring cauldron of strife, the mad waters seeming to pounce with ever-increasing fury from one imperturbable antagonist to another, now leaping clear over the head of one only to dash itself into a cloud of spray against another, or pour like a cataract against its base in a persistent, endless struggle to undermine it, while over all tower the dark, shadowy rocks, grim witnesses of the battle. This spot is known by the appropriate name of the Devil's Gate. Wherever the walls of the canyon recede from the river's brink and leave a space of cultivable land, there the industrious Mormons have built log or adobe cabins and converted the circumscribed domain into farms, gardens, and orchards. In one of these isolated settlements I seek shelter from a passing shower at the house of a 3-ply Mormon, a Mormon with 3 wives, and am introduced to his 3 separate and distinct better halves. Or rather, one should say better quarters, for how can anything have 3 halves? A noticeable feature at all these farms is the universal plurality of women around the house and sometimes in the field. A familiar scene in any farming community is a woman out in the field, visiting her husband, or, perchance, assisting him in his labors. The same thing is observable at the Mormon settlements along the Weber River, only instead of one woman there are generally 2 or 3, and perhaps yet another standing in the door of the house. Passing through 2 tunnels that burrow through rocky spurs stretching across the canyon, as though to obstruct farther progress across the river, to the right is the Devil's Slide. 2 perpendicular walls of rock, looking strangely like man's handiwork, stretching in parallel lines almost from base to summit of a sloping grass-covered mountain. The walls are but a dozen feet apart. It is a curious phenomenon, but only one among many that are scattered at intervals all through here. A short distance farther, and I pass the famous 1,000-mile tree, a rugged pine that stands between the railroad and the river, and which has won renown by springing up just 1,000 miles from Omaha. This tree is having a tough struggle for its life these days. One side of its honored trunk is smitten as with leprosy. The fate of the 1,000-mile tree is plainly sealed. It is unfortunate in being the most conspicuous target on the line for the ferocious youth who comes west with a revolver in his pocket and shoots at things from the car window. Judging from the amount of cold lead contained in that side of its venerable trunk, next the railway, few of these thoughtless marksmen go past without honoring it with a shot. Emerging from the narrows of Weber Canyon, the route follows across a less contracted space to Echo City, a place of 225 inhabitants, mostly Mormons, where I remain overnight. The hotel where I put up at Echo is all that can be desired, so far as provender is concerned, but the handsome and picturesque proprietor seems afflicted with sundry eccentric habits, his leading eccentricity being a haughty contempt for fractional currency. Not having had the opportunity to test him, it is difficult to say whether this peculiarity works both ways, or only when the change is due his transient guests. However, we willingly give him the benefit of the doubt. Heavily freighted rain clouds are hovering over the mountains next morning and adding to the gloominess of the gorge, which just east of Echo City contracts again and proceeds eastward under the name of Echo Gorge. Turning around a bold rocky projection to the left, the far-famed Pulpit Rock towers above, on which Brigham Young is reported to have stood and preached to the Mormon host while halting over Sunday at this point, during their pilgrimage to their new home in the Salt Lake Valley below. Had the redoubtable prophet turned dizzy while haranguing his followers from the elevated pinnacle of his novel pulpit, he would at least have died a more romantic death than he is accredited with, from eating too much green corn. 14 miles farther brings me to Castle Rocks, a name given to the high sandstone bluffs that compose the left-hand side of the canyon at this point, and which have been worn by the elements into all manner of fantastic shapes, many of them calling to mind the towers and turrets of some old-world castle so vividly that one needs but the pomp and circumstance of old knight-errant days to complete the illusion. But as one gazes with admiration on these towering buttresses of nature, it is easy to realize that the most massive and imposing feudal castle, or ramparts built with human hands, would look like children's toys beside them. The weather is cool and bracing, and when in the middle of the afternoon I reach Evanston, Wyoming territory, too late to get dinner at the hotel, I proceed to devour the contents of a bakery, filling the proprietor with boundless astonishment by consuming about 2/3 of his stock. When I get through eating, he bluntly refuses to charge anything, considering himself well repaid by having witnessed the most extraordinary gastronomic feat on record, the swallowing of 2/3 of a bakery. Following the trail down Yellow Creek, I arrive at Hilliard after dark. The Hilliardites are somewhat seldom, but they are made of the right material. The boarding-house landlady sets about preparing me supper, late though it be, and the boys extend me a hearty invitation to turn in with them for the night. Here at Hilliard is a long V-shaped flume 30 miles long, in which telegraph poles, ties, and cord wood are floated down to the railroad from the pineries of the Uinta Mountains, now plainly visible to the south. The boys, above referred to, are men engaged in handling ties thus floated down, and sitting around the red-hot stove they make the evening jolly with songs and yarns of tie drives, and of wild rides down the long V flume. A happy, light-hearted set of fellows are these tie men, and not an evening but their rude shanty resounds with merriment galore. Fun is in the air to-night, and Beaver, so dubbed on account of an unfortunate tendency to fall into every hole of water he goes anywhere near, is the unlucky wight upon whom the rude witticisms concentrate, for he has fallen into the water again to-day, and is busily engaged in drying his clothes by the stove. They accuse him of keeping up an uncomfortably hot fire, detrimental to everybody's comfort but his own, and threaten him with dire penalties if he doesn't let the room cool off, also broadly hinting their disapproval of his overfondness for Adam's ale, and threaten to make him set 'em up every time he tumbles in hereafter. In revenge for these remarks, Beaver piles more wood into the stove, and with many a westernism, not permitted in print, threatens to keep up a fire that will drive them all out of the shanty if they persist in their persecutions. Crossing next day the low, broad pass over the Uinta Mountains, some stretches of ridable surface are passed over, and at this point I see the first band of antelope on the tour, but as they fail to come within the regulation 200 yards, they are graciously permitted to live. At Piedmont Station I decide to go around by way of Port Bridger and strike the direct trail again at Carter Station, 24 miles farther east. A tough bit of country. The next day at noon finds me tucked in my little bed at Carter, decidedly the worse for wear, having experienced the toughest 24 hours of the entire journey. I have to ford no less than 9 streams of ice-cold water, get benighted on a rain-soaked adobe plain, where I have to sleep out all night in an abandoned freight wagon, and after carrying the bicycle across 7 miles of deep, sticky clay, I finally arrive at Carter, looking like the last sad remnant of a dire calamity, having had nothing to eat for 24 hours. From Carter my route leads through the Badlands, amid buttes of mingled clay and rock, which the elements have worn into all conceivable shapes, and conspicuous among them can be seen to the south Church Buttes, so called from having been chiseled by the dexterous hand of nature into a group of domes and pinnacles that from a distance strikingly resembles some magnificent cathedral. High water marks are observable on these buttes, showing that Noah's flood or some other aqueous calamity once happened around here, and one can easily imagine droves of miserable half-clad Indians perched on top, looking with doleful melancholy expression on the surrounding wilderness of waters. Arriving at Granger for dinner, I find at the hotel a crestfallen state of affairs, somewhat similar to the glumness of Tacoma. Tacoma had plenty of customers, but no whiskey. Granger, on the contrary, has plenty of whiskey, but no customers. The effect on that marvelous, intangible something, the saloon proprietor's intellect, is the same at both places. Here is plainly a new field of research for some ambitious student of psychology. Whiskey without customers. Customers without whiskey. Truly all is vanity and vexation of spirit. End of Chapter 3, Through Mormon Land and Over the Rockies, Part 1. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 6 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. Chapter 3, Through Mormon Land and Over the Rockies, Part 2. Next day I passed the world-renowned castellated rocks of Green River and stopped for the night at Rock Springs, where the Union Pacific Railway Company has extensive coal mines. On calling for my bill at the hotel here next morning, the proprietor, a corpulent Teuton, whose thoughts, words, and actions run entirely to beer, replies, 25 cents a quart. Thinking my hearing apparatus is at fault, I inquire again. 25 cents a quart and furnish your own can. The bill is abnormally large, but as I hand over the amount, a loaded schooner is shoved under my nose, as though a glass of beer were a tranquilizing antidote for all the ills of life. Splendid level alkali flats abound east of Rock Springs, and I bowl across them at a lively pace until they terminate, and my route follows up Bitter Creek, where the surface is just the reverse, being seamed and furrowed as if it had just emerged from a devastating flood. It is said that the teamster who successfully navigated the route up Bitter Creek considered himself entitled to be called a tough cuss from Bitter Creek on wheels with a perfect education. A justifiable regard for individual rights would seem to favor my own assumption of this distinguished title after traversing the route with a bicycle. 10 o'clock next morning finds me leaning on my wheel, surveying the scenery from the Continental Divide, the backbone of the continent. Facing the north, all waters at my right hand flow to the east, and all on my left flow to the west, the one eventually finding their way to the Atlantic, the other to the Pacific. This spot is a broad, low pass through the Rockies, more plain than mountain, but from which a most commanding view of numerous mountain chains are obtained. To the north and northwest are the Seminole, Wind River, and Sweetwater ranges, bold, rugged mountain chains, filling the landscape of the distant north with a mass of great jagged rocky piles, grand beyond conception, their main snowy peaks peopling the blue ethery space above with ghostly spectral forms, well calculated to inspire with feelings of awe and admiration a lone cycler who, standing in silence and solitude profound on the great Continental Divide, looks and meditates on what he sees. Other hoary monarchs are visible to the east, which, however, we shall get acquainted with later on. Down grade is the rule now, and were there a good road, what an enjoyable coast it would be, down from the Continental Divide, but half of it has to be walked. About 18 miles from the divide I am greatly amused and not a little astonished at the strange actions of a coyote that comes trotting in a leisurely confidential way toward me. And when he reaches a spot commanding a good view of my road, he stops and watches my movements with an air of the greatest inquisitiveness and assurance. He stands and gazes as I trundle along, not over 50 yards away, and he looks so much like a well-fed collie that I actually feel like patting my knee for him to come and make friends. Shoot at him? Certainly not. One never abuses a confidence like that. He can come and rub his sleek coat up against the bicycle if he likes, and bloodthirsty rascal though he no doubt is, I will never fire at him. He has as much right to gaze in astonishment at a bicycle as anybody else who never saw one before. Staying overnight and the next day at Rawlins, I make the 16 miles to Port Fred Steele next morning before breakfast, there being a very good road between the two places. This fort stands on the west bank of North Platte River, and a few miles west of the river I ride through the first prairie dog town encountered in crossing the continent from the west, though I shall see plenty of these interesting little fellows during the next 300 miles. These animals sit near their holes and excitedly bark at whatever goes past. Never before have they had an opportunity to bark at a bicycle, and they seem to be making the most of their opportunity. I see at this village none of the small speckled owls which, with the rattlesnake, make themselves so much at home in the prairie dog's comfortable quarters, but I see them farther east. These three strangely assorted companions may have warm affections toward each other, but one is inclined to think the great bond of sympathy that binds them together is the tender regard entertained by the owl and the rattlesnake for the nice, tender young prairie pups that appear at intervals to increase the joys and cares of the elder animals. I am now getting on to the famous Laramie Plains, and Elk Mountain looms up not over 10 miles to the south, a solid, towery mass of black rocks and dark pine forests that stands out bold and distinct from surrounding mountain chains, as though some animate thing conscious of its own strength and superiority. A snowstorm is raging on its upper slopes, obscuring that portion of the mountain, but the dark forest-clad slopes near the base are in plain view, and also the rugged peak which elevates its white-crowned head above the storm and reposes peacefully in the bright sunlight, in striking contrast to the warring elements lower down. I have heard old hunters assert that this famous landmark of the Rockies is hollow, and that they have heard wolves howling inside the mountain, but some of these old Western hunters see and hear strange things. As I penetrate the Laramie Plains, the persistent sagebrush that has constantly hovered around my path for the last 1,000 miles grows beautifully less, and the short, nutritious buffalo grass is creeping everywhere. In Carbon, where I arrive after dark, I mention, among other things, in reply to the usual volley of questions, the fact of having to foot it so great a proportion of the way through the mountain country, and shortly afterward, from among a group of men, I hear a voice, thick and husky with valley tan, remark, "Faith, I could ride a bicycle meself across the country, av ye's 'ud let me wallock it afoot." And straightway a luminous bunch of shamrocks dangled from a brief moment in the air, and then vanished. After passing Medicine Bow Valley and Como Lake, I find some good ridable road, the surface being hard gravel, and the plains high and dry. Reaching the brow of one of those rocky ridges that hereabouts divide the plains into so many shallow basins, I find myself suddenly within a few paces of a small herd of antelope, peacefully grazing on the other side of the narrow ridge, all unconscious of the presence of one of creation's alleged proud lords. My ever-handy revolver rings out clear and sharp on the mountain air, and the startled antelope go bounding across the plain in a succession of quick, jerky jumps peculiar to that nimble animal, but ere they have traveled 100 yards, one of them lags behind and finally staggers and lays down on the grass. As I approach him, he makes a gallant struggle to rise and make off after his companions, but the effort is too much for him, and coming up to him, I quickly put him out of pain by a shot behind the ear. This makes a proud addition to my hitherto rather small list of game, which now comprises jackrabbits, a badger, a fierce gosling, an antelope, and a thin, attenuated coyote that I bowled over in Utah. From this ridge an extensive view of the broad, billowy plains and surrounding mountains is obtained. Elk Mountain still seems close at hand, its towering form marking the western limits of the Medicine Bow Range, whose dark, pine-clad slopes form the western border of the plains. Back of them to the west is the Snowy Range, towering in ghostly grandeur as far above the timber-clad summits of the Medicine Bow Range as these latter are above the grassy plains at their base. To the south, more snowy mountains stand out against the sky like white tracery on a blue ground, with Long's Peak and Fremont's Peak towering head and shoulders above them all. The Rattlesnake Range, with Laramie Peak rearing its 10,000 feet of rugged grandeur to the clouds, are visible to the north. On the east is the Black Hills Range, the last chain of the Rockies, and now the only barrier intervening between me and the broad prairies that roll away eastward to the Missouri River and the States. A genuine Laramie Plains rainstorm is hovering overhead as I pull out of Rock Creek after dinner, and in a little while the performance begins. There is nothing of the gentle pattering shower about a rain and windstorm on these elevated plains. It comes on with a blow and a bluster that threatens to take one off his feet. The rain is dashed about in the air by the wild, blustering wind, and comes from all directions at the same time. While you are frantically hanging onto your hat, the wind playfully unbuttons your rubber coat and lifts it up over your head and flaps the wet, muddy corners about in your face and eyes. In ere you can disentangle your features from the cold, uncomfortable embrace of the wet mackintosh, the rain, which falls upward as well as down, and sidewise, and every other way, has wet you through up as high as the armpits. And then the gentle zephyrs complete your discomfiture by purloining your hat and making off across the sodden plain with it at a pace that defies pursuit. The storm winds up in a pelting shower of hailstones, round chunks of ice that cause me to wince whenever one makes a square hit, and they strike the steel spokes of the bicycle and make them produce harmonious sounds. Trundling through Cooper Lake Basin after dark, I get occasional glimpses of mysterious shadowy objects flitting hither and thither through the dusky pall around me. The basin is full of antelope, and my presence here in the darkness fills them with consternation. Their keen scent and instinctive knowledge of a strange presence warn them of my proximity, and as they cannot see me in the darkness, they are flitting about in wild alarm. Stopping for the night at Lookout, I make an early start in order to reach Laramie City for dinner. These Laramie Plains can smile and look pretty when they choose, and as I bowl along over a fairly good road this Sunday morning, they certainly choose. The Laramie River on my left, the Medicine Bow and Snowy Ranges, black and white respectively, towering aloft to the right, and the intervening plains dotted with herds of antelope, complete a picture that can be seen nowhere save on the Laramie Plains. Reaching a swell of the plains that almost rises to the dignity of a hill, I can see the nickel-plated wheels of the Laramie wheelmen glistening in the sunlight on the opposite side of the river several miles from where I stand. They have come out a few miles to meet me, but have taken the wrong side of the river, thinking I had crossed below Rock Creek. The members of the Laramie Bicycle Club are the first wheelmen I have seen since leaving California, and as I am personally acquainted at Laramie, it is needless to dwell on my reception at their hands. The rambles of the Laramie Club are well known to the cycling world from the many interesting letters from the graphic pen of their captain, Mr. Owen, who, with 2 other members, once took a tour on their wheels to the Yellowstone National Park. They have some very good natural roads around Laramie, but in their rambles over the mountains these rough riders of the Rockies necessarily take risks that are unknown to their fraternal brethren farther east. Tuesday morning I pull out to scale the last range that separates me from the plains, popularly known as such, and upon arriving at the summit, I pause to take a farewell view of the great and wonderful intermountain country, across whose mountains, plains, and deserts I have been traveling in so novel a manner for the last month. The view from where I stand is magnificent, sublime beyond human power to describe, and well calculated to make an indelible impression on the mind of one gazing upon it, perhaps for the last time. The Laramie Plains extend northward and westward like a billowy green sea. Emerging from a black canyon behind Jelm Mountain, the Laramie River winds its serpentine course in a northeast direction, until lost to view behind the abutting mountains of the range, on which I now stand, receiving tribute in its course from the Little Laramie and numbers of smaller streams that emerge from the mountainous bulwarks forming the western border of the marvelous picture now before me. The unusual rains have filled the numberless depressions of the plains with ponds and lakelets, that in their green setting glisten and glimmer in the bright morning sunshine like gems. A train is coming from the west, winding around among them as if searching out the most beautiful, and finally halts at Laramie City, which nestles in their midst, the fairest gem of them all, the gem of the Rockies. Sheep Mountain, the embodiment of all that is massive and indestructible, juts boldly and defiantly forward, as though its mission were to stand guard over all that lies to the west. The Medicine Bow Range is now seen to greater advantage, and a bald mountain top here and there protrudes above the dark forests, timidly as if ashamed of its nakedness. Our old friend Elk Mountain is still in view, a stately and magnificent pile serving as a landmark for 100 miles around. Beyond all this, to the west and south, a good 100 miles away, are the snowy ranges, their hoary peaks of glistening purity penetrating the vast blue dome above, like monarchs in royal vestments robed. Still others are seen, white and shadowy, stretching away down into Colorado, peak beyond peak, ridge beyond ridge, until lost in the impenetrable distance. As I lean on my bicycle on this mountain top, drinking in the glorious scene, and inhaling the ozone-laden air, looking through the loopholes of recent experiences in crossing the great wonderland to the west, its strange intermingling of forest-clad hills and grassy valleys, its barren rocky mountains and dreary desolate plains, its vast snowy solitudes and its sunny sylvan nooks, the no less strange intermingling of people, the wandering redskin with his pathetic history, the feverishly hopeful prospector, toiling and searching for precious metals locked in the eternal hills, and the wild and free cowboy who, mounted on his wiry bronco, roams these plains and mountains, free as the Arab of the desert. I heave a sigh as I realize that no tongue or pen of mine can hope to do the subject justice. My road is now over Cheyenne Pass, and from this point is mostly downgrade to Cheyenne. Soon I come to a naturally smooth granite surface which extends for 12 miles, where I have to keep the brake set most of the distance, and the constant friction heats the brake spoon and scorches the rubber tire black. Tonight I reach Cheyenne, where I find a bicycle club of 20 members, and where the fame of my journey from San Francisco draws such a crowd on the corner where I alight that a blue-coated guardian of the city's sidewalks requests me to saunter on over to the hotel. Do I? Yes, I saunter over. The Cheyenne cops are bold, bad men to trifle with. They have to be bold, bad men to trifle with, or the wild, wicked cowboys would come in and paint the city red altogether too frequently. It is the morning of June 4th as I bid farewell to the magic city, and turning my back to the mountains, ride away over very fair roads toward the rising sun. I am not long out before meeting with that characteristic feature of a scene on the western plains, a prairie schooner, and meeting prairie schooners will now be a daily incident of my eastward journey. Many of these pilgrims come from the backwoods of Missouri and Arkansas, or the rural districts of some other western state, where the persevering but at present circumscribed cycler has not yet had time to penetrate, and the bicycle is therefore to them a wonder to be gazed at and commented on, generally, it must be admitted, in language more fluent as to words than in knowledge of the subject discussed. Not far from where the trail leads out of Crow Creek bottom onto the higher tableland, I find the grassy plain smoother than the wagon trail, and bowl along for a short distance as easily as one could wish. But not for long is this permitted. The ground becomes covered with a carpeting of small, loose cacti that stick to the rubber tire with the clinging tenacity of a cucklebur to a mule's tail. Of course they scrape off again as they come round to the bridge of the fork, but it isn't the tire picking them up that fills me with lynx-eyed vigilance and alarm. It is the dreaded possibility of taking a header among these awful vegetables that unnerves one, starts the cold chills chasing each other up and down my spinal column, and causes staring big beads of perspiration to ooze out of my forehead. No more appalling physical calamity on a small scale could befall a person than to take a header onto a cactus-covered greensward. Millions of miniature needles would fill his tender hide with prickly sensations, and his vision with floating stars. It would perchance cast clouds of gloom over his whole life. Henceforth he would be a solemn-visaged, bilious-eyed needle-cushion among men, and would never smile again. I once knew a young man named Whipple, who sat down on a bunch of these cacti at a picnic in Virginia Dale, Wyoming, and he never smiled again. 2 meek-eyed maidens of the Rockies invited him to come and take a seat between them on a thin, innocuous-looking layer of hay. Smilingly poor, unsuspecting Whipple accepted the invitation. Jokingly he suggested that it would be a rose between 2 thorns, but immediately he sat down he became convinced that it was the liveliest thorn, or rather millions of thorns between 2 roses. Of course the 2 meek-eyed maidens didn't know it was there. How should they? But all the same, he never smiled again. Not on them. At the section house where I call for dinner, I make the mistake of leaving the bicycle behind the house, and the woman takes me for an uncommercial traveler. Yes, a tramp. She snaps out, "We can't feed everybody that comes along," and shuts the door in my face. Yesterday I was the center of admiring crowds in the richest city of its size in America. Today I am mistaken for a hungry-eyed tramp, and spurned from the door by a woman with a faded calico dress and a wrathy look in her eye. Such is life in the far West. Gradually the Rockies have receded from my range of vision, and I am alone on the boundless prairie. There is a feeling of utter isolation at finding oneself alone on the plains that is not experienced in the mountain country. There is something tangible and companionable about a mountain, but here, where there is no object in view anywhere, nothing but the boundless level plains stretching away on every hand as far as the eye can reach, eye and all around, whichever way one looks, nothing but the green carpet below and the cerulean arch above. One feels that he is the sole occupant of a vast region of otherwise unoccupied space. This evening, while fording Pole Creek with the bicycle, my clothes and shoes all at the same time, the latter fall in the river. And in my wild scramble after the shoes, I drop some of the clothes. Then I drop the machine in my effort to save the clothes, and wind up falling down in the water with everything. Everything is fished out again, all right, but a sad change has come over the clothes and shoes. This morning I was mistaken for a homeless, friendless wanderer. This evening, as I stand on the bank of Pole Creek, with nothing over me but a thin mantle of native modesty, and ruefully wring the water out of my clothes, I feel considerably like one. Pine Bluffs provides me with shelter for the night, and a few miles' travel next morning takes me across the boundary line into Nebraska. My route leads down Pole Creek, with ridable roads probably half the distance, and low rocky bluffs lining both sides of the narrow valley and leading up to high rolling prairie beyond. Over these rocky bluffs the Indians were wont to stampede herds of buffalo, which, falling over the precipitous bluffs, would be killed by hundreds, thus procuring an abundance of beef for the long winter. There are no buffalo here now. They have departed with the Indians, and I shall never have a chance to add a bison to my game list on this tour. But they have left plenty of tangible evidence behind, in the shape of numerous deeply worn trails leading from the bluffs to the creek. The prairie hereabouts is spangled with a wealth of diverse-colored flowers that fill the morning air with gratifying perfume. The air is soft and balmy, in striking contrast to the chilly atmosphere of early morning in the mountain country, where the accumulated snows of 1,000 winters exert their chilling influence in opposition to the benign rays of Old Sol. This evening I passed through Prairie Dog City, the largest congregation of prairie dog dwellings met with on the tour. The city covers hundreds of acres of ground, and the dogs come out in such multitudes to present their noisy and excitable protests against my intrusion that I consider myself quite justified in shooting at them. I hit one old fellow fair and square, but he disappears like a flash down his hole, which now becomes his grave. the lightning-like movements of the prairie dog and his instinctive inclination toward his home combine to perform the last sad rites of burial for his body at death. As toward dark I near Potter Station, where I expect accommodation for the night, a storm comes howling from the west, and it soon resolves into a race between me and the storm. With a good rideable road I could win the race, but being handicapped with an unrideable trail, nearly obscured beneath tall rank grass, the storm overtakes me and comes in at Potter Station a winner by about 300 lengths. In the morning I start out in good season, and nearing Sydney the road becomes better, and I sweep into that enterprising town at a becoming pace. I conclude to remain at Sydney for dinner, and pass the remainder of the forenoon visiting the neighboring fort. End of Chapter 3 of Through Mormon Land and Over the Rockies, Part 2. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Section 7 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 4, Part 1. From the Great Plains to the Atlantic. Through the courtesy of the commanding officer at Fort Sydney, I am enabled to resume my journey eastward under the grateful shade of the military summer helmet, in lieu of the semi-sombrero slouch that has lasted me through from San Francisco. Certainly it is not without feelings of compunction that one discards an old friend that has gallantly stood by me through thick and thin throughout the eventful journey across the intermountain country. But the white helmet gives such a delightfully imposing air to my otherwise forlorn and woebegone figure that I ride out of Sydney feeling quite vain. The first thing done is to fill a poor yellow-spotted snake whose head is boring in the sand with lively surprise by riding over his mottled carcass, and only the fact of the tire being rubber and not steel enables him to escape unscathed. This same evening, while halting for the night at Lodgepole Station, the opportunity of observing the awe-inspiring aspect of a great thunderstorm on the plains presents itself. With absolutely nothing to obstruct the vision, the alpha and omega of the whole spectacle are plainly observable. The gradual mustering of the forces is near the Rockies to the westward. Then the skirmish line of fleecy cloudlets comes rolling and tumbling in advance, bringing a current of air that causes the ponderous windmill at the railway tank to about face sharply, and sets its giant arms to whirling vigorously around. Behind comes the compact inky veil that spreads itself over the whole blue canopy above, seemingly banishing all hope of the future, and athwart its Cimmerian surface shoot zigzag streaks of lightning accompanied by heavy, muttering thunder that rolls and reverberates over the boundless plains, seemingly conscious of the spaciousness of its playground. Broad sheets of electric flame play along the ground, filling the air with a strange, unnatural light. Heavy, pattering raindrops begin to fall, and 10 minutes after, a pelting, pitiless downpour is drenching the sod cabin of the lonely rancher, and for the time being converting the level plain into a shallow lake. A fleet of prairie schooners is anchored in the South Platte bottom, waiting for it to dry up as I trundle down that stream, every mile made interesting by reminiscences of Indian fights and massacres. Next day, toward Ogallala, and one of the pilgrims looks wise as I approach and propounds the query,
"Does it have to get very muddy afore you can ride your velociphy, mister?"
"Yas, pretty doggone muddy," I drawl out in reply, for although comprehending his meaning, I don't care to venture into an explanatory lecture of uncertain length. 7 weeks' travel, through bicyclist territory would undoubtedly convert an angel into a hardened prevaricator, so far as answering questions is concerned. This afternoon is past the first homestead, as distinguished from a ranch consisting of a small tent pitched near a few acres of newly upturned prairie in the picket line of the great agricultural empire that is gradually creeping westward over the plains, crowding the autocratic cattle kings and their herds farther west, even as the Indians and their still greater herds, buffaloes, have been crowded out by the latter. At Ogallala, which but a few years ago was par excellence the cowboy's rallying point, homesteads, timber claims, and preemption now form the all-absorbing topic. "The Platte's petered since the Hoosiers have begun to settle it up," deprecatingly reflects a bronzed cowboy at the hotel supper table. And from his standpoint, he is correct. Passing the next night in the dugout of a homesteader in the forks of the North and South Platte, I pass in the morning Buffalo Bill's home ranch. The place where a ranch proprietor himself resides is denominated the home ranch, as distinctive from the ranch presided over by employees only, the house and improvements of which are said to be the finest in western Nebraska. Taking dinner at North Platte City, I cross over a substantial wagon bridge spanning the turgid yellow stream just below where the north and south branches fork, and proceed eastward as the Platte simply, reaching Brady Island for the night. Here I encounter extraordinary difficulties in getting supper. 4 families, representing the Union Pacific Force at this place, all living in separate houses, constitute the population of Brady Island. "All our folks are just recovering from the scarlet fever," is the reply to my first application. "Mother's down to Vadarton on the island, and we ain't got no bread baked," says a barefooted youth at house number 2. "Me old 'ooman's across to the neighbors, and there ain't a board of grub cooked in the shanty," answers the proprietor of number 3, seated on the threshold, puffing vigorously at the traditional short clay. "We all to Nordblatt been to visit, und schust back to home, got mit nudings guckt," winds up the gloomy program at number 4. I'm hesitating about whether to crawl in somewhere, supperless for the night, or push on further through the darkness, when "I don't care, Pa. It's a shame for a stranger to come here, where there are 4 families and have to go without supper," greet my ears in a musical, tremulous voice. It is the convalescent daughter of house number 1, valiantly championing my cause, and so well does she succeed that her pa comes out and, notwithstanding my protests, insists on setting out the best they have cooked. Homesteads now become more frequent. Groves of young cottonwoods representing timber claims are occasionally encountered, and section house accommodation becomes a thing of the past. Near Willow Island, I come within a trifle of stepping on a belligerent rattlesnake, and in a moment his deadly fangs are hooked to one of the thick canvas gaiters I am wearing. Were my exquisitely outlined calves encased in cycling stockings only, I should have had a heap-sick foot to amuse myself with for the next 3 weeks, though there is little danger of being snuffed out entirely by a rattlesnake favor these days. An all-potent remedy is to drink plenty of whiskey as quickly as possible after being bitten, and whiskey is one of the easiest things to obtain in the West. Given his snakeship to understand that I don't appreciate his good intentions by vigorously shaking him off, I turn my barker loose on him and quickly convert him into a goody-good snake. For if the only good Indian is a dead one, surely the same terse remark applies with much greater force to the vicious and deadly rattler. As I progress eastward, sod houses and dugouts become less frequent, and at long intervals frame schoolhouses appear to remind me that I'm passing through a civilized country. Stretches of sand alternate with ridable roads all down the Platte. Often I have to ticklishly wobble along a narrow space between two yawning ruts over ground that is anything but smooth. I consider it a lucky day that passes without adding one or more to my long and eventful list of headers. And today I'm fairly unhorsed by a squall of wind that, taking me unawares, blows me and the bicycle fairly over. East of Plum Creek, a greater proportion of ridable road is encountered, but they still continue to be nothing more than well-worn wagon trails across the prairie, and when teams are met en route westward, one has to give and the other take in order to pass. It is doubtless owing to misunderstanding a cycler's capacities rather than ill nature that makes these western teamsters oblivious to the precept, "It is better to give than to receive." And if ignorance is bliss, an outfit I meet today ought to comprise the happiest mortals in existence. Near Elm Creek, I meet a train of schooners whose drivers fail to recognize my right to one of the two-wheel tracks, and in my endeavor to ride past them on the uneven greensward, I am rewarded by an inglorious header. A dozen freckled Arkansasish faces are watching my movements with undisguised astonishment, and when my crest alien self is spread out on the prairie, these faces, one and all, resolve into expansive grins, and a squeaking female voice from out nearest wagon pipes, "Law me, that's a right smart chance of a travelin' machine. But if that's the way they stop 'em, I wonder they don't break every blessed bone in their body." But all sorts of people are mingled promiscuously here, for soon after this incident, two young men come running across the prairie from a semi-dugout, who prove to be college graduates from the Hub, who are rooting prairie here in Nebraska, preferring the free, independent life of a Western farmer to the restraints of a position at an Eastern desk. They are more conversant with cycling affairs than myself, and having heard of my tour, have been on the lookout expecting I would pass this way. At Kearney Junction, the roads are excellent, and everything is satisfactory. But an hour's ride east of that city, I am shocked at the gross misconduct of a vigorous and vociferous young mule, who is confined alone in a pasture presumably to be weaned. He evidently mistakes the picturesque combination of man and machine for his mother, as on seeing us approach, he assumes a thirsty, anxious expression, raises his unmusical, undignified voice, and endeavors to jump the fence. He follows along the whole length of the pasture, and when he gets to the end and realizes that I am drawing away from him, perhaps forever, he bawls out in an agony of grief and anxiety, and recklessly bursting through the fence, comes tearing down the road, filling the air with the unmelodious notes of his soul-harrowing music. The road is excellent for a piece, and I lead him a lively chase. But he finally overtakes me, and when I slow up, he jogs along behind quite contentedly. East of Kearney, the sod houses disappear entirely, and the improvements are of a more substantial character. At Wood River, I make my bow to the first growth of natural timber since leaving the mountains, which indicates my gradual advance off the vast timberless plains. Passing through Grand Island, Central City, and other towns, I find myself anchored Saturday evening, June the 14th, at Duncan, a settlement of Polackers, an honest-hearted set of folks who seem to thoroughly understand a cycler's digestive capacity, though understanding nothing whatever about the uses of the machine. Resuming my journey next morning, I find the roads fair. After crossing the Lope River and passing through Columbus, I reach about 11 a.m. a country schoolhouse with a gathering of farmers hanging around outside, awaiting the arrival of the parson to open the meeting. Alighting, I am engaged in answering 40 questions or thereabouts to the minute, when that pious individual canters up and, dismounting from his nag, comes forward and joins in the conversation. He invites me to stop over and hear the sermon, and when I beg to be excused because desirous of pushing ahead while the weather is favorable, his reverence solemnly warns me against desecrating the Sabbath by going farther than the prescribed Sabbath day's journey. At Piedmont, I bid farewell to the Platte, which turns south and joins the Missouri River at Plattsmouth, and follow the old military road through the Elkhorn Valley to Omaha. Military road sounds like music in a cycler's ear, suggestive of a well-kept and well-graded highway, but this particular military road between Fremont and Omaha fails to awaken any blithesome sensations today, for it is almost one continuous mud-hole. It is called a military road simply from being the route formerly traversed by troops and supply trains bound for the western forts. Besting a day in Omaha, I obtain a permit to trundle my wheel across the Union Pacific Bridge that spans the Missouri River, the Big Muddy, toward which I have been traveling so long between Omaha and Council Bluffs. I bid farewell to Nebraska and cross over to Iowa. Heretofore, I have omitted mentioning the tremendously hot weather I have encountered lately because of my inability to produce legally tangible evidence. But today, while eating dinner at a farmhouse, I leave the bicycle standing against the fence. An old soul ruthlessly unsticks the tire, so that when I mount, it comes off and gives me a gymnastic lesson all unnecessary. My first day's experience in the great Hawkeye State speaks volumes for the hospitality of the people, there being quite a rivalry between two neighboring farmers about which should take me in to dinner. A compromise is finally made by which I am to eat dinner at one place and be turned loose in a cherry orchard afterward at the other, to which happy arrangement I, of course, enter no objections. In striking contrast to these friendly advances is my own unpardonable conduct the same evening in conversation with an honest old farmer. "I see you're taking notes. I suppose you keep track of the crops as you travel along," says the HOF. "Certainly I take more notice of the crops than anything. I'm a natural-born agriculturalist myself." "Well," continues the farmer, "right here where we stand is Carson Township." "Ah, indeed. Is it possible that I have at last arrived at Carson Township? You've heard of the township before then, eh?" "Heard of it? Why, man alive, Carson Township is all the talk out in the Rockies. In fact, it's known all over the world as the finest township for corn in Iowa." This sort of conduct is, I admit, unwarrantable in the extreme, but cycling is responsible for it all. If continuous cycling is productive of a superfluity of exhilaration, and said exhilaration bubbles over occasionally, plainly the bicycle is to blame. So forcibly does this latter fact intrude upon me as I shake hands with the farmer and congratulate him on his rare good fortune in belonging to Carson Township, that I mount, and with a view of taking a little of the shine out of it, ride down the long, steep hill leading to the bridge across the Nishnabotany River at a tremendous pace. The machine kicks against this treatment, however, and when about halfway down, it strikes a hole and sends me spinning and gyrating through space. And when I finally strike terra firma, it thumps me unmercifully in the ribs. air it lets me up. Variable is the word descriptive of the Iowa roads. For 75 miles due east of Omaha, the prairie rolls like a heavy Atlantic swell, and during a day's journey I pass through a dozen alternate stretches of muddy and dusky road. For like a huge watering pot do the rain clouds pass to and fro over this great garden of the West, that is practically one continuous fertile farm from the Missouri to the Mississippi. Passing through Des Moines on the 23rd, muddy roads and hot, thunder-showery weather characterize my journey through central Iowa, aggravated by the inevitable question, "Why don't you ride?" One Solomon-visaged individual asking me if the railway company wouldn't permit me to ride along one of the rails. No base, unworthy suspicions of a cycler's inability to ride on a 2-inch rail finds lodgment in the mind of this wiseacre, but his compassionate heart is moved with tender solicitude as to whether the soulless company will or will not permit it. Hurrying timorously through Grinnell, the city that was badly demolished and scattered all over the surrounding country by a cyclone in 1882, I pause at Victor, where I find the inhabitants highly elated over the prospect of building a new jail, with the fines nightly inflicted on graders employed on a new railroad nearby, who come to town and hilare every evening. "What kind of a place do you call this?" I inquire, on arriving at a queer-looking town 25 miles west of Iowa City. "This is South Amana, one of the towns of the Amana Society," is the civil reply. The Amana Society is found upon inquiry to be a communism of Germans, numbering 15,000 souls and owning 50,000 acres of choice land in a body, with woolen factories, 4 small towns, and the best of credit everywhere. Everything is common property, and upon withdrawal or expulsion a member takes with him only the value of what he brought in. The domestic relations are as usual, and while no person of ambition would be content with the conditions of life here, the slow, ease-loving, methodical people composing the society seem well satisfied with their lot, and are perhaps happier, on the whole, than the average outsider. I remain here for dinner and take a look around. The people, the buildings, the language, the food, everything is precisely as if it had been picked up bodily in some rural district in Germany and set down unaltered here in Iowa. "Wie geht's?" I venture as I wheel past a couple of plump, rosy-cheeked maidens in the quaint old-fashioned garb of the German peasantry. "Wie geht's?" is the demure reply from them. Both at once, but not the shadow of a dimple, responds to my unhappy attempt to win from them a smile. Pretty, but not coquettish, are these communistic maidens of Amana. At tiffin the stilly air of night is made joyous with the mellifluous voices of whippoorwills, the first I have heard on the tour, and their tuneful concert is impressed on my memory in happy contrast to certain other concerts, both vocal and instrumental, endured en route. Passing through Iowa City, crossing Cedar River at Moscow, 9 days after crossing the Missouri, I hear the distant whistle of a Mississippi steamboat. Its hoarse voice is sweetest music to me, heralding the fact that 2/3 of my long tour across the continent is completed. Crossing the Father of Waters over the splendid government bridge between Davenport and Rock Island, I pass over into Illinois. For several miles my route leads up the Mississippi River bottom, over sandy roads, but nearing Rock River. The sand disappears, and for some distance an excellent road winds through the oak groves lining this beautiful stream. The green woods are free from underbrush, and a cool undercurrent of air plays amid the leafy shades, which, if not ambrosial, are nonetheless grateful, as it registers over 100 degrees in the sun. Without the silvery sheen of the river glimmers through the interspaces. The dulcet tones of church bells come floating on the breeze from over the river, seeming to proclaim with their melodious tongues peace and goodwill to all. Rock River, with its 300 yards in width of unbridged waters, now obstructs my path, and the ferry boat is tied up on the other shore. Whoopee! I yell at the ferryman's hut opposite, but without receiving any response. Whoopee! I repeat in a gentle, civilized voice learned by the by 2 years ago on the Crow Reservation in Montana, and which sets the surrounding atmosphere in a whirl and drowns out the music of the church bells. It has no effect whatever on the case-hardened ferryman in the hut. He pays no heed whatever until my persuasive voice is augmented by the voices of 2 new arrivals in a buggy, when he sallies serenely forth and slowly ferries us across. Riding along rather indifferent roads between farms worth $100 an acre, through the handsome town of Genesee, stopping overnight at Atkinson, I resume my journey next morning through a country abounding in all that goes to make people prosperous, if not happy. Pretty names are given to places hereabouts, for on my left I pass Pink Prairie, bordered with Green River. Crossing over into Bureau County, I find splendid graveled roads and spend a most agreeable hour with the Jolly Bicycle Club of Princeton, the handsome county seat of Bureau County. Pushing on to Lamoille for the night, the enterprising village barber there hustles me into his cozy shop and shaves, shampoos, shingles, bayrums, and otherwise manipulates me to the great enhancement of my personal appearance. All, so he says, for the honor of having lathered the chin of the great and only. In fact, the Illinoisians seem to be most excellent folks. After 3 days' journey through the great prairie state, my head is fairly turned with kindness and flattery. But the third night, as if to rebuke my vanity, I am bluntly refused shelter at 3 different farmhouses. I am benighted, and conclude to make the best of it by turning in under a haycock. But the Fox River mosquitoes oust me in short order and compel me to mosey along through the gloomy night to Yorkville. At Yorkville, a stout German, on being informed that I am going to ride to Chicago, replies, "What? Chicago mit dat? Why, mein dear yellow, Chicago's more as 40 miles. You can't ride mit dat to Chicago." And the old fellow's eyes fairly bulge with astonishment at the bare idea of riding 40 miles mit dat. I considerately refrain from telling him of my already 2,500-mile jaunt mit dat, lest an apoplectic fit should waft his Teutonic soul to realms of sauerkraut bliss and Limburger happiness forever. On the morning of July the 4th, I roll into Chicago, where, having persuaded myself that I deserve a few days' rest, I remain till the Democratic Convention winds up on the 13th. 15 miles of good riding and 3 of tough trundling through deep sand brings me into Indiana, which for the first 35 miles around the southern shore of Lake Michigan is simply and solely sand. Finding it next to impossible to traverse the wagon roads, I trundle around the water's edge, where the sand is firmer because wet. After 20 miles of this, I have to shoulder the bicycle and scale the huge sand dunes that border the lake here. And after wandering for an hour through a bewildering wilderness of swamps, sandhills, and hickory thickets, I finally reach Miller's Station for the night. This place is enough to give one the yellow-edged blues. Nothing but swamps, sand, sad-eyed turtles, and ruthless, relentless mosquitoes. At Chesterton the roads improve, but still enough sand remains to break the force of headers, which, notwithstanding my long experience on the road, I still manage to execute with undesirable frequency. Today I take one, and while unraveling myself and congratulating my lucky stars at being in a lonely spot where none can witness my discomfiture, a gruff, sarcastic "ha ha" falls like a funeral knell on my ear, and a lanky Hoosier rides up on a diminutive pumpkin-colored mule that looks like a veritable pygmy between his hoop-pole legs. It is but justice to explain that this latter incident did not occur in Posey County.
End of section. Recording by John B.
Section 8 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John B. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 4, Part 8, From the Great Plains to the Atlantic. At LaPorte the roads improve for some distance, but once again benighted and sleep under a wheat shock. Traversing several miles of corduroy road through huckleberry swamps, next morning I reach Cram's Point for breakfast. A remnant of some Indian tribes still lingers around here and gathers huckleberries for the market. 2 squaws being in the village purchasing supplies for their camp in the swamps. "What's the name of these Indians here?" I ask. "One of 'em's Blinky, and t'other's 7-Up," is the reply, in a voice that implies such profound knowledge of the subject that I forbear to investigate further. Splendid gravel roads lead from Crumb's Point to South Bend and on through Mishawaka, alternating with sandy stretches to Goshen, which town is said by the Goshenites to be the prettiest in Indiana. But there seems to be considerable pride of locality in the great Hoosier state, and I venture there are scores of prettiest towns in Indiana. Nevertheless, Goshen is certainly a very handsome place with unusually broad, well-shaded streets, the center of a magnificent farming country. It's romantically situated on the banks of the beautiful Elkhart River. At Wawaka, I find a corpulent 300-pound cycler who, being afraid to trust his Jumbolian proportions on an ordinary machine, has had an extra stout bone shaker made to order, and goes out on short runs with a couple of neighbor wheelmen, who, being about 50% less bulky, ride regulation wheels. Jumbo goes all right when mounted, but being unable to mount without aid, he seldom ventures abroad by himself for fear of having to foot it back. 95 degrees in the shade characterizes the weather these days, and I generally make a few miles in the gloaming, not of course because it's cooler, but because the gloaming is so delightfully romantic. At 10 o'clock in the morning, July 17th, I bowl across the boundary line into Ohio. Following the Merchants and Bankers Telegraph Road to Napoleon, I pass through a district where the rain has overlooked them for 2 months. The rear wheel of the cycle is half buried in hot dust. The blackberries are dead on the bushes, and the long-suffering corn looks as though afflicted with the yellow jaundice. I supped this same evening with a family of Germans who've been settled here for 40 years and scarcely know a word of English yet. A fat, phlegmatic-looking baby is peacefully reposing in a cradle, which is simply half a monster pumpkin scooped out and dried. It is the most intensely rustic cradle in the world. Surely this youngster's head ought to be level on agricultural affairs when he grows up, if anybody's ought. From Napoleon, my route leads up the Maumee River and Canal, first trying the towpath of the latter and then relinquishing it for the very fair wagon road. The Maumee River, winding through its splendid rich valley, seems to possess a peculiar beauty all its own, and my mind, unbidden mentally, compares it with our old friend the Humboldt. The latter stream traverses dreary plains where almost nothing but sagebrush grows. The Maumee waters a smiling valley where orchards, fields, and meadows alternate with sugar maple groves, and in its fair bosom reflects beautiful landscape views. that are changed and rebeautified by the master hand of the sun every hour of the day, and doubly embellished at night by the moon. It is whispered that during the late unpleasantness, the Ohio regiments could out-yell the Louisiana Tigers or any other Confederate troops 2-1. Who has not heard the Ohio yell? Most people are magnanimously inclined to regard this rumor as simply a gag on the Buckeye boys. But it isn't. The Ohioans are to the manner born. The Buckeye yell is a tangible fact. All along the Maumee it resounds in my ears. Nearly every man or boy who from the fields far and near sees me bowling along the road straightway delivers himself of a yell pure and simple. At Perrysburg I strike the famous Maumee Pike, 40 miles of stone road almost at dead level. The western half is kept in rather poor repair these days, but from Fremont eastward it is splendid wheeling. The atmosphere of Bellevue is blue with politics, and myself and another innocent, unsuspecting individual hailing from New York are enticed into a political meeting by a wily politician and dexterously made to pose before the assembled company as two gentlemen who have come, one from the Atlantic, the other from the Pacific, to witness the overwhelming success of the only honest, horny-handed, double-breasted patriots, the party. The roads are found rather sandy east of the Pike, and the road full of wagons going to the circus, which exhibits today at Norwalk, causes considerable annoyance. Erie County, through which I am now passing, is one of the finest fruit countries in the world, and many of the farmers keep open orchard. Staying at Ridgeville overnight, I roll into Cleveland and into the outstretched arms of a policeman at 10 o'clock next morning.
He was violating the city ordinance by riding on the sidewalk,
the arresting policeman informs the captain.
Ah, he was, hey?
Thunders the captain in a hoarse, bass voice that causes my knees to knock together with fear and trembling, and the captain's eye seems to look clear through my trembling form. Please, sir, I didn't try to do it. I falter in a weak, gasping voice that brings tears to the eyes of the assembled officers and melts the captain's heart, so that he's already wavering between justice and mercy, when a local wheelman comes gallantly to the rescue and explains my natural ignorance of Cleveland city laws, and I breathe the joyous air of freedom once again. 3 members of the Cleveland Bicycle Club and a visiting wheelman accompany me 10 miles out, riding down far-famed Euclid Avenue and calling at Lakeview Cemetery to pay a visit to Garfield's tomb. I bid them farewell at Euclid Village, following the ridge road leading along the shore of Lake Erie to Buffalo. I ride through a most beautiful farming country, passing through Willoughby and Mentor, Garfield's old home. Splendidly kept roads pass between the avenues of stately maples that cast a grateful shade athwart the highway, both sides of which are lined with magnificent farms, whose fields and meadows fairly groan beneath their wealth of produce, whose fructiferous orchards are marvels of productiveness, and whose barns and stables would be veritable palaces to the sod-housed homesteaders on Nebraska's frontier prairies. Prominent among them stands the old Garfield homestead, a fine farm of 165 acres, at present managed by Mrs. Garfield's brother. Smiling villages, nestling amid stately groves, rearing white church spires from out their green bowery surroundings, dot the low, broad, fertile shoreland to the left. The gleaming waters of Lake Erie here and there glisten like burnished steel through the distant interspaces, and away beyond stretches northward, like a vast mirror, to kiss the blue Canadian skies. Near Conneaut, I whirl the dust of the Buckeye State from my tire and cross over into Pennsylvania, where from the little hamlet of Springfield the roads become good, then better, and finally best, at Girard, the home of the veteran showman Dan Rice, the beautifying works of whose generous hand are everywhere visible in his native town. Splendid is the road, and delightful the country coming east from Girard. Even the red brick schoolhouses are embowered amid leafy groves, and so it continues with ever-varying, ever-pleasing beauty to Erie, after which the highway becomes hardly so good. 24 hours after entering Pennsylvania, I make my exit across the boundary into the Empire State. The roads continue good, and after dinner I reach Westfield, 6 miles from the famous Lake Chautauqua, which beautiful hill and forest embowered sheet of water is popularly believed by many of its numerous local admirers to be the highest navigable lake in the world. If so, however, Lake Tahoe in the Sierra Nevada mountains comes next, as it is about 6,000 feet above the level of the sea and has 3 steamers plying on its waters. At Fredonia, I am shown through the celebrated watch movement factory here by the captain of the Fredonia Club, who accompanies me to Silver Creek, where we call on another enthusiastic wheelman, a physician, who uses the wheel in preference to a horse in making professional calls throughout the surrounding country. Taking supper with the genial Doc, they both accompany me to the summit of a steep hill leading up out of the creek bottom. No wheelman has ever yet rode up this hill, save the muscular and gritty captain of the Fredonia Club, though several have attempted the feat. From the top, my road ahead is plainly visible for miles, leading through the broad and smiling Cattargus Valley that is spread out like a vast garden below, through which Cattargus Creek slowly winds its tortuous way. Stopping overnight at Angola, I proceed to Buffalo next morning, catching the first glimpse of that important seaport of the lakes, where 15 miles across the bay the wagon road is almost licked by the swashing waves, and entering the city over a misfit plank road, off which I almost upset by the most audaciously indifferent woman in the world, a market woman homeward bound with her empty truck wagon recognizes my road rights to the extent of barely room to squeeze past between her wagon and the ditch, and holds her long stiff buggy whip so that it swipes me viciously across the face, knocks my helmet off into the mud ditch, and well nigh upsets me into the same. The woman, a crimson-crested blonde, jogs serenely along without even deigning to turn her head. Leaving the bicycle at Isham's, who volunteers some slight repairs, I take a flying visit by rail to see Niagara Falls, returning the same evening to enjoy the proffered hospitality of a genial member of the Buffalo Bicycle Club. Seated on the piazza of his residence on Delaware Avenue this evening, the symphonious voice of the club whistle is cast adrift whenever the glowing orb of a cycle lamp heaves in sight through the darkness, and several members of the club are thus rounded up and their hearts captured by the witchery of a smile in Buffalo. I hasten to explain is no kin whatever to a Rocky Mountain smile, far be it from it. The club whistle of the Buffalo Bicycle Club happens to sing the same melodious song as the police whistle at Washington, D.C., and the Buffalo cyclers who graced the National League meet at the Capitol with their presence took a folio of club music along. A small but frolicsome party of them on top of the Washington Monument heaved a sigh from their whistles at a comrade passing along the street below, when a corpulent policeman, naturally mistaking it for a signal from a brother cop, hastened to climb the 500 feet or thereabouts of ascent up the monument. When he arrived, puffing and perspiring to the summit, and discovered his mistake, the wheelmen say he made such awful use of the Queen's English that the atmosphere had a blue, sulphurous tinge about it for some time after. Leaving Buffalo next morning, I passed through Batavia, where the wheelmen have a most aesthetic little clubroom. Besides being jovial and well-souled fellows, they are awfully aesthetic, and the sweetest little Japanese curios and bric-a-brac decorate the walls and tables. Stopping overnight at La Boy, in company with the president and captain of the La Boy Club, I visit the State Fish Hatchery at Mumford next morning, and ride on through the Genesee Valley, finding fair roads through the valley, though somewhat hilly and stony toward Canandaigua. Inquiring the best road to Geneva, I am advised of the superiority of the one leading past the poorhouse. Finding them somewhat intricate and being too supersensitive to stop people and ask them the road to the poorhouse, I deservedly get lost, and am wandering erratically eastward through the darkness, when I fortunately meet a wheelman in a buggy who directs me to his mother's farmhouse nearby, with instructions to that most excellent woman to accommodate me for the night. 9 o'clock next morning, I reach fair Geneva, so beautifully situated on Seneca's silvery lake, passing State Agricultural Farm en route, continuing on up the Seneca River, passing through Waterloo and Seneca Falls to Cayuga, and from thence to Auburn and Skaneateles, where I heave a sigh at the thoughts of leaving the last, I cannot say the loveliest, for all are equally lovely, of that beautiful chain of lakes that transforms this part of New York State into a vast and delightful summer resort. Down a romantic Swiss glen where scores of sylvan nooks and rippling rills invite one to cast about for fairies and sprites is the word descriptive of my route from Marcellus next morning. Once again, on nearing the Camillus outlet from the narrow vale, I hear the sound of Sunday bells, and after the church bell-less western wilds, it seems to me that their notes have visited me amid beautiful scenes, strangely often of late. Arriving at Camillus, I ask the name of the sparkling little stream that dances along this fairy glen like a child at play, absorbing the sun rays and coquettishly reflecting them in the faces of the venerable oaks that bend over it like loving guardians protecting it from evil. My ears are prepared to hear a musical Indian name, Laughing Waters at least, but like a week's washing, ruthlessly intruding upon love's young dream, falls on my waiting ears the unpoetic misnomer 9 Mile Creek. Over good roads to Syracuse, and from thence my route leads down the Erie Canal, alternately riding down the canal towpath, the wagon roads, and between the tracks of the New York Central Railway. On the former, the greatest drawback to peaceful cycling is the towing mule and his unwarrantable animosity toward the bicycle, and the awful unmentionable profanity engendered thereby in the utterances of the boatmen. Sometimes the burden of this sulphurous profanity is aimed at me, sometimes at the inoffensive bicycle, or both of us collectively. But oftener is it directed at the unspeakable mule, who is really the only party to blame. A mule scares, not because he's really afraid, but because he feels skittishly inclined to turn back, and to make trouble between his enemies, the boatman, his taskmaster, and the cycler, an intruder on his exclusive domain, the Erie towpath. A span of mules will pretend to scare, whirl around and jerk loose from the driver, and go scooting back down the towpath in a manner indicating that nothing less than a stone wall would stop them, but exactly in the nick of time to prevent the tow line jerking them sideways into the canal, they stop. Trust a mule for never losing his head when he runs away, as does his hot-headed relative the horse, who never once allows surrounding circumstances to occupy his thoughts to an extent detrimental to his own self-preservative interests. The Erie Canal mule's first mission in life is to engender profanity and strife between boatmen and cyclists, and the second is to work and chew hay, which brings him out about even with the world around. At Rome I entered the famous and beautiful Mohawk Valley, a place long looked forward to with much pleasurable anticipation from having heard so often of its natural beauties and its interesting historical associations.
It's the garden spot of the world, and travelers who've been all over Europe and everywhere say there's nothing in the world to equal the quiet landscape beauty of the Mohawk Valley,
enthusiastically remarks an old gentleman in spectacles whom I chanced to encounter on the heights east of Herkimer. Of the first assertion I have nothing to say, having passed through a dozen garden spots of the world on this tour across America. But there is no gainsaying the fact that the Mohawk Valley, as viewed from this vantage spot, is wonderfully beautiful. I think it must have been on this spot that the poet received inspiration to compose the beautiful song that is sung alike in the quiet homes of the valley itself and in the trappers' and hunters' tents on the far-off Yellowstone. Fair is the vale where the Mohawk gently glides on its clear, shining way to the sea. The valley is one of the natural gateways of commerce, for at Little Falls, where it contracts to a mere pass between the hills, one can almost throw a stone across 6 railway tracks, the Erie Canal, and the Mohawk River. Spending an hour looking over the magnificent Capitol building at Albany, I cross the Hudson and proceed to ride eastward between the 2 tracks of the Boston and Albany Railroad, finding the riding very fair. From the elevated roadbed, I cast a longing, lingering look down the Hudson Valley that stretches away southward like a heaven-born dream, and sigh at the impossibility of going 2 ways at once.
There's a $50 fine for riding a bicycle along the B&A Railroad,
I'm informed at Albany, but risk it to Shodak, where I make inquiries of the section foreman.
No, there's no fine, but as ye's a run over and get killed, it'll be useless for ye's to enter suit agin the company for damages,
is the reassuring reply, and the unpleasant visions of bankrupting fines dissolve in a smile at the characteristic Milesian explanation. Crossing the Massachusetts boundary at the village of State Line, I find the roads excellent, and thinking that the highways of the old Bay State will be good enough anywhere, I grow careless about the minute directions given me by Albany wheelmen, and ere long am laboriously toiling over the heavy roads and steep grades of the Berkshire Hills, endeavoring to get what consolation I can in return for unridable roads out of the charming scenery and the many interesting features of the Berkshire Hill country. It is at Otis, in the midst of these hills, that I first become acquainted with the peculiar New England dialect in its native home. The widely heralded intellectual superiority of the Massachusetts fair ones asserts itself even in the wildest parts of these wild hills. For at small farms that in most states would be characterized by barefooted, brown-faced housewives, I encounter spectacled ladies whose fair faces reflect the encyclopedia of knowledge within, and whose wise looks naturally fill me with awe. At Westfield, I learned that Karl Kron, the author and publisher of the American road book 10,000 Miles on a Bicycle, not to be outdone by my exploit of floating the bicycle across the Humboldt, undertook the perilous feat of swimming the Potomac with his bicycle suspended at his waist, and had to be fished up from the bottom with a boat-hook. Since then, however, I have seen the gentleman himself, who assures me that the whole story is a canard. Over good roads to Springfield, and through to Palmer, from thence riding the whole distance to Worcester, between the tracks of the railway, in preference to the variable country roads. On to Boston next morning, now only 40 miles away. I pass venerable weather-worn milestones set up in colonial days when the Great West, now trailed across with rubber hoof marks of the popular steed of today, was a pathless wilderness, and on the maps a blank. Striking the famous sand-papered roads at Framingham, which, by the by, ought to be pumice-stoned a little to make them as good for cycling as stretches of gravelled roads near Springfield, Sandwich and Plano, Illinois, LaPorte and South Bend, Indiana, Mentor and Willoughby, Ohio, Girard, Pennsylvania, several places on the ridge road between Erie and Buffalo, and the alkali flats of the Rocky Mountain territories. Soon the blue intellectual haze hovering over the hub heaves in sight, and at 2 o'clock in the afternoon of August the 4th, I roll into Boston, and whisper to the wild waves of the sounding Atlantic what the sad sea waves of the Pacific were saying when I left there just 103.5 days ago, having wheeled about 3,700 miles to deliver the message. Passing the winter of 1884-85 in New York, I became acquainted with the Outing magazine, contributed to it sketches of my tour across America, and in the spring of 1885 continued around the world as its special correspondent, embarking April the 9th from New York for Liverpool, aboard the City of Chicago. End of section.
Section 9 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 5, From America to the German Frontier, Part 1. At 1 p.m. on that day, the ponderous but shapely hull of the city of Chicago, with its living and lively freight, moves from the dock as though it, too, were endowed with mind as well as matter. The crowds that a moment ago disappeared down the gangplank are now congregated on the outer end of the pier, a compact mass of waving handkerchiefs and anxious-faced people shouting out signs of recognition to friends aboard the departing steamer. From beginning to end of the voyage across the Atlantic, the weather is delightful, and the passengers, well, half the cabin passengers are members of Henry Irving's Lyceum Company en route home after their successful tour in America, and old voyagers abroad who have crossed the Atlantic scores of times pronounce it altogether the most enjoyable trip they ever experienced. The third day out, we encountered a lonesome-looking iceberg, an object that the captain seemed to think would be better appreciated and possibly more affectionately remembered if viewed at the respectful distance of about 4 miles. It proves a cold, unsympathetic berg, yet extremely entertaining in its own way, since it accommodates us by neutralizing pretty much all the surplus caloric in the atmosphere around for hours after it has disappeared below the horizon of our vision. I am particularly fortunate in finding among my fellow passengers Mr. Harry B. French, the traveller and author, from whom I obtain much valuable information, particularly of China. Mr. French has travelled some distance through the flowery kingdom himself, and thoughtfully forewarns me to anticipate a particularly lively and interesting time in invading that country with a vehicle so strange and incomprehensible to the celestial mind as a bicycle. This experienced gentleman informs me, among other interesting things, that if 500 chattering celestials batter down the door and swarm unannounced at midnight into the apartment where I am endeavouring to get the first wink of sleep obtained for a whole week, instead of following the natural inclinations of an Anglo-Saxon to energetically defend his rights with a stuffed club, I shall display Solomon-like wisdom by quietly submitting to the invasion and deferentially bowing to Chinese inquisitiveness. If, on an occasion of this nature, one stationed himself behind the door, and as a sort of preliminary warning to the others, greeted the first interloper with the business end of a boot-jack, he would be morally certain of a lively one-sided misunderstanding that might end disastrously to himself, whereas, by meekly submitting to a critical and exhaustive examination by the assembled company, he might even become the recipient of an apology for having had to batter down the door in order to satisfy their curiosity. One needs more discretion than valour in dealing with the Chinese. At noon on the 19th we reached Liverpool, where I find a letter awaiting me from A.J. Wilson, Fayed, inviting me to call on him at Powerscroft House, London, and offering to tandem me through the intricate mazes of the West End, likewise asking whether it would be agreeable to have him with others accompany me from London down to the south coast, a programme to which, it is needless to say, I entertain no objections. As the custom house officer wrenches a board off the broad, flat box containing my American bicycle, several fellow passengers, prompted by their curiosity to obtain a peep at the machine which they have learned is to carry me round the world, gather about, and one sympathetic lady, as she catches a glimpse of the bright nickeled forks, exclaims, "Oh, what a shame that they should be allowed to wrench the planks off. They might injure it." But a small tip thoroughly convinces the individual prying off the board that by removing one section and taking a conscientious squint in the direction of the closed end, his duty to the British government would be performed as faithfully as though everything were laid bare, and the kind-hearted lady's apprehension of possible injury are thus happily allayed. In 2 hours after landing, the bicycle is safely stowed away in the underground storerooms of the Liverpool and North Western Railway Company, and in 2 hours more I am wheeling rapidly toward London, through neatly cultivated fields and meadows and parks of that intense greenness met with nowhere save in the British Isles, and which causes a couple of native Americans riding in the same compartment, and who are visiting England for the first time, to express their admiration of it all in the unmeasured language of the genuine Yankee when truly astonished and delighted. Arriving in London, I lose no time in seeking out Mr. Bolton, a well-known wheelman who has toured on the continent probably as extensively as any other English cycler, and to whom I bear a letter of introduction. Together, on Monday afternoon, we ruthlessly invade the sanctums of the leading cycling papers in London. Mr. Bolton is also able to give me several useful hints concerning wheeling through France and Germany. Then comes the application for a passport, and the inevitable unpleasantness of being suspected by every policeman and detective about the government buildings of being a wild-eyed dynamiter recently arrived from America with the fell purpose of blowing up the place. On Tuesday, I make a formal descent on the Chinese embassy to seek information regarding the possibility of making a serpentine trail through the flowery kingdom via Upper Burma to Hong Kong or Shanghai. Here I learn from Dr. McCarty, the interpreter at the embassy, as from Mr. French, that, putting it as mildly as possible, I must expect wild time generally in getting through the interior of China with a bicycle. The doctor feels certain that I may reasonably anticipate the pleasure of making my way through a howling wilderness of hooting celestials from one end of the country to the other. The great danger, he thinks, will not be so much the well-known aversion of the Chinese to having an outer barbarian penetrate the sacred interior of their country, as the enormous crowds that would almost constantly surround me out of curiosity at both rider and wheel, and the moral certainty of a foreigner unwittingly doing something to offend the Chinaman's peculiar and deep-rooted notions of propriety. This, it is easily seen, would be a peculiarly ticklish thing to do when surrounded by surging masses of dangling pigtails and cerulean blouses, the wearers of which are from the start predisposed to make things as unpleasant as possible. My own experience alone, however, will prove the kind of reception I am likely to meet with among them, and if they will only considerately refrain from impaling me on a bamboo, after a barbarous and highly ingenious custom of theirs, I little reck what other unpleasantries they have in store. After one remains in the world long enough to find it out, he usually becomes less fastidious about the future of things in general than when in the hopeful days of boyhood every prospect ahead was fringed with the golden expectations of a budding and inexperienced imagery. Nevertheless, a thoughtful, meditative person who realizes the necessity of drawing the line somewhere would naturally draw it at impalation. Not being conscious of any presentiment savouring of impalation, however, the only request I make of the Chinese at present is to place no insurmountable obstacle against my pursuing the even or uneven, as the case may be, tenor of my way through their country. China, though, is several revolutions of my 50-inch wheel away to the eastward at this present time of writing, and speculations in regard to it are rather premature. Soon after reaching London, I have the pleasure of meeting Fayed, a gentleman who carries his cycling enthusiasm almost where some people are said to carry their hearts, on his sleeve, so that a very short acquaintance only is necessary to convince one of being in the company of a person whose interest in whirling wheels is of no ordinary nature. When I present myself at Powerscroft House, Fayed is busily wandering around among the curves and angles of no less than 3 tricycles, apparently endeavouring to encompass the complicated mechanism of all 3 in one grand comprehensive effort of the mind, and the addition of as many tricycle crates standing around makes the premises so suggestive of a flourishing tricycle agency that an old gentleman, happening to pass by at the moment, is really quite excusable in stopping and inquiring the prices, with a view to purchasing one for himself. Our tandem ride through the West End has to be indefinitely postponed on account of my time being limited and our inability to procure readily a suitable machine, and Mr. Wilson's bump of discretion would not permit him to think of allowing me to attempt the feat of manoeuvring a tricycle myself among the bewildering traffic of the metropolis, and risk bringing my wheel around the world to an inglorious conclusion before being fairly begun. While walking down Parliament Street, my attention is called to a venerable-looking gentleman wheeling briskly along among the throngs of vehicles of every description, and I am informed that the bold tricycler is none other than Major Knox Holmes, a vigorous youth of some 78 summers, who has recently accomplished the feat of riding 114 miles in 10 hours. For a person nearly 80 years of age, this is really quite a promising performance, and there is small doubt but that when the gallant Major gets a little older, say when he becomes a centenarian, he will develop into a veritable prodigy on the cinder-path. Having obtained my passport and got it vised for the Sultan's dominions at the Turkish consulate, and placed in Fayed's possession a bundle of maps which he generously volunteers to forward to me, as I require them in the various countries it is proposed to traverse, I return on April the 30th to Liverpool, from which point the formal start on the wheel across England is to be made. 4 o'clock in the afternoon of May the 2nd is the time announced, and Edge Hill Church is the appointed place, where Mr. Lawrence Fletcher of the Anfield Bicycle Club and a number of other Liverpool wheelmen have volunteered to meet and accompany me some distance out of the city. Several of the Liverpool daily papers have made mention of the affair. Accordingly, upon arriving at the appointed place and time, I find a crowd of several hundred people gathered to satisfy their curiosity as to what sort of a looking individual it is who has crossed America a wheel, and furthermore proposes to accomplish the greater feat of the circumlocution of the globe. A small sea of hats is enthusiastically waved aloft. A ripple of applause escapes from 500 English throats as I mount my glistening bicycle, and with the assistance of a few policemen, the 25 Liverpool cyclers who have assembled to accompany me out extricate themselves from the crowd, mount and fall into line 2 abreast, and merrily we wheel away down Edge Lane and out of Liverpool. English weather at this season is notoriously capricious, and the present year it is unusually so, and ere the start is fairly made we are pedalling along through quite a pelting shower, which, however, fails to make much impression on the roads beyond causing the flinging of more or less mud. The majority of my escort are members of the Anfield Club, who have the enviable reputation of being among the hardest road riders in England, several members having accomplished over 200 miles within the 24 hours, and I am informed that Mr. Fletcher is soon to undertake the task of beating the tricycle record over that already well-contested route from John O'Groats to Land's End. 16 miles out, I become the happy recipient of hearty well-wishes, innumerable, with the accompanying handshaking, and my escort turn back toward home and Liverpool, all save 4, who wheel on to Warrington and remain overnight, with the avowed intention of accompanying me 25 miles farther tomorrow morning. Our Sunday morning experience begins with a shower of rain, which, however, augurs well for the remainder of the day, and save for a gentle headwind, no reproachful remarks are heard about that much criticised individual, the clerk of the weather, especially as our road leads through a country prolific of everything charming to one's sense of the beautiful. Moreover, we are this morning bowling along the self-same highway that in days of yore was among the favourite promenades of a distinguished and enterprising individual known to every British juvenile as Dick Turpin, a person who won imperishable renown and the undying affection of the small Britain of today by making it unsafe along here for stagecoaches and travellers indiscreet enough to carry valuables about with them. Think I'll get such roads as this all through England? I ask of my escort as we wheel joyously southward along smooth, macadamized highways that would make the sand-papered roads around Boston seem almost unfit for cycling in comparison, and that lead through picturesque villages and noble parks, occasionally catching a glimpse of a splendid old manor among venerable trees that makes one unconsciously begin humming. The ancient homes of England, how beautiful they stand amidst the tall ancestral trees o'er all the pleasant land. "Oh, you'll get much better roads than this in the southern counties," is the reply. Though fresh from American roads, one can scarce see what shape the improvements can possibly take. Out of Lancashire into Cheshire we wheel, and my escort, after wishing me all manner of good fortune in hearty Lancashire style, wheel about and hie themselves back toward the rumble and roar of the world's greatest seaport, leaving me to pedal pleasantly southward along the green lanes amid the quiet rural scenery of Staffordshire to Stone, where I remain Sunday night. The country is favoured with another drenching downpour of rain during the night, and moisture relentlessly descends at short, unreliable intervals on Monday morning as I proceed toward Birmingham. Notwithstanding the superabundant moisture, the morning ride is a most enjoyable occasion, requiring but a dash of sunshine to make everything perfect. The mystic voice of the cuckoo is heard from many an emerald copse around. Songsters that inhabit only the green hedges and woods of merry England are carolling their morning vespers in all directions. Skylarks are soaring skyward, warbling their unceasing paeans of praise as they gradually ascend into cloudland's shadowy realms, and occasionally I bowl along beneath an archway of spreading beeches that are colonized by crowds of noisy rooks, incessantly cawing their approval or disapproval of things in general. Surely England, with its well-nigh perfect roads, the wonderful greenness of its vegetation, and its roadsters that meet and regard their steel-ribbed rivals with supreme indifference, is the natural paradise of cyclers. There is no annoying dismounting for frightened horses on these happy highways. For the English horse, though spirited and brimful of fire, has long since accepted the inevitable, and either has made friends with the wheelman and his swift-winged steed, or, what is equally agreeable, maintain a haughty reserve. Pushing along leisurely between showers into Warwickshire, I reach Birmingham about 3 o'clock, and after spending an hour or so looking over some tricycle works, and calling for a leather writing case they are making especially for my tour, I wheel on to Coventry, having the company of Mr. Priest, Jr. of the tricycle works, as far as Stonehouse. Between Birmingham and Coventry, the recent rainfall has evidently been less, and I mentally note this 15-mile stretch of road as the finest traversed since leaving Liverpool, both for width and smoothness of surface, it being a veritable boulevard. Arriving at Coventry, I call on Brother Sturmey, a gentleman well and favourably known to readers of cycling literature everywhere, and as I feel considerably like deserving reasonably gentle treatment after perseveringly pressing forward 60 miles in spite of the rain, I request him to steer me into the Cyclists' Touring Club Hotel, an office which he smilingly performs, and thoughtfully admonishes the proprietor to handle me as tenderly as possible. I am piloted around to take a hurried glance at Coventry, visiting, among other objects of interest, the Starley Memorial. This memorial is interesting to cyclers, from having been erected by public subscription in recognition of the great interest Mr. Starley took in the cycle industry, he having been, in fact, the father of the interest in Coventry, and consequently the direct author of the city's present prosperity. The mind of the British small boy along my route has been taxed to its utmost to account for my white military helmet, and various and interesting are the passing remarks heard in consequence. The most general impression seems to be that I am direct from the Sudan, some youthful conservatives blandly intimating the Starley Memorial, Coventry, that I am the advance guard of a general scuttle of the army out of Egypt, and that presently whole regiments of white-helmeted wheelmen will come whirling along the roads on nickel-plated steeds, some even going so far as to do me the honour of calling me General Wolseley, while others, rising young liberals probably, recklessly call me General Gordon, intimating by this that the hero of Khartoum was not killed after all, and is proving it by sweeping through England on a bicycle, wearing a white helmet to prove his identity. A pleasant ride along a splendid road, shaded for miles with rows of spreading elms, brings me to the charming old village of Dunchurch, where everything seems moss-grown and venerable with age. A squatty, castle-like church tower that has stood the brunt of many centuries frowns down upon a cluster of picturesque thatched cottages of primitive architecture and ivy-clad from top to bottom, while to make the picture complete there remain even the old wooden stocks, through the holes of which the feet of boozy unfortunates were wont to be unceremoniously thrust in the good old times of rude simplicity. In fact, the only really unprimitive building about the place appears to be a newly erected Methodist chapel. It couldn't be. No. Of course it couldn't be possible that there is any connecting link between the American peculiarity of elevating the feet on the window-sill or the drum of the heating stove, and this old-time custom of elevating the feet of those of our ancestors possessed of boozy, hilarious proclivities. At Weedon Barracks I make a short halt to to watch the soldiers go through the bayonet exercises, and suffer myself to be persuaded into quaffing a mug of delicious creamy stout at the canteen with a genial old sergeant, a bronzed veteran who has seen active service in several of the tough expeditions that England seems ever prone to undertake in various uncivilized quarters of the world. After which I wheel away over old Roman military roads through Northamptonshire and Buckinghamshire, reaching Fenny Stratford just in time to find shelter against the machinations of the weather clerk, who, having withheld rain nearly all the afternoon, begins dispensing it again in the gloaming. It rains uninterruptedly all night, but although my route for some miles is now down cross-country lanes, the rain has only made them rather disagreeable, without rendering them in any respect unrideable, and although I am among the slopes of the Chiltern Hills, scarcely a dismount is necessary during the forenoon. Spending the night at Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire, I pull out toward London on Thursday morning, and near Watford am highly gratified at meeting Fayed and the captain of the North London Tricycle Club, who have come out on their tricycles from London to meet and escort me into the metropolis. At Fayed's suggestion, I decide to remain over in London until Saturday to be present at the annual tricycle meet on Barnes Common, and together we wheel down the Edgware Road, Park Road, among the fashionable turnouts of Piccadilly, past Knightsbridge and Brompton, to the Inventories exhibition, where we spend a most enjoyable afternoon inspecting the 1,001 material evidences of inventive genius from the several countries represented. 512 cyclers, including 41 tandem tricycles and 50 ladies, ride in procession at the Barnes Common meet, making quite an imposing array as they wheel two abreast between rows of enthusiastic spectators. Here, among a host of other wheeling celebrities, I am introduced to Major Knox Holmes, before mentioned as being a gentleman of extraordinary powers of endurance considering his advanced age. After tea, a number of tricyclers accompany me down as far as Croydon, which place we enter to the pattering music of a drenching rainstorm, experiencing the accompanying pleasure of a wet skin, etc. The threatening aspect of the weather on the following morning causes part of our company to hesitate about venturing any farther from London, but Fayed and 3 companions wheel with me toward Brighton through a gentle morning shower, which soon clears away, however, and before long the combination of the splendid Sussex roads, fine breezy weather, and lovely scenery amply repays us for the discomforts of yestereve. 14 miles from Brighton we are met by 8 members of the Kempton Rangers Bicycle Club, who have sallied forth thus far northward to escort us into town, having done which they deliver us over to Mr. C. of the Brighton Tricycle Club and brother-in-law to the mayor of the city. It is 2 in the afternoon. This gentleman straightway ingratiates himself into our united affections and wins our eternal gratitude by giving us a regular wheelman's dinner, after which he places us under still further obligations by showing us as many of the lions of Brighton as are accessible on Sunday, chief among which is the famous Brighton Aquarium, where, by his influence, he kindly has the diving birds and seals fed before their usual hour for our especial delectation, a proceeding which naturally causes the barometer of our respective self-esteems to rise several notches higher than usual, and doubtless gives equal satisfaction to the seals and diving birds. We linger at the aquarium until near sundown, and it is 15 miles by what is considered the smoothest road to Newhaven. Mr. C declares his intention of donning his riding suit, and by taking a shorter, though supposedly rougher road, reach Newhaven as soon as we. As we halt at Lewes for tea, and ride leisurely, likewise submitting to being photographed en route, he actually arrives there ahead of us. It is Sunday evening, May the 10th, and my ride through merry England is at an end. Among other agreeable things to be ever remembered in connection with it, is the fact that it is the first 300 miles I ever remember riding over without scoring a header, a circumstance that impresses itself none the less favourably, perhaps, when viewed in connection with the solidity of the average English road. It is not a very serious misadventure to take a flying header into a bed of loose sand on an American country road, but the prospect of rooting up a flintstone with one's nose, or knocking a curbstone loose with one's bump of cautiousness, is an entirely different affair. Consequently, the universal smoothness of the surface of the English highways is appreciated at its full value by at least one wheelman whose experience of roads is nothing if not varied. Comfortable quarters are assigned me on board the Channel steamer, and a few minutes after bidding friends and England farewell at Newhaven at 11:30 p.m., I am gently rocked into unconsciousness by the motion of the vessel, and remain happily and restfully oblivious to my surroundings until awakened next morning at Dieppe, where I find myself in a few minutes on a foreign shore. All the way from San Francisco to Newhaven, there is a consciousness of being practically in one country and among one people who, though acknowledging separate governments, are bound so firmly together by the ties of common instincts and interests, and the mystic brotherhood of a common language and a common civilization, that nothing of a serious nature can ever come between them. But now I am verily among strangers, and the first thing talked of is to make me pay duty on the bicycle. End of section 9. Section 10 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 5, From America to the German Frontier, Part 2. The captain of the vessel, into whose hands Mr. C assigned me at Newhaven, protests on my behalf, and I likewise enter a gentle demurrer. But the customs house officer declares that a duty will have to be forthcoming, saying that the amount will be returned again when I pass over the German frontier. The captain finally advises the payment of the duty and the acceptance of a receipt for the amount, and takes his leave. Not feeling quite satisfied as yet about paying the duty, I take a short stroll about Dieppe, leaving my wheel at the custom house, and when I shortly return, prepared to pay the assessment, whatever it may be, the officer who, but 30 minutes since, declared emphatically in favour of a duty, now answers with all the politeness imaginable, Monsieur is at liberty to take the velocipede and go whithersoever he will. It is a fairly prompt initiation into the impulsiveness of the French character. They don't accept bicycles as baggage, though, on the Channel steamers, and 6 shillings freight, over and above passage money, has to be yielded up. Although on a foreign shore, I am yet, it seems, to be left entirely alone to the tender mercies of my own lamentable inability to speak French. Fortunately, there lives at Dieppe a gentleman named Mr. Parkinson, who, besides being an Englishman to the backbone, is quite an enthusiastic wheelman, and among other things considers it his solemn duty to take charge of visiting cyclers from England and America and see them safely launched along the magnificent roadways of Normandy, headed fairly toward their destination. Fayed has thoughtfully notified Mr. Parkinson of my approach, and he is watching for my coming, as tenderly as though I were a returning prodigal and he charged with my welcoming home. Close under the frowning battlements of Dieppe Castle, a once well-nigh impregnable fortress that was some time in possession of the English, romantically nestles Mr. Parkinson's studio, and that genial gentleman promptly proposes accompanying me some distance into the country. On our way through Dieppe, I notice blue-bloused peasants guiding small flocks of goats through the streets, calling them along with a peculiar, tuneful instrument that sounds somewhat similar to a bagpipe. I learn that they are Normandy peasants who keep their flocks around town all summer, goat's milk being considered beneficial for infants and invalids. They lead the goats from house to house and milk whatever quantity their customers want at their own door, a custom that we can readily understand will never become widely popular among Anglo-Saxon milkmen, since it leaves no possible chance for pump-handle combinations and corresponding profits. This morning is glorious with sunshine and the carols of feathered songsters, as together we speed away down the beautiful Arc Valley, over roads that are simply perfect for wheeling, and upon arriving at the picturesque ruins of the Château d'Arc, we halt and take a casual peep at the crumbling walls of this famous fortress, which the trailing ivy of Normandy now partially covers with a dark green mantle of charity, as though its purpose and its mission were to hide its fallen grandeur from the rude gaze of the passing stranger. All along the roads we meet happy-looking peasants driving into Dieppe market with produce. They are driving Normandy horses, and that means fine, large-spirited animals, which, being unfamiliar with bicycles, almost invariably take exception to ours, prancing about after the usual manner of high-strung steeds. Unlike his English relative, the Norman horse looks not supinely upon the whirling wheel, but arrays himself almost unanimously against us, and usually in the most uncompromising manner, similar to the phantom-eyed roadster of the United States agriculturist. The similarity between the turnouts of these two countries, I am forced to admit, however, terminates abruptly with the horse itself, and does not, by any means, extend to the driver. For while the Normandy horse capers about and threatens to upset the vehicle into the ditch, the Frenchman's face is wreathed in apologetic smiles, and while he frantically endeavours to keep the refractory horse under control, he delivers himself of a whole dictionary of apologies to the wheelman for the animal's foolish conduct, touches his cap with an air of profound deference upon noticing that we have considerably slowed up, and invariably utters his bonjour, monsieur, as we wheel past, in a voice that plainly indicates his acknowledgment of the wheelman's or anybody else's right to half the roadway. A few days ago I called the English roads perfect, and England the paradise of cyclers, and so it is. But the Normandy roads are even superior, and the scenery of the Arc Valley is truly lovely. There is not a loose stone, a rut, or depression anywhere on these roads, and it is little exaggeration to call them veritable billiard tables for smoothness of surface. As one bowls smoothly along them, he is constantly wondering how they can possibly keep them in such condition. Were these fine roads in America, one would never be out of sight of whirling wheels. A luncheon of Normandy cheese and cider at Claire's, and then onward to Buon is the word. At every crossroad is erected an iron guidepost containing directions to several of the nearest towns, telling the distances in kilometres and yards, and small stone pillars are set up alongside the road, marking every 100 yards. Arriving at Rouen at 4 o'clock, Mr. Parkinson shows me the famous old Rouen Cathedral, the Palace of Justice, and such examples of old medieval Rouen as I care to visit, and after inviting me to remain and take dinner with him by the murmuring waters of the historic Seine, he bids me bon voyage, turns my head southward, and leaves me at last a stranger among strangers, to comprendre Frangé unassisted. Some wiseacre has placed it on record that too much of a good thing is worse than none at all. However that may be, from having concluded that the friendly iron guideposts would be found on every corner where necessary, pointing out the way with infallible truthfulness, and being doubtless influenced by the superior levelness of the road leading down to the valley of the Seine, in comparison with the one leading over the bluffs, I wander toward eventide into Elbeuf, instead of Pont de l'Arc, as I had intended, but it matters little, and I am content to make the best of my surroundings. Wheeling along the crooked, paved streets of Elbeuf, I enter a small hotel, and after the customary exchange of civilities, I arch my eyebrows at an intelligent-looking madame, and inquire, "Comprende anglais?" "Non," replies the lady, looking puzzled, while I proceed to ventilate my pantomimic powers to try to make my wants understood. After 15 minutes of despairing effort, Mademoiselle, the daughter, is dispatched to the other side of the town, and presently returns with a bewhiskered Frenchman, who, in very much broken English, accompanying his words with wondrous gesticulations, gives me to understand that he is the only person in all Elbeuf capable of speaking the English language, and begs me to unburden myself to him without reserve. He proves himself useful and obliging, kindly interesting himself in obtaining me comfortable accommodation at reasonable rates. This Elbeuf hotel is anything but an elegant establishment, and le propriétaire, though seemingly intelligent enough, brings me out a bottle of the inevitable vin ordinaire, common red wine, at breakfast time, instead of the coffee for which my opportune interpreter said he had given the order yester-eve. If a Frenchman only sits down to a bite of bread and cheese, he usually consumes a pint bottle of vin ordinaire with it. The loaves of bread here are rolls 3 and 4 feet long, and frequently one of these is laid across, or rather along, for it is oftentimes longer than the table is wide, the table for you to hack away at during your meal, according to your bread-eating capacity or inclination. Monsieur the accomplished comes down to see his Anglais friend and protégé next morning. A few minutes after, his Anglais friend and protégé has started off toward a distant street called Rue Poisson, which Les Garçons had unwittingly directed him to when he inquired the way to the Bureau de Poste, the natural result, I suppose, of the difference between Elbeuf pronunciation and mine. Discovering my mistake upon arriving at the Rue Poisson, I am more fortunate in my attack upon the interpreting abilities of a passing citizen, who sends an Elbeuf gamine to guide me to the post office. Post office clerks are proverbially intelligent people in any country. Consequently, it doesn't take me long to transact my business at the Bureau de Poste. But now, shades of Caesar, I have thoughtlessly neglected to take down either the name of the hotel or the street in which it is located, and for the next half hour go wandering about as helplessly as the babes in the wood. Once, twice, I fancy recognizing the location, but the ordinary Elbeuf house is not easily recognized from its neighbours, and I am standing looking around me in the bewildered attitude of one uncertain of his bearings, when lo, the landlady, who has doubtlessly been wondering whatever has become of me, appears at the door of a building which I should certainly never have recognized as my hotel, besom in hand, and her pleasant "Oui, monsieur" sounds cheery and welcome enough under the circumstances, as one may readily suppose. Fine roads continue, and between Gaillon and Vernon one can see the splendid highway, smooth, straight, and broad, stretching ahead for miles between rows of stately poplars, forming magnificent avenues that add not a little to the natural loveliness of the country. Noble chateaux appear here and there, oftentimes situated upon the bluffs of the Seine, and forming the background to a long avenue of chestnuts, maples, or poplars, running at right angles to the main road and principal avenue. The well-known thriftiness of the French peasantry is noticeable on every hand, and particularly away to the left yonder, where their small, well-cultivated farms make the sloping bluffs resemble huge log-cabin quilts in the distance. Another glaring and unmistakable evidence of the Normandy peasants' thriftiness is the remarkable number of patches they manage to distribute over the surface of their pantaloons, every peasant hereabouts averaging 20 patches, more or less, of all shapes and sizes. When the British or United States governments impose any additional taxation on the people grudgingly declare they won't put up with it, and then go ahead and pay it. But when the Chamber of Deputies at Paris turns on the financial thumbscrew a little tighter, the French peasant simply puts yet another patch on the seat of his pantaloons, and smilingly hands over the difference between the patch and the new pair he intended to purchase. Huge cavalry barracks mark the entrance to Vernon, and as I watch with interest the manoeuvring of the troops going through their morning drill, I cannot help thinking that with such splendid roads as France possesses, she might take many a less practical measure for home defence than to mount a few regiments of light infantry on bicycles. Infantry travelling toward the front at the rate of 75 or 100 miles a day would be something of an improvement, one would naturally think. Every few miles my road leads through the long, straggling street of a village, every building in which is of solid stone and looks at least 1,000 years old, while at many crossroads among the fields, and in all manner of unexpected nooks and corners of the villages, crucifixes are erected to accommodate the devotionally inclined. Most of the streets of these interior villages are paved with square stones which the wear and tear of centuries have generally rendered too rough for the bicycle, but occasionally one is rideable, and the astonishment of the inhabitants as I wheel leisurely through, whistling the solemn strains of "Roll, Jordan, roll," is really quite amusing. Every village of any size boasts a church that, for fineness of architecture and apparent costliness of construction, looks out of all proportion to the straggling street of shapeless structures that it overtops. Everything here seems built as though intended to last forever, it being no unusual sight to see a ridiculously small piece of ground surrounded by a stone wall built as though to resist a bombardment, an enclosure that must have cost more to erect than 50 crops off the enclosed space could repay. The important town of Mantes is reached early in the evening and a good inn found for the night. The market women are arraying their varied wares all along the main street of Mantes as I wheel down toward the banks of the Seine this morning. I stop to procure a draught of new milk, and while drinking it, point to sundry long rows of light, flaky-looking cakes strung on strings, and motion that I am desirous of sampling a few at current rates. But the good dame smiles and shakes her head vigorously, as well enough she might, for I learn afterward that the cakes are nothing less than dried yeast cakes, a breakfast off which would probably have produced spontaneous combustion. Getting onto the wrong road out of Mantes, I find myself at the river's edge down among the Seine watermen. I am shown the right way, but from Mantes to Paris they are not Normandy roads. From Mantes southward they gradually deteriorate until they are little or no better than the sand-papered roads of Boston. Having determined to taboo vin ordinaire altogether, I astonish the restaurateur of a village where I take lunch by motioning away the bottle of red wine and calling for de l'eau, and the glances cast in my direction by the other customers indicate plainly enough that they consider the proceedings as something quite extraordinary. Rolling through Saint-Germain, Châlons-Pavé, and Nanterre, the magnificent Arc de Triomphe looms up in the distance ahead, and at about 2 o'clock Wednesday, May the 13th, I wheel into the gay capital through the Porte Maillot. Asphalt pavement now takes the place of macadam, and but a short distance inside the city limits I notice the cycle depot of Renard Ferrez. Knowing instinctively that the fraternal feelings engendered by the magic wheel reaches to wherever a wheelman lives, I hesitate not to dismount and present my card. Yes, Jean Glinka, apparently an employee there, comprehends anglais. They have all heard of my tour and wish me bon voyage, and Jean and his bicycle is forthwith produced and delegated to accompany me to the interior of the city and find me a suitable hotel. The streets of Paris, like the streets of other large cities, are paved with various compositions, and they have just been sprinkled, French-like. The luckless Jean is desirous of displaying his accomplishments on the wheel to a visitor so distingué. He circles around on the slippery pavement in a manner most unnecessary, and in so doing upsets himself while crossing a car track, rips his pantaloons, and injures his wheel. At the Hotel du Louvre they won't accept bicycles, having no place to put them, but a short distance from there we find a less pretentious establishment, where, after requiring me to fill up a formidable-looking blank stating my name, residence, age, occupation, birthplace, the last place I lodged at, etc., they finally assign me quarters. From Paul de Villiers, to whom I bring an introduction, I learn that by waiting here till Friday evening and repairing to the rooms of the Société Vélocipédique Métropolitaine, the president of that club can give me the best bicycle route between Paris and Vienna. Accordingly, I domicile myself at the hotel for a couple of days. Many of the lions of Paris are within easy distance of my hotel. The reader, however, probably knows more about the sights of Paris than one can possibly find out in 2 days. Therefore, I refrain from any attempt at describing them. But my hotel is worthy of remark. Among other and agreeable and sensible arrangements at the Hotel du Loiret, there is no such thing as opening one's room door from the outside save with the key, and unless one thoroughly understands this handy peculiarity and has his wits about him continually, he is morally certain some time when he is leaving his room absent-mindedly to shut the door and leave the key inside. This is, of course, among the first things that happen to me, and it costs me 1/2 franc and 3 hours of wretchedness before I see the interior of my room again. The hotel keeps a rude skeleton key on hand, presumably for possible emergencies of this nature, but in manipulating this uncouth instrument, Le Portier actually locks the door, and as the skeleton key is expected to manage the catch only and not the lock, this, of course, makes matters infinitely worse. The keys of every room in the house are next brought into requisition and tried in succession, but not a key among them all is a duplicate of mine. What is to be done? Le Portier looks as dejected as though Paris was about to be bombarded, as he goes down and breaks the dreadful news to les propriétaires. Up comes les propriétaires, avoirdupois, 300 pounds, sighing like an exhaust pipe at every step. For 15 unhappy minutes the skeleton key is wriggled and twisted about again in the keyhole, and the fat propriétaire rubs his bald head impatiently, but all to no purpose. Each returns to his respective avocation. Impatient to get at my writing materials, I look up at the iron bars across the 5th-story windows above, and motion that if they will procure a rope, I will descend from thence and enter the window. They one and all point out into the street, and thinking they have sent for something or somebody, I sit down and wait with Job-like patience for something to turn up. Nothing, however, turns up, and at the expiration of an hour I naturally begin to feel neglected and impatient, and again suggest the rope, when, at a motion from les propriétaires, Le Portier pilots me round a neighbouring corner to a locksmith's establishment, where, voluntarily acting the part of interpreter, he engages on my behalf, for half a franc, a man to come with a bunch of at least 100 skeleton keys of all possible shapes to attack the refractory keyhole. After trying nearly all the keys and disburdening himself of whole volumes of impulsive French ejaculations, this man likewise gives it up in despair. But now everything else has been tried and failed, the countenance of La Portière suddenly lights up, and he slips quietly around to an adjoining room and enters mine inside of 2 minutes by simply lifting a small hook out of a staple with his knife blade. There appears to be a slight coolness, as it were, between La Propriétaire and me after this incident, probably owing to the intellectual standard of each becoming somewhat lowered in the other's estimation in consequence of it. Le Propriétaire doubtless thinks a man capable of leaving the key inside of the door must be the worst type of an ignoramus, and certainly my opinion of him for leaving such a diabolical arrangement unchanged in the latter half of the 19th century is not far removed from the same. End of section 10. Section 11 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 5, From America to the German Frontier, Part 3. Visiting the headquarters of the Société Vélocipédique Métropolitaine on Friday evening, I obtained from the President the desired directions regarding the route, and am all prepared to continue eastward in the morning, wheeling down the famous Champs-Élysées at 11 at night, when the concert gardens are in full blast and everything in a blaze of glory, with myriads of electric lights festooned and in long, brilliant rows among the trees, is something to be remembered for a lifetime. Before breakfast, I leave the city by the Porte de Marseille and wheel through the environments towards Vincennes and Genville, pedalling to the sound of martial music for miles beyond the port. The roads for 30 miles east of Paris are not Normandy roads, but the country for most of the distance is fairly level, and for mile after mile, and league beyond league, the road is beneath avenues of plane and poplar, which, crossing the plain in every direction like emerald walls of nature's own building, here embellish and beautify an otherwise rather monotonous stretch of country. The villages are little different from the villages of Normandy, but the churches have not the architectural beauty of the Normandy churches, being for the most part massive structures without any pretence to artistic embellishment in their construction. Monkish-looking priests are a characteristic feature of these villages, and when, on passing down the narrow, crooked streets of Fontenay, I wheel beneath a massive stone archway, and looking around, observe cowled priests and everything about the place seemingly in keeping with it, one can readily imagine himself transported back to medieval times. One of these little interior French villages is the most unpromising-looking place imaginable for a hungry person to ride into. Often one may ride the whole length of the village expectantly looking around for some visible evidence of wherewith to cheer the inner man, and all that greets the hungry vision is a couple of 4-foot sticks of bread in one dust-begrimed window, and a few mournful-looking crucifixes and Roman Catholic paraphernalia in another. Neither are the peasants hereabouts to be compared with the Normandy peasantry in personal appearance. True, they have as many patches on their pantaloons, but they don't seem to have acquired the art of attaching them in a manner to produce the same picturesque effect as does the peasant of Normandy. The original garment is almost invariably a shapeless corduroy, of a bagginess and o'er ampleness most unbeautiful to behold. The well-known axiom about fair paths leading astray holds good with the highways and byways of France, as elsewhere, and soon after leaving the ancient town of Provence, I am tempted by a splendid road, following the windings of a murmuring brook, that appears to be going in my direction, in consequence of which I soon find myself among cross-country byways, and among peasant proprietors, who apparently know little of the world beyond their native tillages. 4 o'clock finds me wheeling through a hilly vineyard district toward Villenoix, a town several kilometres off my proper route, from whence a dozen kilometres over a very good road brings me to Cézanne, where the Hôtel de France offers excellent accommodation. After the table d'hôte, the clanging bells of the old church hard by announce services of some kind, and having a natural penchant when in strange places from wandering whithersoever inclination leads, in anticipation of the ever possible item of interest, I meander into the church and take a seat. There appears to be nothing extraordinary about the service, the only unfamiliar feature to me being a man wearing a uniform similar to the gendarmerie of Paris, cockade, sash, sword, and everything complete, in addition to which he carries a large cane and a long brazen-headed staff, resembling the boarding pike of the last century. It has rained heavily during the night, but the roads around here are composed mainly of gravel, and are rather improved than otherwise by the rain, and from Cézanne through Champenoise and on to Vitry-le-François, a distance of about 65 kilometres, is one of the most enjoyable stretches of road imaginable. The contour of the country somewhat resembles the swelling prairies of western Iowa, and the roads are as perfect for most of the distance as an asphalt boulevard. The hills are gradual acclivities, and owing to the good roads are mostly ridable, while the declivities make the finest coasting imaginable. The exhilaration of gliding down them in the morning air fresh after the rain, can be compared only to Canadian tobogganing. Ahead of you stretches a gradual downward slope, perhaps 2 kilometers long. Knowing full well that from top to bottom there exists not a loose stone or a dangerous spot, you give the ever-ready steel horse the rein. Faster and faster whirl the glistening wheels, until objects by the roadside become indistinct phantoms as they glide instantaneously by, and to strike a hole or obstruction is to be transformed into a human skyrocket, and later on into a new arrival in another world. A wild yell of warning at a blue-bloused peasant in the road ahead, shrill screams of dismay from several females at a cluster of cottages greet the ear as you sweep past like a whirlwind, and the next moment reach the bottom at a rate of speed that would make the engineer of the Flying Dutchman green with envy. Sometimes, for the sake of variety, when gliding noiselessly along on the ordinary level, I wheel unobserved close up behind an unsuspecting peasant walking on ahead, without calling out, and when he becomes conscious of my presence and looks around and sees the strange vehicle in such close proximity, it is well worth the price of a new hat to see the lively manner in which he hops out of the way, and the next moment becomes fairly rooted to the ground with astonishment. For bicycles and bicycle riders are less familiar objects to the French peasant outside of the neighbourhood of a few large cities than one would naturally suppose. Vitry-le-François is a charming old town in the beautiful valley of the Marne. In the Middle Ages it was a strongly fortified city. The moats and earthworks are still perfect. The only entrance to the town, even now, is over the old drawbridges, the massive gates, iron wheels, chains, etc., still being intact, so that the gates can yet be drawn up and entrance denied to foes as of yore. But the moats are now utilized for the boats of the Marne and Rhine Canal, and it is presumable that the old drawbridges are nowadays left open. Today is Sunday, and Sunday in France is equivalent to a holiday. Consequently, Vitry-le-François, being quite an important town and one of the business centres of the prosperous and populous Marne Valley, presents all the appearance of circus day in an American agricultural community. Several booths are erected in the market square, the proprietors and attachés of 2 peregrinating theatres, several peep shows, and a dozen various games of chance are vying with each other in the noisiness of their demonstrations to attract the attention and small change of the crowd to their respective enterprises. Like every other highway in this part of France, the Marne and the Bean Canal is fringed with an avenue of poplars that from neighbouring elevations can be seen winding down the beautiful valley for miles, presenting a most pleasing effect. East of Vitry-le-François the roads deteriorate, and from thence to Bar-le-Duc they are inferior to any hitherto encountered in France. Nevertheless, from the American standpoint, they are very good roads, and when at 5 o'clock I wheel into Bar-le-Duc and come to sum up the aggregate of the day's journey, I find that without any undue exertion I have covered very nearly 160 kilometers, or about 100 English miles, since 8:30 a.m., notwithstanding a good hour's halt at Vitry-le-François for dinner. Bar-le-Duc appears to be quite an important business centre, pleasantly situated in the valley of the Ornain River, a tributary of the Marne, and the stream in its narrow fertile valley winds around among hills from whose sloping sides every autumn fairly ooze the celebrated red wines of the Meuse and Moselle regions. The valley has been favoured with a tremendous downpour of rain and hail during the night, and the partial formation of the road leading along the level valley eastward being a light-coloured, slippery clay, I find it anything but agreeable wheeling this morning. Moreover, the Ornain Valley Road is not so perfectly kept as it might be. As in every considerable town in France, so also in Bar-le-Duc, the military element comes conspicuously to the fore. 11 kilometres of slipping and sliding through the greasy clay brings me to the little village of Tronville, where I halt to investigate the prospect of obtaining something to eat. As usual, the prospect from the street is most unpromising, the only outward evidence being a few glass jars of odds and ends of candy in one small window. Entering this establishment, the only thing the woman can produce besides candy and raisins is a box of brown, wafer-like biscuits, the unsubstantial appearance of which is, to say the least, most unsatisfactory to a person who has pedalled his breakfastless way through 11 kilometres of slippery clay. Uncertain of their composition, and remembering my unhappy mistake at Mantes in desiring to breakfast off yeast cakes, I take the precaution of sampling one, and in the absence of anything more substantial conclude to purchase a few, and so motion to the woman to hand me the box in order that I can show her how many I want. But the o'er-careful Frenchwoman, mistaking my meaning, and fearful that I only wanted to sample yet another one, probably feeling uncertain of whether I might not wish to taste a whole handful this time, instead of handing it over, moves it out of my reach altogether, meanwhile looking quite angry, and not a little mystified at her mysterious pantomimic customer. A half-franc is produced, and after taking the precaution of putting it away in advance, the cautious female weighs me out the current quantity of her ware, and I notice that after giving lumping weight, she throws in a few extra, presumably to counterbalance what, upon sober second thought, she perceives to have been an unjust suspicion. While I am extracting what satisfaction my feathery purchase contains, it begins to rain and hail furiously, and so continues with little interruption all the forenoon, compelling me, much against my inclination, to search out in Tronville, if possible, some accommodation till tomorrow morning. The village is a shapeless cluster of stone houses and stables, the most prominent feature of the streets being huge heaps of manure and grapevine prunings. But I managed to obtain the necessary shelter, and such other accommodations as might be expected in an out-of-the-way village, unfrequented by visitors from one year's end to another. The following morning is still rainy, and the clayey roads of the Ornain Valley are anything but inviting wheeling, but a longer stay in Tronville is not to be thought of, for, among other pleasantries of the place here, the chief table delicacy appears to be boiled escargot, a large, ungainly snail procured from the neighbouring hills. Whilst fond of table delicacies, I emphatically draw the line at escargot. Pulling out towards Toul, I find the roads, as expected, barely ridable, but the vineyard-environed little valley, lovely in its tiers, wrings from one praise in spite of muddy roads and lowering weather. En route down the valley, I meet a battery of artillery travelling from Toul to Bar-le-Duc, or some other point to the westward, and if there is any honour in throwing a battery of French artillery into confusion and well-nigh routing them, then the bicycle and I are fairly entitled to it. As I ride carelessly toward them, the leading horses suddenly wheel round and begin plunging about the road. The officers' horses, and in fact the horses of the whole company, catch the infection, and there is a plunging and a general confusion all along the line, seeing which I, of course, dismount and retire, but not discomfited from the field until they have passed. These French horses are certainly not more than half trained. I passed a battery of English artillery on the road leading out of Coventry, and had I wheeled along under the horses' noses, there would have been no confusion whatever. On the divide between the Ornain and Moselle valleys, the roads are hillier, but somewhat less muddy. The weather continues showery and unsettled, and a short distance beyond Void I find myself once again wandering off along the wrong road. The peasantry hereabout seem to have retained a lively recollection of the Prussians, my helmet appearing to have the effect of jogging their memory, and frequently, when stopping to inquire about the roads, the first word in response will be the pointed query, "Prussian." By following the directions given by 3 different peasants, I wander along the muddy by-roads among the vineyards for 2 wet, unhappy hours ere I finally strike the main road to Toul again. After floundering along the well-nigh unimproved byways for 2 hours, one thoroughly appreciates how much he is indebted to the military necessities of the French government for the splendid highways of France, especially among these hills and valleys, where natural roadways would be anything but good. Following down the Moselle Valley, I arrive at the important city of Nancy in the eventide, and am fortunate, I suppose, in discovering a hotel where a certain, or more properly speaking, an uncertain quantity and quality of English are spoken. Nancy is reputed to be one of the loveliest towns in France, but I merely remained in it overnight, and long enough next morning to exchange for some German money, as I cross over the frontier today. Lunéville is a town I passed through some distance nearer the border, and the military display here made is perfectly overshadowing. Even the scarecrows in the fields are military figures, with wooden swords threateningly waving about in their hands with every motion of the wind, and the most frequent sound heard along the route is the sharp bang bang of muskets, where companies of soldiers are target practicing in the woods. There seems to be a bellicose element in the very atmosphere, for every dog in every village I ride through verily takes after me, and I run clean over one bumptious cur, which, miscalculating the speed at which I am coming, fails to get himself out of the way in time. It is the narrowest escape from a header I have had since starting from Liverpool, although both man and dog were more scared than hurt. 65 kilometres from Nancy, and I take lunch at the frontier town of Blamont. The road becomes more hilly, and a short distance out of Blamont, behold, it is as though a chalk line were made across the roadway, on the west side of which it had been swept with scrupulous care, and on the east side not swept at all. And when, upon passing the next roadman, I notice that he bears not upon his cap the brass stencil plate bearing the inscription Cantonnière, I know that I have passed over the frontier into the territory of Kaiser Wilhelm. My journey through fair France has been most interesting and perhaps instructive, though I am afraid that the lessons I have taken in French politeness are altogether too superficial to be lasting. The bonjour, monsieur, and bon voyage of France may not mean any more than the "if I don't see you again, why, hello" of America, but it certainly sounds more musical and pleasant. It is at the table d'hôte, however, that I have felt myself to have invariably shone superior to the natives, for lo, The Frenchman eats soup from the end of his spoon. True, it is more convenient to eat soup from the prow of a spoon than from the larboard. Nevertheless, it is when eating soup that I instinctively feel my superiority. The French peasants, almost without exception, conclude that the bright nickeled surface of the bicycle is silver, and presumably consider its rider nothing less than a millionaire in consequence. But it is when I show them the length of time the rear wheel or a pedal will spin round that they manifest their greatest surprise. The crowning glory of French landscape is the magnificent avenues of poplars that traverse the country in every direction, winding with the roads, the railways and canals along the valleys, and marshalled like sentinels along the brows of the distant hills. Without them, French scenery would lose half its charm. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, From San Francisco to Tehran, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 6. Germany, Austria, and Hungary, Part 1. Notwithstanding Alsace was French territory only 14 years ago, 1871, there is a noticeable difference in the inhabitants, to me the most acceptable being their great linguistic superiority over the people on the French side of the border. I linger in Saarburg only about 30 minutes, yet am addressed twice by natives in my own tongue, and at Pfalzburg, a smaller town where I remain overnight, I find the same characteristic. Ere I penetrate 30 kilometers into German territory, however, I have to record what was never encountered in France, an insolent teamster who, having his horses strung across a narrow roadway in the suburbs of Saarburg, refuses to turn his leaders' heads to enable me to ride past, thus compelling me to dismount. Soldiers drilling, soldiers at target practice, and soldiers in companies marching about in every direction greet my eyes upon approaching Pfalzburg, and although there appears to be less beating of drums and blare of trumpets than in French garrison towns, one seldom turns a street corner without hearing the measured tramp of a military company receding or approaching. These German troops appear to march briskly and in a businesslike manner in comparison with the French, who always seem to carry themselves with a tired and dejected deportment. But the over-ample and rather slouchily-looking pantaloons of the French are probably answerable, in part, for this impression. One cannot watch these sturdy-looking German soldiers without a conviction that for the stern purposes of war they are inferior only to the soldiers of our own country. At the little Gasthaus at Pfalzburg, the people appear to understand and anticipate an Englishman's gastronomic peculiarities. For the first time since leaving England, I am confronted at the supper table with excellent steak and tea. It is raining next morning as I wheel over the rolling hills towards Saverne, a city nestling pleasantly in a little valley beyond those dark wooded heights ahead that form the eastern boundary of the valley of the Rhine. The road is good, but hilly, and for several kilometers, before reaching Saverne, winds its way among the pine forests tortuously and steeply down from the elevated divide. The valley, dotted here and there with pleasant villages, is spread out like a marvelously beautiful picture, the ruins of several old castles on neighboring hilltops adding a charm as well as a dash of romance. The rain pours down in torrents as I wheel into Saverne. I pause long enough to patronize a barber shop, also to procure an additional small wrench. Taking my nickeled monkey wrench into a little-looking hardware store, I ask the proprietor if he has anything similar. He examines it with lively interest, for, in comparison with the clumsy tools comprising his stock in trade, the wrench is as a watch-spring to an old horseshoe. I purchase a rude tool that might have been fashioned on the anvil of a village blacksmith. From Saverne, my road leads over another divide and down into the glorious valley of the Rhine, for a short distance through a narrow defile that reminds me somewhat of a cañon in the Sierra Nevada foothills, but a fine, broad road, spread with a coating of surface mud only by this morning's rain, prevents the comparison from assuming definite shape for a cycler. Extensive and beautifully terraced vineyards mark the eastern exit. The roadbeds of this country are hard enough for anything, but a certain proportion of clay in their composition makes a slippery coating in rainy weather. I enter the village of Marienheim and observe the first stork's nest built on top of a chimney that I have yet seen in Europe, though I saw plenty of them afterward. The parent stork is perched solemnly over her youthful brood, which one would naturally think would get smoke-dried. A short distance from Malenheim, I descry in the hazy distance the famous spire of Strasbourg Cathedral looming conspicuously over everything else in all the broad valley, and at 1:30 p.m. I wheel through the massive arched gateway forming part of the city's fortifications, and down the broad but roughly paved streets, the most mud-bespattered object in all Strasbourg. The fortifications surrounding the city are evidently intended strictly for business and not merely for outward display. The railway station is one of the finest in Europe, and among other conspicuous improvements, one notices steam tram cars. While trundling through the city, I am imperatively ordered off the sidewalk by the policeman, and when stopping to inquire of a respectable-looking Strasburger for the Availle road, up steps an individual with one eye and a cast-off military cap 3 sizes too small. After querying, "Up and where?" "Englander." He wheels about face with military precision, doubtless thus impelled by the magic influence of his headgear, and beckons me to follow. Not knowing what better course to pursue, I obey, and after threading the mazes of a dozen streets composed of buildings ranging in architecture from the much-gabled and not unpicturesque structures of medieval times to the modern brownstone front, he pilots me outside the fortifications again, points up the Appenware road, and after the never-neglected formality of touching his cap and extending his palm, returns cityward. Crossing the Rhine over a pontoon bridge, I ride along level and, happily, rather less muddy roads, through pleasant suburban villages, near one of which I meet a company of soldiers in undress uniform, strung out carelessly along the road as though returning from a tramp into the country. As I approach them, pedalling laboriously against a stiff head wind, both myself and the bicycle fairly yellow with clay, both officers and soldiers begin to laugh in a good-natured, bantering sort of manner, and a round dozen of them sing out in chorus, "Ah, der Engländer," and as I reply, "Ja, ja," in response, and smile as I wheel past them, the laughing and banter go all along the line. The sight of an Engländer, on one of his rambling expeditions of adventure, furnishes much amusement to the average German, who, while he cannot help admiring the spirit of enterprise that impels him, fails to comprehend where the enjoyment can possibly come in. The average German would much rather loll around, sipping wine or beer and smoking cigarettes, than impel a bicycle across a continent. A few miles eastward of the Rhine, another grim fortress frowns upon peaceful village and broad green meads, and off yonder to the right is yet another. Sure enough, this Franco-German frontier is one vast military camp, with forts and soldiers and munitions of war everywhere. When I crossed the Rhine, I left Lower Alsace, and am now penetrating the Middle Rhine region, where villages are picturesque clutters of gabled cottages, a contrast to the shapeless and ancient-looking stone structures of the French villages. The difference also extends to the inhabitants. The peasant women of France, in either real or affected modesty, would usually pretend not to notice anything extraordinary as I wheeled past, but upon looking back they would almost invariably be seen standing and gazing after my receding figure with unmistakable interest. But the women of these Rhine villages burst out into merry peals of laughter. Rolling over fair roads into the village of Oberkirch, I conclude to remain for the night, and the first thing undertaken is to disburden the bicycle of its covering of clay. The awkward-looking hostler comes around several times and eyes the proceedings with glances of genuine disapproval, doubtless thinking I am cleaning it myself, instead of letting him swab it with a besom, with the single purpose in view of dodging the inevitable tip. The proprietor can speak a few words of English. He puts his bald head out of the window above and asks, "Piu Herr Stevens?" "Ja, ja," I reply. "Do you go mit der Feld around?" "Ja, I goes around mit the world." "I shouldst read about you mit der newspaper." "Ah, indeed. What newspaper?" "Die Frankfurter Zeitung." "You go around mit der Welt." The landlord looks delighted to have for a guest a man who goes mit der Welt around and spreads the news. During the evening several people of importance and position drop in to take a curious peep at me and my wheel. A dampness about the knees, superinduced by wheeling in rubber leggings, causes me to seek the privilege of the kitchen fire upon arrival. After listening to the incessant chatter of the cook for a few moments, I suddenly dispense with all pantomime and ask in purest English the privilege of drying my clothing in peace and tranquillity by the kitchen fire. The poor woman hurries out and soon returns with her highly accomplished master, who, comprehending the situation, forthwith tenders me the loan of his Sunday pantaloons for the evening, which offer I gladly accept, notwithstanding the wide disproportion in their size and mine, the landlord being, horizontally, a very large person. Oberkirch is a pretty village at the entrance to the narrow and charming valley of the river Bench, up which my route leads, into the fir-clad heights of the Black Forest. A few miles farther up the valley, I wheel through a small village that nestles amid surroundings the loveliest I have yet seen. Dark, frowning firs, intermingled with the lighter green of other vegetation, crown the surrounding spurs of the Knibis Mountains. Vineyards, small fields of waving rye, and green meadow cover the lower slopes with variegated beauty, at the foot of which huddles the cluster of pretty cottages amid scattered orchards of blossoming fruit trees. The cheery lute of the herders on the mountains, the carol of birds, and the merry music of dashing mountain streams fill the fresh morning air with melody. All through this country there are apple trees, pear trees, cherry trees. In the fruit season one can scarce open his mouth outdoors without having the goddess Pomona pop in some delicious morsel. The poplar avenues of France have disappeared, but the road is frequently shaded for miles with fruit trees. I never before saw a spot so lovely, certainly not in combination with a well-nigh perfect road for wheeling. On through Oppenau and Peterstal my way leads, this latter a place of growing importance as a summer resort, several commodious hotels with swimming baths, mineral waters, etc., being already prepared to receive the anticipated influx of health and pleasure-seeking guests this coming summer, and then up, 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 among the dark pines leading over the Black Forest mountains. Mile after mile of steep incline has now been trundled, following the Bench River to its source. Ere long, the road I have lately traversed is visible far below, winding and twisting up the mountain slopes. Groups of swarthy peasant women are carrying on their heads baskets of pine cones to the villages below. At a distance, the sight of their bright red dresses among the sombre green of the pines is suggestive of the fairies with which legend has peopled the Black Forest. The summit is reached at last, and 2 boundary posts apprise the traveller that on this wooded ridge he passes from Baden into Württemberg. The descent for miles is agreeably smooth and gradual. The mountain air blows cool and refreshing, with an odour of the pines. The scenery is Black Forest scenery, and what more could be possibly desired than this happy combination of circumstances? Reaching Freudenstadt about noon, the mountain climbing, the bracing air, and the pine fragrance cause me to give the good people at the Gasthaus an impressive lesson in the effect of cycling on the human appetite. At every town and village I pass through in Württemberg, the whole juvenile population collects around me in an incredibly short time. The natural impulse of the German small boy appears to be to start running after me, shouting and laughing immoderately, and when passing through some of the larger villages, it is no exaggeration to say that I have had 200 small Germans, noisy and demonstrative, clattering along behind in their heavy wooden shoes. Württemberg, by this route at least, is a decidedly hilly country, and the roads are far inferior to those of both England and France. There will be, perhaps, 3 kilometers of trundling up through wooded heights leading out of a small valley, then, after several kilometers over undulating stony upland roads, a long and not always smooth descent into another small valley. This program, several times repeated, constituting the journey of the day. The small villages of the peasantry are frequently on the uplands, but the larger towns are invariably in the valleys, sheltered by wooded heights, perched among the crags of the most inaccessible of which are frequently seen the ruins of an old castle. Scores of little boys of 8 or 10 are breaking stones by the roadside, at which I somewhat marvel, since there is a compulsory school law in Germany, but perhaps today is a holiday, or maybe, after school hours, it is customary for these unhappy youngsters to repair to the roadsides and blister their hands with cracking flints. Hungry as a buzz saw, I rolled into the sleepy old town of Rothenburg at 6 o'clock, and, repairing to the principal hotel, order supper. Several flunkies of different degrees of usefulness come in and bow obsequiously from time to time, as I sit around, expecting supper to appear every minute. At 7 o'clock the waiter comes in, bows profoundly, and lays the tablecloth. At 7:15 he appears again, this time with a plate, knife, and fork, doing more bowing and scraping as he lays them on the table. Another half-hour rolls by, when, doubtless observing my growing impatience as he happens in at intervals to close a shutter or re-regulate the gas, he produces a small illustrated paper, and, bowing profoundly, lays it before me. I feel very much like making him swallow it, but resigning myself to what appears to be inevitable fate, I wait, and precisely 8:15 he produces a plate of soup. At 8:30 the carp's cutlet is brought on, and at 8:45 a small plate of mixed biscuits. During the meal I call for another piece of bread, and behold there is a hurrying to and fro, and a resounding of feet scurrying along the stone corridors of the rambling old building, and 10 minutes later I receive a small roll. At the opposite end of the long table upon which I am writing, some half-dozen ancient and honourable Rothenburgers are having what they doubtless consider a howling time. Confronting each is a huge tankard of foaming lager, and the one doubtless enjoying himself the most and making the greatest success of exciting the envy and admiration of those around him is a certain ponderous individual who sits from hour to hour in a half-comatose condition, barely keeping a large porcelain pipe from going out, and at 15-minute intervals taking a telling pull at the lager. Were it not for an occasional blink of the eyelids and the periodical visitation of the tankard to his lips, it would be difficult to tell whether he were awake or sleeping, the act of smoking being barely perceptible to the naked eye. In the morning, I am quite naturally afraid to order anything to eat here, for fear of having to wait until midday or thereabouts before getting it. So, after being the unappreciative recipient of several more bows, more deferential and profound, if anything, than the bows of yesterday eve, I wheel 12 kilometers to Tübingen for breakfast. It showers occasionally during the forenoon, and after about 35 kilometers of hilly country, it begins to descend in torrents, compelling me to follow the example of several peasants in seeking the shelter of a thick pine copse. We are soon driven out of it, however, and donning my gossamer rubber suit, I push on to Alberbergen, where I indulge in rye bread and milk, and otherwise while away the hours until 3 o'clock, when, the rain ceasing, I pull out through the mud for Blaubeuren. Down the beautiful valley of one of the Danube's tributaries, I ride on Sunday morning, paddling to the music of Blaubeuren's church bells. After waiting until 10 o'clock, partly to allow the roads to dry a little, I conclude to wait no longer, and so pull out toward the important and quite beautiful city of Ulm. The character of the country now changes, and with it likewise the characteristics of the people, who verily seem to have stamped upon their features the peculiarities of the region they inhabit. My road eastward of Blaubeuren follows down a narrow, winding valley, beside the rippling headwaters of the Danube, and 18 kilometers of variable road brings me to the strongly fortified city of Ulm, the place I should have reached yesterday, except for the inclemency of the weather, and where I cross from Württemberg into Bavaria. On the uninviting uplands of central Württemberg, one looks in vain among the peasant women for a prepossessing countenance or a graceful figure, but along the smiling valleys of Bavaria, the women, though usually with figures disproportionately broad, nevertheless carry themselves with a certain gracefulness, and, while far from the American or English idea of beautiful, are several degrees more so than their relatives of the part of Württemberg I have traversed. I stop but a few minutes at Ulm to test a mug of its lager and inquire the details of the road to Augsburg, yet during that short time I find myself an object of no little curiosity to the citizens, for the fame of my undertaking has pervaded Ulm. The roads of Bavaria possess the one solitary merit of hardness, otherwise they would be simply abominable, the Bavarian idea of road making evidently being to spread unlimited quantities of loose stones over the surface. For miles a wheelman is compelled to follow along narrow, wheel-worn tracks, incessantly dodging loose stones, or otherwise to pedal his way cautiously along the edges of the roadway. I am now wheeling through the greatest beer-drinking, sausage-consuming country in the world. Hop gardens are a prominent feature of the landscape, and long links of sausages are dangling in nearly every window. The quantities of these viands I see consumed today are something astonishing, though the celebration of the Whitsuntide holiday is probably augmentative of the amount. The strains of instrumental music come floating over the level bottom of the Lech Valley as, toward eventide, I approach the beautiful environs of Augsburg and ride past several beer gardens, where merry crowds of Augsburgers are congregated, quaffing foaming lager, eating sausages, and drinking inspiration from the music of military bands. Where is the headquarters of the Augsburg Velocipede Club? I inquire of a promising-looking youth, as, after covering 120 kilometers since 10 o'clock, I wheel into the city. The club's headquarters are at a prominent café and beer garden in the southeastern suburbs, and repairing thither I find an accommodating individual who can speak English, and who willingly accepts the office of interpreter between me and the proprietor of the garden. Seated amid hundreds of soldiers, Augsburg civilians, and peasants from the surrounding country, and with them extracting genuine enjoyment from a tankard of foaming Augsburg lager, I am informed that most of the members of the club are celebrating the Whitsuntide holidays by touring about the surrounding country, but that I am very welcome to Augsburg, and I am conducted to the Hotel Mohrenkopf, Moor's Head Hotel, and invited to consider myself the guest of the club as long as I care to remain in Augsburg. The Bavarians are nothing if not practical. Mr. Joseph Kling, the president of the club, accompanies me as far out as Friedburg on Monday morning. It is the last day of the holidays, and the Bavarians are apparently bent on making the most of it. The suburban beer gardens are already filled with people, and for some distance out of the city the roads are thronged with holiday-making Augsburgers, repairing to various pleasure resorts in the neighbouring country, and the peasantry streaming citywards from the villages, their faces beaming in anticipation of unlimited quantities of beer. About every 10th person among the outgoing Augsburgers is carrying an accordion, some playing merrily as they walk along, others preferring to carry theirs in blissful meditation on the good time in store immediately ahead, while a thoughtful majority have large umbrellas strapped to their backs. Music and song are heard on every hand, and as we wheel along together in silence, enforced by an ignorance of each other's language, whichever way one looks, people in holiday attire and holiday faces are moving hither and thither. Some of the peasants are fearfully and wonderfully attired. The men wear high top boots, polished from the sole to the uppermost hair's breadth of leather, black, broad-brimmed felt hats, frequently with a peacock's feather a yard long struck through the band, the stem protruding forward, and the end of the feather behind, and their coats and waistcoats are adorned with long rows of large ancestral buttons. I am now in the Swabian district, and these buttons that form so conspicuous a part of the holiday attire are made of silver coins, and not infrequently have been handed down from generation to generation for several centuries, they being, in fact, family heirlooms. The costumes of the Swabish peasant women are picturesque in the extreme, their finest dresses and that wondrous headgear of brass, silver, or gold, the Schwäbische Bauernfrauenhaube, Swabish farmer woman hat, being, like the buttons of the men, family heirlooms. Some of these wonderful ancestral dresses, I am told, contain no less than 150 yards of heavy material, gathered and loosely pleated in innumerable perpendicular folds, frequently over a foot thick, making the form therein encased appear ridiculously broad and squatty. The waistbands of the dresses are up in the region of the shoulder blades. The upper portion of the sleeves are likewise padded out to fearful proportions. End of section 12. Section 13 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, From San Francisco to Tehran by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 6, Germany, Austria, and Hungary, Part 2. The day is most lovely, the fields are deserted, and the roads and villages are alive with holiday-making peasants. In every village a tall pole is erected and decorated from top to bottom with small flags and evergreen wreaths. The little stone churches and the adjoining cemeteries are filled with worshippers chanting in solemn chorus, not so preoccupied with their devotional exercises and spiritual meditations, however, as to prevent their calling one another's attention to me as I wheel past, craning their necks to obtain a better view, and, in one instance, an over-inquisitive worshipper even beckons for me to stop, this person both chanting and beckoning vigorously at the same time. Now my road leads through forests of dark firs, and here I overtake a procession of some 50 peasants, the men and women alternately chanting in weird harmony as they trudge along the road. The men are bareheaded, carrying their hats in hand. Many of the women are barefooted, and the pedal extremities of others are encased in stockings of marvelous pattern. Not any are wearing shoes. All the colors of the rainbow are represented in their respective costumes, and each carries a large umbrella strapped at his back. They are trudging along at quite a brisk pace, and altogether there is something weird and fascinating about the whole scene, the chanting, and the surroundings. The variegated costumes of the women are the only bright objects amid the gloominess of the dark green pines. As I finally pass ahead, the unmistakable expressions of interest on the faces of the men and the even rows of ivories displayed by the women betray a diverted attention. Near noon I arrive at the antiquated town of Dachau, and upon repairing to the Gasthaus, an individual in a last week's paper collar and with general appearance in keeping comes forward and addresses me in quite excellent English. Answers several questions concerning the country and the natives so intelligently that, upon departing, I ungrudgingly offer him the small tip customary on such occasions in Germany. "No, Whitsuntide in Bavaria. I thank you, very muchly," he replies, smiling and shaking his head. "I am not an employee of the hotel, as you doubtless think. I am a student of modern languages at the Munich University, visiting Dachau for the day." Several soldiers playing billiards in the room grin broadly in recognition of the ludicrous situation, and I must confess that for the moment I feel like asking one of them to draw his sword and charitably prod me out of the room. The unhappy memory of having, in my ignorance, tendered a small tip to a student of the Munich University will cling around me forever. Nevertheless, I feel that after all there are extenuating circumstances. He ought to change his paper collar occasionally. An hour after noon I am industriously dodging loose flints on the level road leading across the Isar River valley toward Munich. The Tyrolese Alps loom up, shadowy and indistinct, in the distance to the southward, their snowy peaks recalling memories of the Rockies through which I was wheeling exactly a year ago. While wending my way along the streets toward the central portion of the Bavarian capital, the familiar sign, "American Cigar Store," looking like a ray of light penetrating through the gloom and mystery of the multitudinous unreadable signs that surround it, greets my vision, and I immediately wend my footsteps thitherward. I discover in the proprietor, Mr. Walsh, a native of Munich, who, after residing in America for several years, has returned to dream away declining years amid the smoke of good cigars and the quaffing of the delicious amber beer that the brewers of Munich alone know how to brew. Then who should happen in but Mr. Charles Busher, a thoroughgoing American from Chicago, who is studying art here at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts, and who straightway volunteers to show me Munich. 9 o'clock next morning finds me under the pilotage of Mr. Busher, wandering through the splendid art galleries. We next visit the Royal Academy of Fine Arts, a magnificent building, being erected at a cost of 7 million marks. We repair at 11 o'clock to the royal residence, making a note by the way of a trifling mark of King Ludwig's well-known eccentricity. Opposite the palace is an old church, with 2 of its 4 clocks facing the king's apartments. The hands of these clocks are, according to my informant, made of gold. Some time since, the king announced that the sight of these golden hands hurt his eyesight and ordered them painted black. It was done, and they are black today. Among the most interesting objects in the palace are the room and bed in which Napoleon I slept in 1809, which has since been occupied by no other person. The rich bed, a gorgeous affair of pink and scarlet satin work, on which 40 women wove, with gold thread, daily for 10 years, until 1,600,000 marks were expended. At one of the entrances to the royal residence, and secured with iron bars, is a large boulder weighing 363 pounds. In the wall above it are driven 3 spikes, the highest spike being 12 feet from the ground, and Bavarian historians have recorded that Earl Christoph, a famous giant, tossed his boulder up to the mark indicated by the highest spike with his foot. After this, I am kindly warned by both Messrs. Buscher and Walsch not to think of leaving the city without visiting the Königliche Hofbräuhaus, Royal Court Brewery, the most famous place of its kind in all Europe. For centuries, Munich has been famous for the excellent quality of its beer, and somewhere about 4 centuries ago, the king founded this famous brewery for the charitable purpose of enabling his poorer subjects to quench their thirsts with the best quality of beer, at prices within their means, and from generation to generation it has remained a favorite resort in Munich for lovers of good beer. In spite of its remaining, as of yore, a place of rude benches beneath equally rude open sheds, with cobwebs festooning the rafters and a general air of dilapidation about it, in spite of the innovation of dozens of modern beer gardens with waving palms, electric lights, military music, and all modern improvements, the Königliche Hofbräuhaus is daily and nightly thronged with thirsty visitors, who for the trifling sum of 22 pfennigs, about 5 cents, obtain a quart tankard of the most celebrated brew in all Bavaria. Munich is the greatest art centre of the world, the true hub of the artistic universe, Mr. Buscher enthusiastically assures me, as we wander together through the sleepy old streets, and he points out a bright bit of old frescoing, which is already partly obliterated by the elements, and compares it with the work of recent years, calls my attention to a piece of statuary, and anon pilots me down into a restaurant and beer hall in some ancient underground vaults, and bids me examine the architecture and the frescoing. The very custom house of Munich is a glorious old church that would be carefully preserved as a relic of no small interest and importance in cities less abundantly blessed with antiquities, but which is here piled with the cases and boxes and bags of commerce. One other conspicuous feature of Munich life must not be overlooked ere I leave it, that is, the hackmen. Unlike their transatlantic brethren, they appear supremely indifferent about whether they pick up any fares or not. Whenever one comes to a hack stand, it is a pretty sure thing to bet that 9 drivers out of every 10 are taking a quiet snooze, reclining on their elevated boxes, entirely oblivious of their surroundings, and a timid stranger would almost hesitate about disturbing their slumbers. But the Munich cabby has long since got hardened to the disagreeable process of being wakened up. Nor does this lethargy pervade the ranks of hackdom only. At least 2/3 of the teamsters one meets on the roads, hereabouts, are stretched out on their respective loads, contentedly sleeping while the horses or oxen crawl leisurely along toward their goal. Munich is visited heavily with rain during the night, and for several kilometers next morning the road is a horrible waste of loose flints and mud-filled ruts, along which it is all but impossible to ride. But after leaving the level bottom of the Isar River, the road improves sufficiently to enable me to take an occasional, admiring glance at the Bavarian and Tyrolese Alps, towering cloudward on the southern horizon, their shadowy outlines scarcely distinguishable in the hazy distance from the fleecy clouds their peaks aspire to invade. While absent-mindedly taking a more lingering look than is consistent with safety when picking one's way along the narrow edge of the roadway between the stone-strewn centre and the ditch, I run into the latter, and am rewarded with my first cis-Atlantic header, but fortunately both myself and the bicycle come up uninjured. Unlike the Swabish peasantry, the natives east of Munich appear as prosy and unpicturesque in dress as a Kansas homesteader. Ere long, there is noticeable a decided change in the character of the villages, there being no longer clusters of gabled cottages, but usually consist of some 3 or 4 huge rambling buildings, at one of which I call for a drink, and observe that brewing and baking are going on as though they were expecting a whole regiment to be quartered on them. Among other things I mentally noticed this morning is that the men actually seem to be bearing the drudgery of the farm equally with the women, but the favourable impression becomes greatly imperilled upon meeting a woman harnessed to a small cart, heavily labouring along, while her husband, kind man, is walking alongside, holding on to a rope, upon which he considerately pulls to assist her along and lighten her task. Nearing Hoag, and thence eastward, the road becomes greatly improved, and along the Inn River valley, from Mühldorf to Altötting, where I remain for the night, the late rain-storm has not reached, and the wheeling is superior to any I have yet had in Germany. Mühldorf is a curious and interesting old town. The sidewalks of Mühldorf are beneath long arcades from one end of the principal street to the other, not modern structures either, but massive archways that are doubtless centuries old, and that support the front rooms of the buildings that tower a couple of stories above them. As toward dusk I ride into the market square of Altötting, it is noticeable that nearly all the stalls and shop remaining open display nothing but rosaries, crucifixes, and other paraphernalia of the prevailing religion. Through eastern Bavaria the people seem preeminently devotional. Church spires dot the landscape at every point of the compass. At my hotel in Altötting, crucifixes, holy water, and burning tapers are situated on the different stairway landings. I am sitting in my room, penning these lines to the music of several hundred voices chanting in the old stone church near by, and can look out of the window and see a number of peasant women taking turns in dragging themselves on their knees, round and round a small religious edifice in the centre of the market square, carrying on their shoulders huge heavy wooden crosses, the ends of which are trailing on the ground. All down the Inn River valley there is many a picturesque bit of intermingled pine copse and grassy slopes, but admiring scenery is anything but a riskless undertaking along here, as I quickly discover. On the Inn River I find a primitive ferry boat operated by a facsimile of the ancient mariner, who takes me and my wheel across for the consideration of 5 pfennigs, a trifle over 1 cent, and when I refuse the tiny change out of a 10-pfennig piece, the old fellow touches his cap as deferentially, and favours me with a look of gratitude as profound as though I were bestowing a pension upon him for life. My arrival at a broad, well-travelled highway at once convinces me that I have again been unwittingly wandering among the comparatively untravelled byways as the result of following the kindly meant advice of people whose knowledge of bicycling requirements is of the slimmest nature. The Inn River a warm, rich vale, haymaking is already in full progress, and delightful perfume is wafted on the fresh morning air from a close where scores of barefoot Maud Mullers are raking hay and mowing it too, swinging scythes side by side with the men. Some of the outdoor crucifixes and shrines, small substantial buildings containing pictures, images, and all sorts of religious emblems, along this valley are really quite elaborate affairs. All through Roman Catholic Germany these emblems of religion are very elaborate, or the reverse, according to the locality, the chosen spot in rich and fertile valleys generally being favoured with better and more artistic affairs, and more of them than the comparatively unproductive uplands. This is evidently because the inhabitants of the latter regions are either less wealthy, and consequently cannot afford it, or otherwise realize that they have really much less to be thankful for than their comparatively fortunate neighbors in the more productive valleys. At the town of Simbach, I crossed the Inn River again on a substantial wooden bridge, and on the opposite side pass under an old stone archway bearing the Austrian coat of arms. Here I am conducted into the custom house by an officer wearing the sombre uniform of Franz Josef, and required, for the first time in Europe, to produce my passport. After a critical and unnecessarily long examination of this document, I am graciously permitted to depart. In an adjacent money changer's office, I exchange what German money I have remaining for the paper currency of Austria, and once more pursue my way toward the Orient, finding the roads rather better than the average German ones, the Austrians, hereabout at least, having had the goodness to omit the loose flints so characteristic of Bavaria. Once out of the valley of the Inn River, however, I find the uplands intervening between it and the valley of the Danube aggravatingly hilly. While eating my first luncheon in Austria at the village of Altheim, the village pedagogue informs me in good English that I am the first Briton he has ever had the pleasure of conversing with. He learned the language entirely from books, without a tutor, he says, learning it for pleasure solely, never expecting to utilize the accomplishment in any practical way. One hill after another characterizes my route today. The weather, which has hitherto remained reasonably mild, is turning hot and sultry, and, arriving at Hoag about 5 o'clock, I feel that I have done sufficient hill climbing for one day. I have been wheeling through Austrian territory since 10:30 this morning, and, with observant eyes the whole distance, I have yet to see the first native, male or female, possessing in the least degree either a graceful figure or a prepossessing face. There has been a great horse fair at Hoag today. The business of the day is concluded, and the principal occupation of the men, apart from drinking beer and smoking, appears to be frightening the women out of their wits by leading prancing horses as near them as possible. My road on leaving Hoag is hilly, and the snowy heights of the Nördliche Kalkalpen, North Chalk Mountains, a range of the Austrian Alps, loom up ahead at an uncertain distance. Today is what Americans call a scorcher, and climbing hills among pine woods that shut out every passing breeze is anything but exhilarating exercise, with the thermometer hovering in the vicinity of 100 degrees. The peasants are abroad in their fields as usual, but a goodly proportion are reclining beneath the trees. Reclining is, I think, a favorite pastime with the Austrian. The teamster, who happens to be wide awake and sees me approaching, knows instinctively that his team is going to scare at the bicycle, yet he makes no precautionary movements whatever, neither does he arouse himself from his lolling position until the horses or oxen begin to swerve around. As a usual thing, the teamster is filling his pipe, which has a large, ungainly-looking porcelain bowl, a long, straight wooden stem, and a crooked mouthpiece. Almost every Austrian peasant from 16 years old upward carries one of those uncomely pipes. The men here seem to be dull, uninteresting mortals, dressed in tight-fitting, and yet somehow ill-fitting, pantaloons, usually about 3 sizes too short, a small apron of blue ducking, an unbecoming garment that can only be described as a cross between a short jacket and a waistcoat, and a narrow-rimmed, prosy-looking billycock hat. The peasant women are the poetry of Austria, as of any other European country, and in their short red dresses and broad-brimmed gypsy hats, they look picturesque and interesting in spite of homely faces and ungraceful figures. Riding into Lambach this morning, I am about wheeling past a horse and drag that, careless and Austrian-like, has been left untied and unwatched in the middle of the street, when the horse suddenly scares, swerves around just in front of me, and dashes helter-skelter down the street. The horse circles around the market square and finally stops of his own accord without doing any damage. Runaways, other misfortunes, it seems, never come singly, and ere I have left Lambach an hour, I am the innocent cause of yet another one. This time it is a large, powerful work dog, who becomes excited upon meeting me along the road, and upsets things in the most lively manner. Small carts pulled by dogs are common vehicles here, and this one is met coming up an incline, the man considerately giving the animal a lift. A life of drudgery breaks the spirit of these work dogs, and makes them cowardly and cringing. At my approach this one howls and swerves suddenly around with a rush that upsets both man and cart, topsy-turvy, into the ditch, and the last glimpse of the rumpus obtained, as I sweep past and down the hill beyond, is the man pawing the air with his naked feet, and the dog struggling to free himself from the entangling harness. Up among the hills, at the village of Strenburg, night arrives at a very opportune moment today, for Strenburg proves a nice, sociable sort of village, where the doctor can speak good English and plays the role of interpreter for me at the Gasthaus. The schoolma'am, a vivacious Italian lady, in addition to French and German, can also speak a few words of English, though she persistently refers to herself as the schoolmaster. She boards at the same Gasthaus, and all the evening long I am favoured by the liveliest prattle and most charming gesticulations imaginable, while the room is half filled with her class of young lady aspirants to linguistic accomplishments, listening to our amusing, if not instructive, efforts to carry on a conversation. It is altogether a most enjoyable evening, and on parting I am requested to write when I get around the world, and tell the Strenburgers all that I have seen and experienced. On top of the Gasthaus is a rude observatory, and before starting I take a view of the country. The outlook is magnificent. The Austrian Alps are towering skyward to the southeast, rearing snow-crowned heads out from among a billowy sea of pine-covered hills, and to the northward is the lovely valley of the Danube, the river glistening softly through the morning haze. On yonder height, overlooking the Danube on the one hand and the town of Mölk on the other, is the largest and most imposing edifice I have yet seen in Austria. It is a convent of the Benedictine monks, and though Mölk is a solid, substantially built town of perhaps 1,000 inhabitants, I should think there is more material in the immense convent building than in the whole town besides, and one naturally wonders whatever use the monks can possibly have for a building of such enormous dimensions. Entering a barber's shop here for a shave, I find the barber of Mölk following the example of so many of his countrymen by snoozing the midday hours happily and unconsciously away. One could easily pocket and walk off with his stock in trade, for small is the danger of his awakening. Waking him up, he shuffles mechanically over to a razor and lathering apparatus, this latter being a soup plate with a semicircular piece chipped out to fit, after a fashion, the contour of the customers' throats. Pressing this jagged edge of queensware against your windpipe, the artist alternately rubs the water and a cake of soap therein contained about your face with his hands, the water meanwhile passing freely between the ill-fitting soup plate and your throat, and running down your breast. But don't complain, be reasonable. No reasonable-minded person could expect one soup plate, however carefully chipped out, to fit the throats of the entire male population of Mölk, besides such travellers as happen along. Spending the night at Neulengbach, I climb hills and wabble along, over rough, lumpy roads toward Vienna, reaching the Austrian capital Sunday morning, and putting up at the Englischer Hof about noon. At Vienna I determined to make a halt of 2 days, and on Tuesday pay a visit to the headquarters of the Vienna Wanderers Bicycle Club, a way out on a suburban street called Schwimmschulenstraße, and the club promises that if I will delay my departure another day, they will get up a small party of wheelmen to escort me 70 kilometers to Pressburg. The bicycle clubs of Vienna have, at the Wanderers' headquarters, constructed an excellent racetrack, 3 1/3 laps to the English mile, at an expense of 2,000 gulden, and this evening several of Austria's flyers are training upon it for the approaching races. English and American wheelmen little understand the difficulties these Vienna cyclers have to contend with. All the city inside the Ringstraße, and no less than 50 streets outside, are forbidden to the mounted cyclers, and they are required to ticket themselves with big glaring letters, as also their lamps at night, so that, in case of violating any of these regulations, they can by their number be readily recognized by the police. Self-preservation compels the clubs to exercise every precaution against violating the police regulations, in order not to excite popular prejudice overwhelmingly against bicycles, and ere a new rider is permitted to venture outside their own grounds, he is hauled up before a regularly organized committee consisting of officers from each club in Vienna, and required to go through a regular examination in mounting, dismounting, and otherwise proving to their entire satisfaction his proficiency in managing and manoeuvring his wheel. Besides which, every cycler is provided with a pamphlet containing a list of the streets he may and may not frequent. In spite of all these harassing regulations, the Austrian capital has already 200 riders. The Viennese impress themselves upon me as being possessed of more than ordinary individuality. Yonder comes a man, walking languidly along, and carrying his hat in his hand, because it is warm, and just behind him comes a fellow citizen muffled up in an overcoat, because of Viennese individuality. The people seem to walk the streets with a swaying, happy-go-anyhow sort of gait, colliding with one another and jostling together on the sidewalk in the happiest manner imaginable. End of section 13. Section 14 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in January 2012. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1, From San Francisco to Tehran, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 6, Germany, Austria, and Hungary, Part 3. At 5 o'clock on Thursday morning I am dressing, when I am notified that 2 cyclers are awaiting me below. Church bells are clanging joyously all over Vienna as we meander towards suburbs, and people are already streaming in the direction of the St. Stephen's Church near the center of the city, for today is Fronleichnam, Corpus Christi, and the Emperor and many of the great ecclesiastical, civil, and military personages of the Empire will pass in procession with all pomp and circumstance, and the average Viennese is not the person to miss so important an occasion. 3 other wheelmen are awaiting us in the suburbs, and together we ride through the waving barley fields of the Danube bottom to Schwechat for the light breakfast customary in Austria, and thence onward to Petronell, 30 kilometers distant, where we halt a few minutes for a Corpus Christi procession, and drink a glass of white Hungarian wine. Near Petronell are the remains of an old Roman wall, extending from the Danube to a lake called the Neusiedler See. My companions say it was built 2,000 years ago, when the sway of the Romans extended over such parts of Europe as were worth the trouble and expense of swaying. The roads are found rather rough and inferior on account of loose stones and uneven surface, as we push forward toward Pressburg, passing through a dozen villages whose streets are carpeted with fresh-cut grass and converted into temporary avenues, with branches stuck in the ground in honor of the day they are celebrating. At Hamburg we pass beneath an archway 900 years old, and wheel on through the grass-carpeted streets between rows of Hungarian soldiers drawn up in line, with green oak sprigs in their hats. The villagers are swarming from the church, whose bells are filling the air with their clangor, and on the summit of an overshadowing cliff are the massive ruins of an ancient castle. Near about noon we roll into Pressburg, warm and dusty, and after dinner take a stroll through the Jewish quarter of the town, up to the height upon which Pressburg Castle is situated, and from which a most extensive and beautiful view of the Danube, its wooded bluffs and broad, rich-bottom lands, is obtainable. At dinner the waiter hands me a card which reads, "Pardon me, but I believe you are an Englishman, in which case I beg the privilege of drinking a glass of wine with you." The sender is an English gentleman residing at Budapest, Hungary, who, after the requested glass of wine, tells me that he guessed who I was when he first saw me enter the garden with the 5 Austrian wheelmen. My Austrian escort rides out with me to a certain crossroad, to make sure of heading me direct toward Budapest, and as we part, they bid me good speed, with a hearty Elgin, the Hungarian hip hip hooray. After leaving Pressburg and crossing over into Hungary, the roadbed is of a loose gravel that, during the dry weather this country is now experiencing, is churned up and loosened by every passing vehicle, until one might as well think of riding over a ploughed field. But there is a fair proportion of rideable side paths, so that I make reasonably good time. Altenburg, my objective point for the night, is the centre of a 60,000-acre estate belonging to the Archduke Albrecht, uncle of the present Emperor of Austro-Hungary, and one of the wealthiest landowners in the empire. Ere I have been at the Gasthaus an hour, I am honoured by a visit from Professor Thallmeier of the Altenburg Royal Agricultural School, who invites me over to his house to spend an hour in conversation and in the discussion of a bottle of Hungary's best vintage, for the learned professor can talk very good English, and his wife is of English birth and parentage. Although Frau Thallmeier left England at the tender age of 2 years, she calls herself an Englishwoman, speaks of England as home, and welcomes to her house as a countryman any wandering Briton happening along. I am no longer in a land of small peasant proprietors, and there is a noticeably large proportion of the land devoted to grazing purposes, that in France or Germany would be found divided into small farms, and every foot cultivated. Villages are farther apart, and are invariably adjacent to large commons, on which roam flocks of noisy geese, herds of ponies, and cattle with horns that would make a Texan blush, the long-horned roadsters of Hungary. The costumes of the Hungarian peasants are both picturesque and novel, the women and girls wearing top boots and short dresses on holiday occasions and Sundays, and at other times show dresses without any boots at all. The men wear loose flowing pantaloons of white, coarse linen that reach just below the knees, and which a casual observer would unhesitatingly pronounce a short skirt, the material being so ample. Hungary is still practically a land of serfs and nobles, and nearly every peasant encountered along the road touches his cap respectfully, in instinctive acknowledgment, as it were, of his inferiority. Long rows of women are seen hoeing in the fields, with watchful overseers standing over them, a scene not unsuggestive of plantation life in the southern states in the days of slavery. If these gangs of women are not more than about 200 yards from the road, their inquisitiveness overcomes every other consideration, and, dropping everything, the whole crowd comes helter-skelter across the field to obtain a closer view of the strange vehicle, for it is only in the neighbourhood of 1 or 2 of the principal cities of Hungary that one ever sees a bicycle. gangs of gypsies are now frequently met with. They are dark-skinned, interesting people, and altogether different looking from those occasionally encountered in England and America, where, although swarthy and dark-skinned, they bear no comparison in that respect to these, whose skin is well-nigh black, and whose gleaming white teeth and brilliant coal-black eyes stamp them plainly as alien to the race around them. Ragged, unwashed, happy gangs of vagabonds these stragglers appear, and regular droves of partially or wholly naked youngsters come racing after me, calling out "Kreuzer! Kreuzer! Kreuzer!" and holding out hand or tattered hat in a supplicating manner as they run alongside. Unlike the peasantry, none of these gypsies touch their hats. Indeed, yon swarthy-faced vagabond, arrayed mainly in gewgaws, and eyeing me curiously with his piercing black eyes, may be priding himself on having royal blood in his veins, and, unregenerate chicken-lifter though he doubtless be, would scarce condescend to touch his tattered tile even to the Emperor of Austria. The black eyes scintillate as they take notice of what they consider the great wealth of sterling silver about the machine I bestride. Eastward from Altenburg, the main portion of the road continues for the most part unridably loose and heavy. For some kilometers out of Raab, the road presents a far better surface, and I ride quite a lively race with a small Danube passenger steamer that is starting downstream. The steamboat toots and forges ahead, and in answer of the waving of hats and exclamations of encouragement from the passengers, I likewise forge ahead, and although the boat is going downstream with the strong current of the Danube, as long as the road continues fairly good, I manage to keep in advance, but soon the loose surface reappears, and when I arrive at Gonis for lunch, I find the steamer already tied up, and the passengers and officers greet my appearance with shouts of recognition. My route along the Danube Valley leads through broad, level wheat fields that recall memories of the Sacramento Valley, California. Geese appear as the most plentiful objects around the villages. There are geese and goslings everywhere, and this evening, in a small village, I wheel quite over one, to the dismay of the maiden driving them homeward, and the unconcealed delight of several small Hungarians. At the village of Nesmeli, I am tonight treated to a foretaste of what is probably in store for me at a goodly number of places ahead, by being consigned to a bunch of hay and a couple of sacks in the stable as the best sleeping accommodations the village Gasthaus affords. True, I am assigned the place of honor in the manger, which, though uncomfortably narrow and confining, is perhaps better accommodation, after all, than the peregrinating tinker and 3 other likely-looking characters are enjoying on the bare floor. Some of these companions, upon retiring, pray aloud at unseemly length, and one of them, at least, keeps it up in his sleep at frequent intervals through the night. Horses and work cattle are rattling chains and munching hay, and an uneasy goat, with a bell around his neck, fills the stable with an incessant tinkle till dawn. Black bread and a cheap but very good quality of white wine seem about the only refreshment obtainable at these little villages. One asks in vain for Milchbrot, butter, Kekse, or in fact anything acceptable to the English palate. The answer to all questions concerning these things is nicht, nicht, nicht. What have you then? I sometimes ask, the answer to which is almost invariably Brot und Wein. Stoneyards thronged with busy workmen chipping stone for shipment to cities along the Danube are a feature of these riverside villages. The farther one travels, the more frequently gypsies are encountered on the road. In almost every band is a maiden, who, by reason of real or imaginary beauty, occupies the position of pet of the camp, wears a profusion of beads and trinkets, decorates herself with wild flowers, and is permitted to do no manner of drudgery. Some of these gypsy maidens are really quite beautiful in spite of their very dark complexions. Their eyes glisten with inborn avarice as I sweep past on my silver bicycle, and in their astonishment at my strange appearance and my evidently enormous wealth, they almost forget their plaintive wail of "Kreuzer, Kreuzer," a cry which readily bespeaks their origin and is easily recognized as an echo from the land where the cry of "Baksheesh" is seldom out of the traveller's hearing. The roads east of Nesmeli are variable, flint-strewn ways predominating, otherwise the way would be very agreeable, since the gradients are gentle and the dust not over 2 inches deep, as against 3 in most of Austro-Hungary thus far traversed. The weather is broiling hot, but I worry along perseveringly through rough and smooth toward the land of the rising sun. Nearing Budapest, the roads become somewhat smoother, but at the same time hillier, the country changing to wine-clad slopes, and all along the undulating ways I meet wagons laden with huge wine casks. Reaching Budapest in the afternoon, I seek out Mr. Kostowitz of the Budapest Bicycle Club and consul of the Cyclists' Touring Club, who proves a most agreeable gentleman, and who, besides being an enthusiastic cycler, talks English perfectly. There is more of the sporting spirit in Budapest, perhaps, than in any other city of its size on the continent, and no sooner is my arrival known than I am taken in hand and practically compelled to remain over at least 1 day. Svetozar Igali, a noted cycle tourist of the village of Dunsesko, now visiting the International Exhibition at Budapest, volunteers to accompany me to Belgrade and perhaps to Constantinople. I am rather surprised at finding so much cycling enthusiasm in the Hungarian capital. Mr. Kostowitz, who lived some time in England and was president of a bicycle club there, had the honor of bringing the first wheel into the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the autumn of 1879, and now Budapest alone has 3 clubs, aggregating nearly 100 riders and a still greater number of non-riding members. Cyclers have far more liberty accorded them in Budapest than in Vienna, being permitted to roam the city almost as untrammeled as in London, this happy condition of affairs being partly the result of Mr. Kostowitz's diplomacy in presenting a ready drawn-up set of rules and regulations for the government of wheelmen to the police authorities when the first bicycle was introduced, and partly to the police magistrate, being himself an enthusiastic all-round sportsman inclined to patronize anything in the way of athletics. They are even experimenting in the Hungarian army with the view of organizing a bicycle dispatch service, and I am told that they already have a bicycle dispatch in successful operation in the Bavarian army. In the evening, I am the club's guest at a supper under the shade trees in the exhibition grounds. Mr. Kostowitz and other gentlemen who can speak English act as interpreters, and here, amid the merry clinking of champagne glasses, the glare of electric lights, with the ravishing music of a Hungarian gypsy band on our right, and a band of swarthy Servians playing their sweet native melodies on our left, we, among other toasts, drink to the success of my tour. There is a cosmopolitan and exceedingly interesting crowd of visitors at the International Exhibition, natives from Bulgaria, Servia, Romania, and Turkey in their national costumes, and mingled among them are Hungarian peasants from various provinces, some of them in a remarkably picturesque dress, that I afterwards learn is Croatian. A noticeable feature of Budapest, besides a predilection for sports among the citizens, is a larger proportion of handsome ladies than one sees in most European cities, and there is, moreover, a certain atmosphere about them that makes them rather agreeable company. If one is travelling around the world with a bicycle, it is not at all inconsistent with Budapest propriety for the wife of the wheelman sitting opposite you to remark that she wishes she were a rose, that you might wear her for a buttonhole bouquet on your journey, and to ask whether or not, in that case, you would throw the rose away when it faded. Compliments, pleasant, yet withal as meaningless as the coquettish glances and fan play that accompany them, are given with a freedom and liberality that put the sterner native of more western countries at his wits' end to return them. But the most delightful thing in all Hungary is its gypsy music. As it is played here beneath its own sunny skies, methinks there is nothing in the wide world to compare with it. The music does not suit the taste of some people, however. It is too wild and thrilling. Budapest is a place of many languages. One of the waiters in the exhibition café claiming the ability to speak and understand no less than 14 different languages and dialects. 9 wheelmen accompany me some distance out of Budapest on Monday morning, and Mr. Filipovitz and 2 other members continue with Igali and me to Dunapentele, some 75 miles distant. This is our first sleeping place, the captain making his guest until our separation and departure in different directions next morning. During the fierce heat of midday, we halt for about 3 hours at Adoni, and spent a pleasant after-dinner hour examining the trappings and trophies of a noted sporting gentleman, and witnessing a lively and interesting set-to with fencing foils. There is everything in firearms in his cabinet, from an English double-barreled shotgun to a tiny air pistol for shooting flies on the walls of his sitting-room. He has swords, oars, gymnastic paraphernalia, in fact, everything but boxing gloves. Arriving at Dunapentele early in the evening, before supper we swim for an hour in the waters of the Danube. At 9:30 p.m. 2 of our little company board the upstream-bound steamer for the return home, and at 10 o'clock we are proposing to retire for the night, when, lo, in come a half-dozen gentlemen, among them Mr. Ujvari, whose private wine-cellar is celebrated all the country round, and who now proposes that we postpone going to bed long enough to pay a short visit to his cellar and sample the finest wine in Hungary. This is an invitation not to be resisted by ordinary mortals, and accordingly we accept, following the gentleman and his friends through the dark streets of the village. Along the dark, cool vault, penetrating the hillside, Mr. Ujvari leads the way between long rows of wine casks, Heber held in arm like a sword at a dress parade. Footnote: Heber, a glass combination of tube and flask, holding about 3 pints, with an orifice at each end and the bulb or flask near the upper orifice. The wine is sucked up into the flask with the breath, and when withdrawn from the cask, the index finger is held over the lower orifice, from which the glasses are filled by manipulations of the finger. End footnote. The Heber is first inserted into a cask of red wine, with a perfume and flavour as agreeable as the rose it resembles in colour, and carried, full, to the reception end of the vault by the corpulent host with the stately air of a monarch bearing his sceptre. After 2 rounds of the red wine, 2 Hebers of champagne are brought, champagne that plays a fountain of diamond spray 3 inches above the glass. The following toast is proposed by the host: the prosperity and welfare of England, America, and Hungary, 3 countries that are one in their love and appreciation of sport and adventure. The Hungarians have all the Anglo-American love of sport and adventure. From Budapest to Pax, about 120 kilometers, the roads are superior to anything I expected to find east of Germany, but the thermometer clings around the upper regions, and everything is covered with dust. Our route leads down the Danube in an almost directly southern course. Instead of the poplars of France and the apples and pears of Germany, the roads are now fringed with mulberry trees, both raw and manufactured silk being a product of this part of Hungary. My companion is what in England or America would be considered a character. He dresses in the thinnest of racing costumes, through which the broiling sun readily penetrates, wears racing shoes, and a small jockey cap with an enormous poke, beneath which glints a pair of specs. He has rat-trap pedals to his wheel, and winds a long blue girdle several times around his waist, consumes raw eggs, wine, milk, a certain Hungarian mineral water, and otherwise excites the awe and admiration of his sport-admiring countrymen. Igaly's only fault as a road companion is his utter lack of speed, 6 or 8 kilometers an hour being his natural pace on average roads, besides footing it up the gentlest of gradients and over all rough stretches. Except for this little drawback, he is an excellent man to take the lead, for he is a genuine Magyar, and orders the peasantry about with the authoritative manner of one born to rule and tyrannize. Sometimes, when the surface is uneven for wheeling, making them drive their clumsy ox wagons almost into the roadside ditch, in order to avoid any possible chance of difficulty in getting past. Igaly knows 4 languages: French, German, Hungarian, and Slavonian, but Anglais nicht, though with what little French and German I have picked up while crossing those countries, we manage to converse and understand each other quite readily, especially as I am, from constant practice, getting to be an accomplished pantomimist, and Igaly is also a pantomimist by nature, and gifted with a versatility that would make a Frenchman envious. Ere we have been 5 minutes at a Gasthaus, Igaly is usually found surrounded by an admiring circle of leading citizens, not peasants, Igaly would not suffer them to gather about him, pouring into their willing ears the account of my journey, the words San Francisco, Boston, London, Paris, Wien, Pest, Belgrade, Constantinople, Afghanistan, India, Khiva, etc., which are repeated in rotation at wonderfully short intervals, being about all that my linguistic abilities are capable of grasping. The road continues hard, but south of Pax it becomes rather rough, consequently, halts under the shade of the mulberry trees for Igaly to catch up are of frequent occurrence. The peasantry hereabout seem very kindly disposed and hospitable. Sometimes, while lingering for Igaly, they will wonder what I am stopping for, and motion the questions of whether I wish anything to eat or drink, and this afternoon one of them, whose curiosity to see how I mounted overcomes his patience, offers me a 20 kreuzer piece to show him. At one village a number of peasants take an old cherry woman to task for charging me 2 kreuzers more for some cherries than it appears she ought, and although 2 kreuzers are but a farthing, they make quite a squabble with the poor old woman about it, and will be soothed by neither her voice nor mine until I accept another handful of cherries in lieu of the overcharged 2 kreuzers. Sexard has the reputation, hereabout, of producing the best quality of red wine in all Hungary, no small boast, by the way, and the hotel and wine gardens here, among them, support an excellent gypsy band of 14 pieces. Mr. Garay, the leader of the band, once spent nearly a year in America, and after supper the band plays, with all the thrilling sweetness of the Hungarian muse, Home Sweet Home, Yankee Doodle, and Sweet Violets for my especial delectation. A wheelman the fame of whose exploits has preceded him might as well try to wheel through hospitable Hungary without breathing its atmosphere as without drinking its wine. It isn't possible to taboo it as I tabooed the vin ordinaire of France, Hungarians and Frenchmen being 2 entirely different people. Notwithstanding music until 11:30 p.m. yesterday, we are on the road before 6 o'clock this morning, for genuine, unadulterated Hungarian music does not prevent one getting up bright and fresh next day, and about noon we roll into Dunaszékező, Igaly's native town, where we have decided to halt for the remainder of the day to get our clothing washed, one of my shoes repaired, and otherwise prepare for our journey to the Servian capital. Dunaszékező is a calling place for the Danube streamers, and this afternoon I have the opportunity of taking observations of a gang of Danubian roustabouts at their noontide meal. They are a swarthy, wild-looking crowd, wearing long hair parted in the middle, or not parted at all. To their national costume are added the jaunty trappings affected by rivermen in all countries. Their food is coarse black bread and meat, and they take turns in drinking wine from a wooden tube protruding from a 2-gallon watch-shaped cask, the body of which is composed of a section of hollow log instead of staves, lifting the cask up and drinking from the tube as they would from the bunghole of a beer keg. Their black bread would hardly suit the palate of the Western world, but there are doubtless a few individuals on both sides of the Atlantic who would willingly be transformed into a Danubian roustabout long enough to make the acquaintance of yonder rude cask. After bathing in the river, we call on several of Igali's friends, among them the Greek priest and his motherly-looking wife, Igali being of the Greek religion. There appears to be the greatest familiarity between the priests of these Greek churches and their people, and during our brief visit the priest, languid-eyed, fat and jolly, his equally fat and jolly wife, and Igali caress playfully and cut up as many antics as 3 kittens in a bay window. The farther one travels southward, the more amiable and affectionate in disposition the people seem to become. 5 o'clock next morning finds us wheeling out of Dunazekeso, and during the forenoon we pass through Baranyavar, a colony of Greek Hovach, where the women are robed in white drapery as scant as the statuary which the name of their religion calls to memory. The roads today are variable. There is little but what is ridable, but much that is rough and stony enough to compel slow and careful wheeling. Early in the evening, as we wheel over the bridge spanning the river Drave, an important tributary of the Danube, into Ezek, the capital of Slavonia, unmistakable rain signs appear above the southern horizon. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomcho. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 1 by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 7, Part 1, Through Slavonia and Servia. Chapter 7. Through Slavonia and Servia. The editor of Der Drau, the semi-weekly official organ of the Slavonian capital, and Mr. Freund, being the 2 citizens of Ezek capable of speaking English, join voices at the supper table in hoping it will rain enough to compel us to remain over to tomorrow, that they may have the pleasure of showing us around Ezek, and of inviting us to dinner and supper. And Igali, I am constrained to believe, retires to his couch in full sympathy with them, being possessed of a decided weakness for stopping over and accepting invitations to dine. Their united wish is gratified, for when we rise in the morning it is still raining. Ezek is a fortified city, and has been in time past an important fortress. It has lost much of its importance since the introduction of modern arms, for it occupies perfectly level ground, and the fortifications consist merely of large trenches that have been excavated and walled, with a view of preventing the city from being taken by storm, not a very overshadowing consideration in these days, when the usual mode of procedure is to stand off and bombard a city into the conviction that further resistance is useless. After dinner, the assistant editor of Der Drau comes around and pilots us about the city and its pleasant environments. The worthy assistant editor is a sprightly, versatile Slav, and, as together we promenade the parks and avenues, the number and extent of which appear to be the chief glory of Ezek, the ceaseless flow of language and well-nigh continuous interchange of gesticulations between himself and Availle are quite wonderful, and both of them certainly ought to retire to-night far more enlightened individuals than they found themselves this morning. The Hungarian seems in a particularly happy and gracious mood to-day, as I instinctively felt certain he would be if the fates decreed against a continuation of our journey. When our companion's conversation turns on any particularly interesting subject, I am graciously given the benefit of it to the extent of some French or German word the meaning of which, Availle has discovered, I understand. During the afternoon we wandered through the intricacies of a yew shrub maze, where a good-sized area of impenetrably thick vegetation has been trained and trimmed into a bewildering network of arched walks that almost exclude the light, and Availle pauses to favor me with the information that this maze is the favorite trysting place of Slavonian nymphs and swains, and furthermore expresses his opinion that the spot must be indeed romantic and an appropriate place to come a-wooin' on nights when the moonbeams, penetrating through 1,000 tiny interspaces, convert the gloomy interior into chambers of dancing light and shadow. All this information and these comments are embodied in the two short words "Amor Lima," accompanied by a few gesticulations, and is a fair sample of the manner in which conversation is carried on between us. It is quite astonishing how readily two persons constantly together will come to understand each other through the medium of a few words which they know the meaning of in common. Scores of ladies and gentlemen, the latter chiefly military officers, are enjoying a promenade in the rain-cooled atmosphere, and there is no mistaking the glances of interest with which many of them favor Availle. His pronounced sportsmanlike make-up attracts universal attention, and causes everybody to mistake him for myself, a kindly office which I devoutly wish he would fill until the whole journey is accomplished. In the casino garden a dozen bearded musicians are playing Slavonian airs, and, by request of the assistant editor, they play and sing the Slavonian national anthem and a popular air or two besides. The national musical instrument of Slavonia is the tamborica, a small steel-stringed instrument that is twanged with a chip-like piece of wood. Their singing is excellent in its way, but to the writer's taste there is no comparison between their tamboricas and the gypsy music of Hungary. There are no bicycles in all Ezek save ours, though Mr. Freund, who has lately returned from Paris, has ordered one, with which he expects to win the admiration of all his countrymen, and Availle and myself are lionized to our heart's content. But this evening we are quite startled and taken aback by the reappearance of the assistant editor, excitedly announcing the arrival of a tricycle in town. Upon going down, in breathless anticipation of summarily losing the universal admiration of Ezek, we find an itinerant cobbler, who has constructed a machine that would make the rudest bone-shaker of ancient memory seem like the most elegant product of Hartford or Coventry in comparison. The backbone and axle tree are roughly hewn sticks of wood, ironed equally rough at the village blacksmith's. And as for a 20-cruiser piece, the rider mounts and wobbles all over the sidewalk for a short distance. The spectacle would make a Stoic roar with laughter, and the good people of the lower Danubian provinces are anything but stoical. 6 o'clock next morning finds us traveling southward into the interior of Slavonia, but we are not mounted, for the road presents an unridable surface of mud, stones, and ruts that causes my companion's favorite ejaculatory expletive to occur with more than its usual frequency. For a portion of the way there is a narrow side path that is fairly ridable, but an uninvitingly deep ditch runs unpleasantly near, and no amount of persuasion can induce my companion to attempt wheeling along it. Egali's bump of cautiousness is fully developed, and day by day, as we journey together, I am becoming more and more convinced that he would be an invaluable companion to have accompany one around the world. True, the journey would occupy a decade or thereabout, but one would be morally certain of coming out safe and sound in the end. During our progression southward, there has been a perceptible softening in the disposition of the natives, this being more noticeably a marked characteristic of the Slavonians. The generous southern sun, shining on the great area of Oriental gentleness, casts a softening influence toward the sterner north, imparting to the people amiable and genial dispositions. It takes but comparatively small deeds to win the admiration and applause of the natives of the lower Danube, with their childlike manners. And, by slowly meandering along the roadways of southern Hungary, occasionally with his bicycle, Egali has become the pride and admiration of thousands. For mile after mile we have to trundle our way slowly along the muddy highway as best we can, our road leading through a flat and rather swampy area of broad, waving wheat fields. We relieve the tedium of the journey by whistling alternately Yankee Doodle, to which Egali has taken quite a fancy since first hearing it played by the gypsy band in the wine garden at Zexgard 3 days ago, and the Hungarian national air, this latter, of course, falling to Egali's share of the entertainment. Having been to college in Paris, Egali is also able to contribute the famous Marseillaise hymn, and not to be outdone, I favor him with God Save the Queen and Britannia Rules the Waves, both of which he thinks very good tunes, the former seeming to strike his Hungarian ear, however, as rather solemn. In the middle of the forenoon we make a brief halt at a rude roadside tavern for some refreshments. A thick, narrow slice of raw, fat bacon, white with salt, and a level pint of red wine, satisfying my companion. But I substitute for the bacon a slice of coarse, black bread, much to Egali's wonderment. Here are congregated several Slavonian shepherds, in their large, ill-fitting sheepskin garments, with a long wool turned inward, clothes that apparently serve them alike to keep out the summer's heat and the winter's cold. One of the peasants, with ideas a trifle befuddled with wine, perhaps, and face all aglow with admiration for our bicycles, produces a tattered memorandum and begs us to favor him with our autographs, an act that of itself proves him to be not without a degree of intelligence one would scarcely look for in a sheepskin-clad shepherd of Slavonia. Egali gruffly bids the man begone, and aims a careless kick at the proffered memorandum. But seeing no harm in the request, and, moreover, being perhaps by nature a trifle more considerate of others, I comply. As he reads aloud, "United States, America," to his comrades, they one and all lift their hats quite reverently and place their brown hands over their hearts. For I suppose they recognize in my ready compliance with this simple request, in comparison with Egali's rude rebuff, which, by the way, no doubt comes natural enough, the difference between the land of the prince and peasant and the land where liberty, equality, and fraternity is not a meaningless motto, a land which I find every down-trodden peasant of Europe has heard of and looks upward to. Soon after this incident we are passing a prune orchard, when, as though for our special benefit, a couple of peasants working there begin singing aloud, and with evident enthusiasm, some national melody, and as they observe not our presence, at my suggestion we crouch behind a convenient clump of bushes, and for several minutes are favored with as fine a duet as I have heard for many a day. But the situation becomes too ridiculous for Egali, and it finally sends him into a roar of laughter that causes the performance to terminate abruptly, and, rising into full view, we doubtless repay the singers by letting them see us mount and ride into their native village but a few hundred yards distant. We are today passing through villages where a bicycle has never been seen, this being outside the area of Egali's peregrinations, and the whole population invariably turns out en masse, clerks, proprietors, and customers, in the shops unceremoniously dropping everything and running to the streets. There is verily a hurrying to and fro of all the citizens, husbands hastening from magazine to dwelling to inform their wives and families, mothers running to call their children, children their parents, and everybody scampering to call the attention of their sisters, cousins, and aunts, ere we are vanished in the distance, and it be everlastingly too late. We have been worrying along at some sort of pace, with the exception of the usual noontide halt, since 6 o'clock this morning, and the busy mosquito is making life interesting for belated wayfarers, when we ride into Serengrad and put up at the only guest house in the village. Our bedroom is situated on the ground floor, the only floor, in fact, the guest house boasts, and we are in a fair way of either being lulled to sleep or kept awake, as the case may be, by a howling chorus of wine-bibbers in the public room adjoining. But here again Availle shows up to good advantage by peremptorily ordering the singers to stop, and stop instanter. The amiably disposed peasants, notwithstanding the wine they have been drinking, cease their singing and become silent and circumspect, in deference to the wishes of the two strangers with the wonderful machines. We now make a practice of taking our bicycles into our bedroom with us at night. Otherwise, every right hand in the whole village would busy itself pinching the gum-elastic tires and pedal rubbers, twirling the pedals, feeling spokes, backbone, and forks, and critically examining and commenting upon every visible portion of the mechanism. And who knows but that the latent cupidity of some easy conscienced villager might be aroused at the unusual sight of so much silver standing around loose. The natives hereabouts don't even ask whether the nickeled parts of the bicycle are silver or not. They take it for granted to be so, and surreptitiously attempt to chisel off enough to purchase an embroidered coat for Sundays. From what I can understand of their comments among themselves, it is perfectly consistent with their ideas of the average Englishman that he should bestride a bicycle of solid silver, and if their vocabulary embraced no word corresponding to our millionaire, and they desired to use one, they would probably pick upon the word Englander as the most appropriate. While we are making our toilets in the morning, eager faces are peering inquisitively through the bedroom windows. A murmur of voices, criticizing us and our strange vehicles, greets our waking moments, and our privacy is often invaded in spite of Availle's inconsiderate treatment of them whenever they happen to cross his path. Many of the inhabitants of this part of Slavonia are Croatians, people who are noted for their fondness of finery, and, as on this sunny Sunday morning we wheel through their villages, the crowds of peasantry who gather about us in all the bravery of their best clothes present, indeed, an appearance gay and picturesque beyond anything hitherto encountered. The garments of the men are covered with braid work and silk embroidery wherever such ornamentation is thought to be an embellishment, and to the Croatian mind that means pretty much everywhere. And the girls and women are arrayed in the gayest of colors. Those displaying the brightest hues and the greatest contrasts seem to go tripping along conscious of being irresistible. Many of the Croatian peasants are fine, strapping fellows, and very handsome women are observed in the villages, women with great, dreamy eyes, and faces with an expression of languor that bespeaks their owners to be gentleness personified. Availle shows evidence of more susceptibility to female charms than I should naturally have given him credit for, and shows a decided inclination to linger in these beauty-blessed villages longer than is necessary. And as one dark-eyed damsel after another gathers around us, I usually take the initiative in mounting and clearing out. Were a man to go suddenly flapping his way through the streets of London on the long-anticipated flying machine, the average Cockney would scarce betray the unfeigned astonishment that is depicted on the countenances of these Croatian villagers as we ride into their midst and dismount. This afternoon my bicycle causes the first runaway since the trifling affair at Lembach, Austria. A brown-faced peasant woman and a little girl, driving a small, shaggy pony harnessed to a basket-work, four-wheeled vehicle, are approaching, Their humble-looking steed betrays no evidence of restiveness until just as I am turning out to pass him, when, without warning, he gives a swift, sudden bound to the right, nearly upsetting the vehicle, and without more ado bolts down a considerable embankment and goes helter-skelter across a field of standing grain. The old lady pluckily hangs on to the reins, and finally succeeds in bringing the runaway around into the road again without damaging anything save the corn. It might have ended much less satisfactorily, however, and the incident illustrates one possible source of trouble to a cycler traveling alone through countries where the people neither understand, nor can be expected to understand, a wheelman's position. The situation would, of course, be aggravated in a country village, where, not speaking the language, one could not make himself understood in his own defence. These people here, if not wise as serpents, are at least harmless as doves. But, in case of the bicycle frightening a team and causing a runaway with the unpleasant sequel of broken limbs or injured horse, they would scarce know what to do in the premises, since they would have no precedent to govern them, and, in the absence of any intelligent guidance, might conclude to wreak summary vengeance on the bicycle. In such a case, would a wheelman be justified in using his revolver to defend his bicycle? Such is the reverie into which I fall while reclining beneath a spreading mulberry tree, waiting for Availle to catch up, for he has promised that I shall see the Slavonian national dance some time to-day, and a village is now visible in the distance. At the Danube-side village of Hamanitz, an hour's halt is decided upon to give me the promised opportunity of witnessing the dance in its native land. It is a novel and interesting sight. A round 100 young gallants and maidens are rigged out in finery such as no other people save the Croatian and Slavonian peasants ever wear, the young men braided and embroidered, and the damsels having their hair entwined with a profusion of natural flowers in addition to their costumes of all possible hues. Forming themselves into a large ring, distributed so that the sexes alternate, the young men extend and join their hands in front of the maidens, and the latter join hands behind their partners. The steel-strung tamburikas strike up a lively, twanging air, to which the circle of dancers endeavor to shuffle time with their feet, while at the same time moving around in a circle. Livelier and faster twang the tamburikas, and more animated becomes the scene as the dancing, shuffled ring endeavors to keep pace with it. As the fun progresses into the fast and furious stages, the youths' hats have a knack of getting into a jaunty position on the side of their heads, and the wearers' faces assume a reckless, flushed appearance, like men half intoxicated, while the maidens' bright eyes and beaming faces betoken unutterable happiness. Finally, the music and the shuffling of feet terminate with a rapid flourish. Everybody kisses everybody, save, of course, mere luckless onlookers like Availle and myself, and the Slavonian national dance is ended. Tonight we reach the strongly fortified town of Petervoordein, opposite which, just across a pontoon bridge spanning the Danube, is the larger city of Nusats. At Hamanitz we met Professor Zaubauer, the editor of the Užvidek, who came down the Danube ahead of us by steamboat, and now, after housing our machines at our Gasthaus in Petervoordein, he pilots us across the pontoon bridge in the twilight, and into one of those wine gardens so universal in this part of the world. Here at Nusats I listen to the genuine Hungarian gypsy music for the last time on the European tour, ere bidding the territory of Hungary adieu, for Nusats is on the Hungarian side of the Danube. The professor has evidently let no grass grow beneath his feet since leaving us scarcely an hour ago at Hamanitz, for he has, in the meantime, ferreted out the only English-speaking person at present in town, the good Frau Schreiber, an Austrian lady, formerly of Vienna, but now at Nusats, with her husband, a well-known advocate. This lady talks English quite fluently. Though not yet 25, she is very, very wise, and among other things she informs her admiring friends gathered round about us, listening to the, to them, unintelligible flow of a foreign language, that Englishmen are very grave beings, a piece of information that wrings from Availle a really sympathetic response, nothing less than the startling announcement that he hasn't seen me smile since we left Budapest together a week ago. Having seen the Slavonian, I ought by all means to see the Hungarian national dance, Frau Schreiber says, adding, "It is a nice dance for Englishmen to look at, though it is so very gay that English ladies would neither dance it nor look at it being danced." Ere parting company with this entertaining lady, she agrees that, if I will but remain in Hungary permanently, she knows of a very handsome Fräulein of 16 summers, who, having heard of my wonderful journey, is already predisposed in my favour, and with a little friendly tact and management on her, Frau Schreiber's, part, would no doubt be willing to waive the formalities of a long courtship, and yield up hand and heart at my request. I can scarcely think of breaking in twain my trip around the world, even for so tempting a prospect, and I recommend the fair Hungarian to Availle. But the Fräulein has never heard of Herr Availle, and he will not do. Will the Fräulein be willing to wait until my journey around the world is completed? Yes, she will wait mit much pleasure. I will see that she wait, und I know you will return, for an Englishman always forgets his promises. Henceforth, when Availle and myself enter upon a program of whistling, Yankee Doodle is supplanted by The Girl I Left Behind Me, much to his annoyance, since, not understanding the sentiment responsible for the change, bethinks Yankee Doodle a far better tune. So much attached, in fact, has Availle become to the American national air, that he informs the professor and editor of Újvidék of the circumstance of the band playing it at Szekzárd. As, after supper, several of us promenade the streets of Nusats, the professor links his arm in mine, and, taking the cue from Availle, begs me to favor him by whistling it. I try my best to palm this patriotic duty off on Availle, by paying flattering compliments to his style of whistling. But after all, the duty falls on me, and I whistle the tune softly yet merrily as we walk along, the professor, spectacled and wise-looking, meanwhile exchanging numerous nods of recognition with his fellow Nusatsers we meet. The provost judge of Nusats shares the honors with Frau Schreiber of knowing more or less English, but this evening the judge is out of town. The enterprising professor lies in wait for him, however, and at 5:30 on Monday morning, while we are dressing, an invasion of our bedchamber is made by the professor. The jolly-looking and portly provost judge, a Slavonian lieutenant of artillery, and a druggist friend of the others. The provost judge and the lieutenant actually own bicycles and ride them, the only representatives of the wheel in Nusats and Petervoardijn, and the judge is very angry, as he expresses it, that Monday is court day, and today an unusually busy one, for he would be most happy to wheel with us to Belgrade. The lieutenant fetches his wheel and accompanies us to the next village. Petervoardijn is a strongly fortified place, and, as a position commanding the Danube so completely, is furnished with 30 guns of large caliber, a battery certainly not to be despised when posted on a position so commanding as the hill on which Petervoardijn fortress is built. As the editor and others at Isaac, so here the professor, the judge, and the druggist unite in a friendly protest against my attempt to wheel through Asia, and more especially through China, for everybody knows it is quite dangerous, they say. These people cannot possibly understand why it is that an Englishman or American, knowing of danger beforehand, will still venture ahead, and when, in reply to their questions, I modestly announce my intention of going ahead, notwithstanding possible danger and probable difficulties, they each in turn shake my hand as though reluctantly resigning me to a reckless determination, and the judge, acting as spokesman and echoing and interpreting the sentiments of his companions, exclaims, "England and America forever! It is ze grandest peoples on ze world!" The lieutenant, when questioned on the subject by the judge and the professor, simply shrugs his shoulders and says nothing, as becomes a man whose first duty is to cultivate a supreme contempt for danger in all its forms. They all accompany us outside the city gates, when, after mutual farewells and assurances of good will, we mount and wheel away down the Danube, the lieutenant's big mastiff trotting soberly alongside his master, while Availle, sometimes in and sometimes out of sight behind, brings up the rear. After the lieutenant leaves us, we have to trundle our weary way up the steep gradients of the Fruskagora Mountains for a number of kilometers. For Availle it is quite an adventurous morning. Ere we had left the shadows of Petervordine fortress, he upset, while wheeling beneath some overhanging mulberry boughs that threatened destruction to his jockey cap. Soon after parting company with the lieutenant, he gets into an altercation with a gang of gypsies about being the cause of their horses breaking loose from their picket ropes and stampeding, and then making uncivil comments about the circumstance. An hour after this he overturns again and breaks a pedal, and when we dismount at Ingia for our noontide halt, he discovers that his saddle spring has snapped in the middle. As he ruefully surveys the breakage caused by the roughness of the Fruskagora roads, and sends out to scour the village for a mechanic capable of undertaking the repairs, he eyes my Columbia wistfully, and asks me for the address where one like it can be obtained. The blacksmith is not prepared to mend the spring, although he makes a good job of the pedal, and it takes a carpenter and his assistant from 1:30 to 4:30 p.m. to manufacture a grooved piece of wood to fit between the spring and backbone so that he can ride with me to Belgrade. It would have been a 15-minute task for a Yankee carpenter. We have been traversing a spur of the Fruskagora Mountains all the morning, and our progress has been slow. The roads through here are mainly of the natural soil, and correspondingly bad, but the glorious views of the Danube, with its alternating wealth of green woods and greener cultivated areas, fully recompense for the extra toil. Prune orchards, the trees weighed down with fruit, yet green, clothe the hillsides with their luxuriance. Indeed, the whole broad, rich valley of the Danube seems nodding and smiling in the consciousness of overflowing plenty. For days we have traversed roads leading through vineyards and orchards, and broad areas with promising-looking grain crops. End of Section 15. Recording by William Tomcho.